In connection with the de Willoughby claim e-text prepared by Roger Frank and the Project Gutenberg online distributed proofreading team, http://www.pgdp.net, a special limited edition in connection with the de Willoughby claim by Francis Hodgson Burnett, author of A Lady of Quality, Little Lord Fauntleroy, etc. The People's Library, issued monthly by the American News Company, New York. The American News Company publishes Agents 39-41, Chambers Street. Copyright 1899 by Charles Scribner's Sons, all rights reserved. The owners of the copyright of this volume sanction the issue of this edition as a paper-covered book, to be sold at 50 cents, but, while not wishing to interfere with any purchaser binding his own copy, they do not sanction placing on the market any volumes of this edition bound in any other form. In connection with the de Willoughby claim, Chapter I, high noon at Talbot's Crossroads, with the mercury standing at 98 in the shade, though there was not much shade worth mentioning in the immediate vicinity of the Crossroads post office, about which, upon the occasion referred to, the few human beings within sight and sound were congregated. There were trees enough a few hundred yards away, but the post office stood boldly and unflinchingly in the blazing sun. The roads crossing each other stretched themselves as far as the eye could follow them, the red clay transformed into red dust which even an ordinarily lively imagination might have fancied was red hot. The shrill, rattling cry of the grasshoppers, hidden in the long yellow sedge-grass and drought-smitten corn, pierced the stillness now and then with a suddenness startling each time it broke forth, because the interval between each of the pipings was given by the hearers to drowsiness or heated unconscious naps. In such napping and drowsiness the present occupants of the post office were indulging. Upon two empty goods boxes 2 men in copperas-colored jean garments reclined in easy attitudes, their hats tilted over their eyes, while several others balanced their split-seated chairs against the house or the post porch and dozed. Inside the store the postmaster and proprietor tilted his chair against the counter and dozed also, though fitfully, and with occasional restless changes of position and smothered maledictions against the heat. He was scarcely the build of man to sleep comfortably at high noon in midsummer. His huge, heavy body was rather too much for him at any time, but during the hot weather he succumbed beneath the weight of his own flesh. Hamlin County knew him as Big Tom de Willoughby and, indeed, rather prided itself upon him as a creditable possession. It noted any increase in his weight, repeated his jokes, and bore itself patiently under his satire. His indolence it regarded with leniency not entirely untinged with secret exultation. The dundest, laziest critter his acquaintances would remark to each other, the dundest I do reckon that ever the Lord made. Nigh unto 300 he weighs, and never done a lick o' work in his life. Not one. Lord, no. Tom de Willoughby work? I guess not. He gets on fine without any o' that in his work ain't his kind. It's a pleasin' sight to see him lying round thar to the post office and the boys waiting on to him, doing his treadin' for him, and sortin' the mail when it comes in. they're ready enough to do it just to hear him gas. And so they were. About 8 years before the time the present story commences, he had appeared upon the scene apparently having no object in view but to make himself as comfortable as possible. He took up his quarters at one of the farmhouses among the mountains, paid his hostess regularly for the simple accommodations she could afford him, and, before 3 months passed, had established his reputation and, without making the slightest apparent effort, had gathered about him a large circle of friends and admirers. His name's D. Willoughby. Mrs. Pike would drawl when questioned about him, and he's kin to them D. Willoughbys that's sick big bugs down to Deli level. I guess they ain't much friendly, though. He don't seem to like to have nothing much to say about 'em. Seems like he has money a-plenty to carry him along, and he talks some o' setting up a store somewheres. In the course of a month or so he carried out the plan, selecting Talbot's Crossroads as the site for the store in question. He engaged hands to erect a frame building, collected by the assistance of some mysterious agency a heterogeneous stock consisting of calicoes, tinware, coffee, sugar, tobacco, and various waif and stray commodities, and, having done so, took his seat on the porch one morning and announced the establishment open. Upon the whole, the enterprise was a success. Bairnesville was 15 miles distant, and the farmers, their wives and daughters, were glad enough to stop at the crossroads for their calico dresses and store coffee. By doing so they were saved a long ride and gained superior conversational advantages. D. Willoughby's mighty easy to trade with, it was said. There was always a goodly number of critters tied to the fence corners, and consequently to business was added the zest of society and the interchanging of gossip. D. Willoughby's became a center of interest and attraction, and D. Willoughby himself a county institution. Big Tom, however, studiously avoided taking a too active part in the duties of the establishment. Having with great forethought provided himself with a stout chair which could be moved from behind the counter to the door, and from the door to the store as the weather demanded, he devoted himself almost exclusively to sitting in it and encouraging a friendly and accommodating spirit in his visitors and admirers. The more youthful of those admirers he found useful in the extreme. Boys, he would say, a man can't do more than 1,000 things at once. A man can't talk a steady stream and do himself justice, and settle the heftiest kind of questions, and say the kind of things these ladies ought to have said to 'em, and then measure out molasses and weigh coffee and slash off calico dresses and trade for eggs. Some of you've got to roost out and do some clerking, or I've got to quit. I've not got the constitution to stand it. Jim, you tend to Miss Pike, and Bill, you wait on Miss Jones. Lord! Lord! Half a dozen of you here, and not one doing a thing, not a derned thing. Do you want me to get up and leave Miss Mirandy and do things myself? We've got to settle about the color of this gown. How'd you feel now, if it wasn't becoming to her complexion? Just help yourself to that plug of tobacco, Hans, and lay your 10 cents in the cash drawer, and then you can weigh out that butter of Miss Simpson's. When there was a prospect of a post office at the crossroads, there was only one opinion as to who was the man best calculated to adorn the position of postmaster. "The store's right, yeah," Tom said his patrons, "and you're right, yeah. Ye can write and spell off things 'thout any trouble, and I reckon ye wouldn't mind the extra $2 coming in every month." "Lord, Lord," groaned Tom, who was stretched full length on the floor of the porch when the subject was first broached. "Do you want a man to kill himself out and out, boys? Work himself into eternal kingdom come? Who'd do the extra work, I'd like to know, empty out the mail bag and hand out the mail, and do the extra cussin'? That would be worth $10 a month. And, like as not, the money would be paid in checks, and who's going to sign 'em? Lord, I believe you think a man's immortal soul could be bought for 50 cents a day. You don't allow for the wear and tear on a fellow's constitution, boys." But he allowed himself to be placed in receipt of the official salary in question, and the matter of extra labor settled itself. Twice a week a boy on horseback brought the mail bag from Barnesville, and when this youth drew rein before the porch, Big Tom greeted him from indoors with his habitual cordiality. "Light, Sonny, light," he would call out in languidly sonorous tones, "come in and let these fellows hear the news. Just throw that mail bag on the counter and let's hear from you. Plenty of good water down at the spring. Might as well take that bucket and fill it if you want a drink. I've been waiting for just such a man as you to do it. These fellows would sit here all day and let a man die. I can't get anything out of 'em. I've about half a mind to quit sometimes and leave them to engineer the thing themselves. Look here now, is any fellow going to attend to that mail, or is it going to lie there till I have to get up and attend to it myself? I reckon that's what you want. I reckon that'd just suit you. Jehoshaphat. I guess you'd like me to take charge of the eternal universe." It was for the mail he waited with his usual complement of friends and assistants on the afternoon referred to at the opening of this chapter. The boy was behind time, and, under the influence of the heat, conversation had at first flagged and then subsided. Big Tom himself had taken the initiative of dropping into a doze, and his companions had one by one followed his example, or at least made an effort at doing so. The only one of the number who remained unmistakably awake was a little man who sat on the floor of the end of the porch, his small legs, encased in large blue jean pantaloons, dangling over the side. This little man, who was gently and continuously ruminating, with brief asides of expectoration, kept his eyes fixed watchfully upon the Barnesville road, and he it was who at last roused the dozers. "Thar's some UNA coming," he announced in a meek voice. "T'in't he him?" Big Tom opened his eyes, stretched himself, and gradually rose in his might, proving a very tight fit for the establishment, especially the doorway, towards which he lounged, supporting himself against its side. "Who is it, Ezra?" he asked, almost extinguishing the latter cognomen with a yawn. "It's that thar fella." All the other men awakened in a body. Whomsoever the individual might be, he had the power to rouse them to a lively exhibition of interest. One and all braced themselves to look at the horseman approaching along the Bairnesville road. "He's a kinder curious-looking fella," observed one philosopher. "Well, at a distance of half a mile, perhaps he is," said Tom. "In a cloud of dust and the sun blazing down on him like thunderation, I don't know, but you're right, Nath." "Git out," replied Nath, placidly. "He's a curious actin' fella, anyway. Don't go now or nor have nothing to say to nobody. Jest sets right down in that thar holler with his wife, as if bears and painters was all a man or woman wanted round 'em." "She's a doggoned purty critter," said the little man in large trousers, placidly. He had not appeared to listen to the conversation, but, as this pertinent remark proved, it had not been lost on him. His observation was greeted with a general laugh, which seemed to imply that the speaker had a character which his speech sustained. "Who did ye see her, Stamps?" was asked. The little man remained unmoved, still dangling his legs over the porch side, still ruminating, still gazing with pale, blinking eyes up the road. "Went over the mountain to tend court to Bakersville, and took it on my road to go by thar. She was settin' in the door, and I see her afore she seen me. When she hearn the sound of my mule's feet, she got up and went into the house. It was a powerful hot morning, and I was mighty dry, and I stopped fer a cool drink. She didn't come out when fust I hollered, and when she did come, she looked kinder skeered and wouldn't talk none. Kep' her sunbonnet over her face, like she didn't want to be seen overmuch." "What does she look like, Esri?" asked one of the younger men. Mr. Stamps meditated a few seconds. "Don't look like none o' the women folk about here," he replied, finally. "She ain't their kind." "What do ye mean by that?" "Dunno exactly. She's mighty white and young-looking and delicate, but that ain't all." Tom made a restless movement. "Look here, boys," he broke in, suddenly, "here's a nice business, a lot of fellows asking questions about a woman and gossiping as if there wasn't a thing better to do. Leave 'em alone. If they want to be left alone, leave 'em alone." Mr. Stamps expectorated in an entirely unbiased manner. He seemed as willing to leave his story alone as he had been to begin it. "He's coming here," he said, softly, after a pause. "That's who he's coming." The rest of the company straightened themselves in their seats and made an effort to assume the appearance of slightly interested spectators. It became evident that Mr. Stamps was right, and that the rider was about to dismount. He was a man about 30 years of age, thin, narrow-chested, and stooping. His coarse clothes seemed specially ill-suited to his slender figure, his black hair was long, and his beard neglected, his broad hat was pulled low over his eyes and partially concealed his face. "He don't look none too sociable when he's nigher than half a mile," remarked Nath in an undertone. He glanced neither to the right nor to the left as he strode past the group into the store. Strange to relate, Tom had lounged behind the counter and stood ready to attend him. He asked for a few necessary household trifles in a low tone, and, as Tom collected and made them into a clumsy package, he stood and looked on with his back turned towards the door. Those gathered upon the porch listened eagerly for the sound of conversation, but none reached their ears. Tom moved heavily to and fro for a few minutes, and then the parcel was handed across the counter. "Hot weather," said the stranger, without raising his eyes. "Yes," said Tom, "hot weather, sir." "Good day," said the stranger. "Good day," answered Tom. And his customer took his departure. He passed out as he had passed in, but while he was indoors little Mr. Stamps had changed his position. He now sat near the wooden steps, his legs dangling as before, his small countenance as noncommittal as ever. As the stranger neared him, he raised his pale little eyes, blinked them, indulged in a slight jerk of the head, and uttered a single word of greeting. "Howdy." The stranger started, glanced down at him, and walked on. He made no answer, untied his horse, mounted it, and rode back over the Bairnesville road towards the mountain. Mr. Stamps remained seated near the steps and blinked after him silently until he was out of sight. "Ye didn't seem to talk none, D. Willoughby," said one of the outsiders when Tom reappeared. Tom sank into his chair, thrust his hands into his pockets, and stretched his limbs out to their fullest capacity. "Let a man rest, boys," he said, "let a man rest." He was silent for some time afterwards, and even on the arrival of the mail was less discursive than usual. It was Mr. Stamps who finally aroused him from his reverie. Having obtained his mail, one letter in a legal-looking envelope, and made all other preparations to return to the bosom of his family, Stamps sidled up to the counter, and, leaning over it, spoke in an insinuatingly low tone. "She was barefoot," he said, mildly, "and she hadn't been raised to it, that was one thing. Her feet was as soft and tender as a baby's, and for another thing, her hands was as white as her face, and whiter. That ain't the way we raise 'em in Hamlin County, that's all." And, having said it, he slipped out of the store, mounted his mule, and jogged homeward on the Bairnesville road also. Chapter 2. Before the war there were no people better known or more prominent in their portion of the state than the de Willoughbys of Delisle County, Tennessee. To have been born a de Willoughby was, in general opinion, to have been born with a silver spoon in one's mouth. It was indeed to have been born to social dignity, fortune, courage, and more than the usual allowance of good looks. And though the fortune was lavishly spent, the courage sometimes betrayed into a rather theatrical daredeviltry, and the good looks prone to deteriorate in style, there was always the social position left, and this was a matter of the deepest importance in Delisle. The sentiments of Delisle were purely patrician. It was the county town, and contained 6,000 inhabitants, 2 hotels, and a courthouse. It had also 2 or 3 business streets and half a dozen churches, all very much at odds with each other and each seriously inclined to disbelieve in the probable salvation of the rest. The first families, of which there were 8 or 10, with numerous branches, attended the Episcopal Church, the second best the Presbyterian, while the inferior classes, who could scarcely be counted at all, since they had not been born in Delhi level, drifted to the Methodists. The de Willoughbys attended the Episcopal Church, and, being generally endowed with voices, 2 or 3 of them sang in the choir, which was composed entirely of members of the attending families and executed most difficult music in a manner which was the cause after each service of much divided opinion. Opinion was divided because the choir was divided, separated, in fact, into several small, select cliques, each engaged in deadly and bitter feud with the rest. When the moon-eyed soprano arose, with a gentle flutter, and opened her charming mouth in solo, her friends settled themselves in their pews with a general rustle of satisfaction, while the friends of the contralto exchanged civilly significant glances, and on the way home the solo in question was disposed of in a manner at once thorough and final. The same thing occurred when the contralto was prominent, or the tenor, or the baritone, or the basso, each of whom it was confidently asserted by competent Delhi-level judges might have rendered him or herself and Delhi-level immortal upon the lyric stage if social position had not placed the following of such a profession entirely out of the question. There had indeed been some slight trouble in 1 or 2 of the best families, occasioned by the musical fervor of youthful scions who were in danger of being led into indiscretions by their enthusiasm. The de Willoughbys occupied one of the most prominent pews in the sacred edifice referred to. Judge de Willoughby, a large, commanding figure, with a fine sweep of long hair, mustache and aquiline profile, Mrs. de Willoughby, who had been a Miss Van Newcombe of South Carolina, slender, willowy, with faded brunette complexion and still handsome brunette eyes, and 3 or 4 little de Willoughbys, all more or less pretty and picturesque. These nearly filled the pew. The grown-up Mrs. de Willoughby sang with 2 of their brothers in the choir. There were 3 sons, Romain, de Courcy, and Thomas. But Thomas did not sing in the choir. Thomas, alas, did not sing at all. Thomas, it was universally conceded by every de Willoughby of the clan, was a dismal failure. Even from his earliest boyhood, when he had been a huge, overgrown fellow, whose only redeeming qualities were his imperturbable good humor and his ponderous wit, his family had regarded him with a sense of despair. In the first place, he was too big. His brothers were tall, lithe-limbed youths, who were graceful, dark-eyed, dark-haired, and had a general air of brilliancy. They figured well at college and in their world. They sang and danced in a manner which, combining itself with the name of de Willoughby, gave them quite an ennobled sort of distinction, a touch of patrician bravado added to their picturesqueness in the eyes of the admiring, and their little indiscretions were of a nature to be ignored or treated with gentle consideration as the natural result of their youth, spirit, and southern blood. But at 19 Thomas had attained a height of 6 feet 5, with a proportionate breadth and ponderousness. His hands and feet were a disgrace to a Willoughby, and his voice was a roar when he was influenced by anything like emotion. Displays of emotion, however, were but rare occurrences with him. He was too lazy to be roused to anger or any other violent feeling. He spent his leisure hours in lying upon sofas or chairs and getting very much in everybody's way. He lounged through school and college without the slightest eclat attending his progress. It became the pastime of the household to make rather a butt of him, and for the most part he bore himself under the difficulties of his position peaceably enough, though there had been times when his weighty retorts had caused some sharp wincing. "You're an ill-natured devil," Tom his brother de Courcy said to him, as he stood fingering the ornaments on the mantel after one such encounter. "You're an ill-natured devil." Tom was stretched on a sofa, with his big hands under his head, and did not condescend to look around. "I'm not such a thundering fool as you take me for, that's all he answered. "I've got my eyes open. Keep to your side of the street, and I will keep to mine." It was true that he had his eyes open and had more wit and feeling than they gave him credit for. No one understood him, not even his mother, who had deplored him from the first hour of his overweight babyhood, when she had given him over to the care of his Negro nurse in despair. In the midst of a large family occupied with all the small gaieties attendant upon popularity and social distinction in a provincial town, he lived a lonely life, and one not without its pathetic side if it had been so looked upon. But even he himself had never regarded the matter from a sentimental point of view. He endeavored to resign himself to his fate and meet it philosophically. "I wasn't cut out for this sort of thing, boys," he had said to his friends at college, where he had been rather popular. "I wasn't cut out for it. Go ahead and leave me behind. I'm not a bad sort of fellow, but there is too much of me in one way and too little in another. What the Lord made such a man as me for after 6,000 years' experience, I haven't found out yet. A man may as well make up his mind about himself first as last. I've made up mine and nobody differs from me so far as I've gone." When he left college his brothers had already chosen their vocations. Delisle County knew them as promising young lawyers, each having distinguished himself with much fiery eloquence in an occasional case. The cases had not always been gained, but the fervor and poetry of the appeals to the rather muddled and startled agriculturists who formed the juries were remembered with admiration and as being worthy of Delisle, and were commented upon in the Delisle oriflamme as the fit echoings of an eloquence long known in our midst as the birthright of those bearing one of our proudest names, an eloquence spurred to its eagle flights by the warm, chivalric blood of a noble race. But the warm, chivalric blood of the race in question seemed to move but slowly in veins of its most substantial representative. The inertness of his youngest son roused that fine old Southern gentleman and well-known legal dignitary, Judge de Willoughby, to occasional outbursts of the fiery eloquence before referred to which might well have been productive of remarkable results. "Good God, sir," he would trumpet forth, "good God, sir, have we led the state for generation after generation to be disgraced and degraded and dragged in the dust by one of our own stock at last. The de Willoughbys have been gentlemen, sir, distinguished at the bar, in politics, and in the highest social circles of the South, and here we have a de Willoughby whose tastes would be no credit to his overseer, a de Willoughby who has apparently neither the ambition nor the qualification to shine in the sphere in which he was born. Blow your damned brains out, if you have any, blow your damned brains out, and let's have an end of the whole disgraceful business. This referred specially to Tom's unwillingness to enter upon the study of medicine, which had been chosen for him. I should make a better farmer, he said, bitterly, after a prolonged discussion. I'm not the build for women's bedrooms and children's bedsides. De Courcy would have suited you better. De Courcy is a gentleman, sir. He was born one and would shine in any profession a gentleman may adorn. As for you, this is the only thing left for you, and you shall try it, by G. Oh, said Tom, I'll try it. I can only fail, and I've done that before. He did try it forthwith, applying himself to his studies with a persistence quite creditable. He read lying upon sofas and lounging in the piazzas, and in course of time was sent to attend lectures in Philadelphia. Whether he could have gained his diploma or not was never decided. Those of the professors who commented on him at all, spoke of him as slow but persevering, and regarded him rather as a huge receiving machine of orderly habits. The judge began to congratulate himself upon his determination, and his mother thought it a good thing poor Tom was disposed of. But one terrible morning just before the first course of lectures was completed, he suddenly returned, walking into the judge's office without any previous intimation of his intention. When he turned in his seat and confronted him, the judge lost his breath. "You," he cried, "you." "Yes," said Tom, "I've come back." He was rather pale and nervous, but there was a dogged, resigned look in his eyes. "I've made up my mind," he added, "that I cannot stand it. Turn me loose on one of your plantations to boss niggers. You said once I was fit for an overseer. Perhaps you weren't wrong. Say the word and I'll start tomorrow." The judge's aquiline countenance turned grey with fury. His fine mustache seemed to curl itself anew. You accursed scoundrel," he gasped. "You accursed, underbred hound. Tell me what this means, or I'll strangle you." "You'll say I'm a fool," said Tom, "and I suppose it's true, and, with a tremor in his voice, I've no need to be particular about the names you call me. I ought to be used to them by this time." "Speak out," thundered the judge, "and tell me the whole disgraceful truth." "It won't take long," said Tom. "I told it when I said I'd made up my mind I couldn't stand it. I've been walking the hospitals and attending the clinics for the last 3 months, and I've had a chance to see what my life would be if I went through. I've seen things to make a man tremble when they came back to him in the dead of night, agony and horror, women and children. Good Lord! I can't tell you. of course he could, but I can't. I'd rather be in hell than live such a life day after day. I tried to stand up against it at first. I thought I might get used to it, but I haven't the nerve, or something was wrong. It got worse and worse, until I used to start up out of my sleep in a cold sweat, hearing screams and groans and prayers. That was the worst of all, their prayers to us to help them and not to hurt them. 4 days ago a child was brought in, a child 4 or 5 years old. There was an operation to be performed, and I was the man chosen to hold it still. Its mother was sent out of the room. My God! How it screamed when it saw her go and knew it was to be left to us. They told me to hold it because I was the strongest, and I put my hands on it. I'm a big fellow to look at, and I suppose it knew there was no help for it when I came near. It turned as white as death and looked up at me with the tears streaming down its face. Before the operation was half over it hadn't the strength left to scream or struggle, and it lay and looked at me and moaned. I should have given up the job, but somehow I couldn't make up my mind to leave it. When it was all done, I gave it back to its mother and went to my rooms. I turned sick on the way and had to sit down to rest. I swore then I'd let the thing drop, and I bought my ticket and came back. I'm not the man for the work. Better men may do it, perhaps it takes better men. I'm not up to it. And his shaken voice broke as he hung his great head. A deadly calm settled upon the judge. He pointed to the door. Go home to your mother, sir, he said, I've done with you. Go and stay with the women. That's the place for you. He's a coward as well as a fool, he said afterwards, in the bosom of his family, a white-livered fool who hasn't the nerve to look at a sick child. It was a terrible day for the household, but at last it was over. Tom went to his room in an apathy. He had been buffeted and scorned and held up to bitter derision until he had ceased to feel anything but a negative, helpless misery. About a week later Delia Van Newcombe appeared upon the scene. Delia Van Newcombe was a young cousin of Mrs. de Willoughby's, and had come to pay her relatives a visit. It was the hospitable custom of Delhi Level to cultivate its kinsfolk, more especially its kinswomen. There were always in 2 or 3 of the principal families young lady guests who were during their stay in the town the sensation of the hour. Novelty established them as temporary belles. They were petted by their hostesses, attended by small cohorts of admirers, and formed the center for a round of festivities specially arranged to enliven their visits. Delia Van Newcombe bore away the palm from all such visitors past or to come. She was a true southern beauty, with the largest dark eyes, the prettiest yielding manner, and the very smallest foot Delhi Level had ever fallen prostrate before, it being well known among her admirers that one of her numerous male cousins had once measured her little slipper with a cigar, a story in which Delhi Level delighted. And she was not only a pretty, but also a lovable and tender-hearted young creature. Her soft eyes and soft voice did not belie her. She was gentle and kindly to all around her. Mrs. de Willoughby and the two older girls fell in love with her at once, and the judge himself was aroused to an eloquence of compliment and a courtly grandeur of demeanour which rose even beyond his usual efforts in a line in which he had always shone. The very negroes adored her and vied with each other to do her service. It was quite natural that a nature so sweet and sympathetic should be awakened to pity for the one member of the gay household who seemed cut off from the rest, and who certainly at the time existed under a darker cloud than usual. From the first she was more considerate of poor Tom than anyone who had ever been before, and more than once, as he sat silent and gloomy at the table, he looked up to find her lovely eyes resting upon his big frame with a questioning, pitying glance. "He is so much too big, Aunt Jewel," she wrote home once. "And he seems somehow to feel as if he was always in the way, and, indeed, he is a little sometimes, poor fellow, and everyone appears to think he is only a joke or a mistake, but I have made up my mind never to laugh at him at all as the other girls do. It seems so unkind, and surely he must feel it." She never did laugh at him, and sometimes even tried to talk to him, and once drew him out so far in an artful, innocent way, that he told her something of his medical failure and the reasons for it, manifestly ashamed of the story as he related it, and yet telling it so well in a few clumsy, rather disconnected sentences, that when he had finished her eyelashes were wet and she broke into a little shuddering sigh. "Oh," she said, "I don't think you are to blame, really. I have often thought that I could never bear to do such things, though, of course, if there was no one to do them it would be dreadful, but, yes," said Tom, "there it is. Someone must do it, and I know I'm a confounded coward and ninny, but I couldn't." And he looked overwhelmed with humiliation. "But after all," she said, in the soft voice which had always the sound of appeal in it, "after all, I'm sure it was because you have a kind heart, and a kind heart is worth a great deal. You will do something else." "There is nothing else for me to do," he said, mournfully, "nothing that won't disgrace the rest, they tell me." It was small wonder that this was his final undoing, though neither was to blame. Certainly no fault could be attached to the young creature who meant to be kind to him, as it was her nature to be to all surrounding her, and surely Tom's great and final blunder arose from no presumption on his part. He had never thought of aspiring to the proud position with regard to her which Romaine and de Courcy seemed to occupy by natural right. It was only now and then, when they were unavoidably engaged, that he had the courage to offer his services as messenger or escort, but even those rare pleasures were a little too much for him. He was so unused to such privileges that they intoxicated him and set his mind in a whirl which prevented his thinking clearly, or, indeed, ever thinking at all sometimes. Even when it was all over, he scarcely knew how he had been betrayed into the weakness he was guilty of. It was not like him to lose sight of his manifold imperfections, but for once they were swept out of his mind by a momentary madness. It was on the occasion of a ball at the Delisle house. The Delisle house was the principal hotel, and all important festivities were held in its long dining hall disguised as a ballroom. The ball was given by a gallant Delhi Level club in honour of Miss Delia Van Newcombe, and it was a very magnificent affair indeed. The disguise of the dining room was complete. It was draped with flags and decorated with wreaths of cedar and paper roses. A band of coloured gentlemen, whose ardour concealed any slight musical discrepancies, assisted the festivities, which, to quote the oriflamme of the next morning, the wealth, beauty, and chivalry of Delhi Level combined to render unequalled in their gaiety and elegance, making the evening one of the most successful of the piquant occasions when youth and pleasure meet to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. Usually Tom's part in such festivities was to sit uncomfortably in dull corners, taking up as little room as possible, or piloting his way carefully through the crowd to the supper table with an elderly lady or a wallflower clinging timidly to his huge arm. But during this one evening he lost his equilibrium. Delia had been more than usually kind to him, perhaps because she saw his unhappy awkwardness as he towered above everyone else and tried to avoid treading upon his neighbors. She gave him such a pretty smile across the room that he obeyed the impulse to go to her and stand at her side. Then, when she left him to dance with De Courcy, she gave him her fan and bouquet and fleecy white wrap to hold, and somehow it seemed not unnatural that De Courcy should bring her back to him as to a sentinel when the dance was over. Thus it was as she sat, flushed a little and smiling, her face uplifted to his, while she thanked him for taking care of her possessions, that the wild thought which so betrayed him rushed into his brain. "Delia," he faltered, "will you dance once with me?" It was so startling a request, that, though she was quick enough to conceal her surprise, she hesitated a second before recovering her breath to give him her answer. "Yes, Tom, if you like," she said, and glanced down at her program. "The next is a waltz, and I can let you have it because Dr. Ballantyne has been called away." "Do you waltz?" "I have learned," he answered, rather huskily and tremulously. "I do it badly, of course, but I know the steps well enough." He was so helpless with nervousness that he could scarcely speak, and his hands trembled when they stood up together and he laid his arm reverently about her waist. She saw his timidity and looked up at him with a kind smile. "I must be very little," she said. "I never knew before that I was so little." He had thought he should recover himself when the music and motion began, but he did not. He looked down at the delicate head which reached barely to his beating heart, and a blur came before his sight. The light and the crowd of dancers dazzled and confused him. The whirling movement made him dizzy, and he had not expected to be dizzy. He began suddenly to be conscious of his own immensity, the unusualness of his position, and of the fact that here and there he saw a meaning smile. His heart beat faster still, and he knew he had been led into a mistake. He swung round and round too quickly for the music, missed a step, tried to recover himself, became entangled in his partner's dress, trod on her poor little feet, and fell headlong on the floor, dragging her with him and striking against a passing couple. It was his brother De Courcy with whom he had come in such violent contact, and it was De Courcy who sprang to Delia's rescue, assisting her to her feet with all possible grace, and covering her innocent confusion with a brilliant speech, but not, however, before he had directed a terrible scowl at the prostrate culprit and sworn furiously at him under his breath. But Delia was very good to him and did not desert him in the hour of his need, giving him only kind looks and managing to arrange that he should lead her to her seat as if he had not been in disgrace at all. But the shame and pain of his downfall were sharper pangs than he had ever borne, and before the night was half over he slipped away from the dangers and rushed home to his own room, where he lay awake through the long hours, cursing himself for his folly, and tossing in a fever of humiliation and grief. In the morning when he came down to the breakfast table, the family were already assembled, and the judge had heard the story from de Courcy, who told it all the more forcibly in the absence of Miss Vanucombe, who had spent the night at the house of another relative. When Tom entered, his paternal parent was ready to receive him. Trod on Miss Vanucombe's dress and tore it off her back in the ballroom. "Did you?" he burst forth. "Made a fool of yourself and a bear garden of the Delisle House ballroom. What were you trying to dance for? Leave that to men who can manage their limbs, and don't inflict yourself on women who are too high-bred to refuse to dance with a man who ought to be a gentleman. Stay at home, sir. Stay at home, and don't make a disgraceful spectacle of yourself in public, particularly when there are lovely women present to witness your humiliation." It was the figurative last straw. Tom's mind had been dark and gloomy enough to begin with, but when during his father's harangue he glanced up and saw de Courcy bending his aquiline face over his paper with a slightly sardonic smile, he could stand no more. To the utter dumbfounding of his mother and sisters, and even the irate judge himself, he pushed his chair back and sprang to his feet with an actual roar of rage and pain. His great body seemed to swell until its size overwhelmed them, his eyes blazed, he shook his tremendous fist. "Leave me alone," he shouted, "leave me alone. Yes, I did make a fool of myself. Yes, I did knock a woman down and tear her dress and look like an ass and set the whole room laughing at me, women and all, the best bred and sweetest of them. It's all true, every word of it, and more too, more too. And that's not enough, but my own father serves it up again, and you fellows sit there and grin over it to make it worse. That's right, pitch in, all of you, and drive me mad and put an end to it." He upset his chair and a small Negro boy with a plate of waffles, and, striding over the scattered ruins, dashed out of the room with tears of fury in his eyes. It was the turning point of his existence. He made his bitter resolve as he walked out of the house down the street. Early as it was, he went straight to Delia, and when he found himself alone with her, poured forth all the misery of his sore heart. "If I had been born a clodhopper it would have been better for me," he said. "I have no place here among men with decently shaped bodies and clear heads. I'm a great clumsy fool, and there's no help for it. If I'd had more brain, I might have managed the rest, but I'm a dullard too. They may well sneer at me. I think I will go away and bury myself somewhere among the people I ought to have lived among by rights. In some simple country place I might find those who know less than I do, and forget the rest, and perhaps be content enough in time. I shall never marry. I suppose you know that, Delia. And he took her little hand and laid it on his own open palm and sat silent a moment looking at it, and at last suddenly a great drop fell upon it which made them both start. He did not look up at her, but took out his big white handkerchief and wiped the drop gently away and then stooped and kissed the spot where it had fallen. Her own lashes were wet when their eyes met afterwards, and she spoke in a subdued voice. "I have always liked you very much, Cousin Tom," she said. "You mustn't talk of going away. We should miss you much more than you think." "I know I should be very sorry." "You won't be here to miss me, Delia," he answered, sadly. The hand on his palm trembled slightly and her eyes faltered under his gaze. "I think it is possible I shall live in Delhi Level," she whispered. His heart bounded as if it would burst his side. He knew what she meant in an instant, though he had never suspected it before. "Oh! Oh!" he groaned. "Oh, Delia, which of them is it?" "It's de Courcy, I could swear." "It's de Courcy." "Yes," she faltered, "it is de Courcy." He drew his hand away and covered his face with it. "I knew it was de Courcy," he cried. He was always the kind of fellow to win. "I suppose he deserves it." "The Lord knows I hope he does, for your sake." "Of course it's de Courcy. Who else?" He did not stay long after this, and when he went away he wrung her hand in his in a desperate farewell. "This is another reason for my going now," he said. "I couldn't stay. This is goodbye, Delia." He went home and had a prolonged interview with his father. It was not an agreeable interview to recur to mentally in after time, but in the end Tom gained his point, and a portion of his future patrimony was handed over to him. "I shall be no further trouble to you," he said. "You mayn't ever hear of me again. This is the end of me as far as you are concerned." That night, with a valise in his hand, he took his place in the stage running towards the mountain regions of North Carolina, and from that day forward the place knew him no more. It was as he had known it would be. No one was very sorry to be rid of him, and even Delia's sadness was at length toned down by the excitement of preparation for and the festivities attendant upon her triumphant union with the most dashing de Willoughby of the flock. When this event occurred, Tom's wanderings had ended temporarily in the farmhouse referred to in the first chapter, and his appearance in this remote and usually undisturbed portion of his country had created some sensation. The news of the arrival of a stranger had spread itself abroad and aroused a slow-growing excitement. They were a kindly, simple people who surrounded him, hospitable, ignorant, and curious beyond measure concerning the ways of the outside world of which they knew so little. In the course of time, as the first keenness of his misery wore away, Tom began to discover the advantages of the change he had made. He no longer need contrast himself unfavorably with his neighbors. He knew more than they, and they found nothing in him to condemn or jeer at. To them he was a mine of worldly knowledge. He amused them and won their hearts. His natural indolence and lack of active ambition helped the healing of his wounds, perhaps, and then he began to appreciate the humorous side of his position, and his old tendency to ponderous joking came back, and assisted him to win a greater popularity than any mere practical quality could have done. The novelty of his role was its chief attraction. He began to enjoy and give himself up to it, and make the most of his few gifts. Life was no longer without zest. His natural indolence increased with the size of his great body as the years passed, and his slow whimsical humor became his strongest characteristic. He felt it a fine point in the sarcasm of his destiny that he should at last have become a hero and be regarded with admiration for his conversational abilities, but he bore his honors discreetly, and found both moral and physical comfort in them. He insensibly adopted the habits of his neighbors. He dressed with their primitive regard for ease. He dropped now and then into their slurring speech, and adopted one by one their Arcadian customs. Whether the change was the better or the worse for him might easily be a matter of opinion, and depend entirely on the standpoint from which it was viewed. At least he lived harmlessly and had no enemy. And so existence stood with him when the second great change in his life took place. Chapter 3. Scarcely a month before the events described in the opening chapter took place, the stranger and a young woman, who was his companion, had appeared in the community. There was little that seemed mysterious about them at the outset. A long, uninhabited cabin, a score or so of yards from the mountain road, had been roughly patched up and taken possession of by them. There was nothing unusual in the circumstance except that they had appeared suddenly and entirely unheralded, but this in itself would have awakened no special comment. The mystery developed itself from their after reserve and seclusion. They guarded themselves from all advances by keeping out of sight when anyone approached their cabin. The young woman was rarely, if ever, seen. The man never called at the post office for mail, and upon the few occasions on which a stray human being crossed his path, his manner was such as by no means encouraged the curious. Mr. Stamps was the only individual who had seen the woman face to face. There was an unmoved pertinacity in the character of Mr. Stamps which stood him in good stead upon all occasions. He was not easily abashed or rebuffed, the more especially when he held in view some practical object. Possibly he held some such object in view when he rode up to the tumbled-down gateway and asked for the draught of water no woman of the region could refuse without some reasonable excuse. "Tiny airs they are putting on, Cindy," he said to the partner of his joys and sorrows the evening after his ride over the mountain. "Oh, no, tiny airs, it's something more curious than that." And he bent over the fire in a comfortable lounging way, rubbing his hands a little, and blinked at the back log thoughtfully. They were a friendly and sociable people, these mountaineers, all the more so because the opportunities for meeting sociably were limited. The men had their work and the women their always large families to attend to, and with a mile or so of rough road between themselves and their neighbors, there was not much chance for enjoyable gossip. When good fortune threw them together, they usually made the best of their time. Consequently, the mystery of two human beings, who had shut themselves off with apparent intent from all intercourse with their kind, was a difficulty not readily disposed of. It was, perhaps, little to be wondered at that Mr. Stamps thought it over and gathered carefully together all the points presenting themselves to his notice. The subject had been frequently discussed at the Crossroads Post Office. The disposition to seclusion was generally spoken of as curiousness, and various theories had been advanced with a view to explaining the curiousness in question. Airs had been suggested as a solution of the difficulty, but as time progressed, the theory of airs had been abandoned. First, said Uncle Jake Wooten, who was a patriarch and an authority, when a man's a gwine to put on airs, he kinder slicks up more. A man that's airy, he ain't a gwine to shut hisself up and not show out more. Like as not he'd wear store clothes and hang round en kinder blow, en this fella don't do nary one. En as to the woman, Lord, I should think all you unces knows how women folks does that's airy. Ef this year one was that way, she'd be a dressin' in starched calicas en sunbonnets en breastpins, en mebrings en congrist gaiters. She'd be to the meeting every time there was meeting a showin' out en letting on like she didn't know the rest on 'em was seeing. It don't sound to reason that either on 'em is airy. It had been suggested by a bold spirit capable of more extended flights of the imagination than the rest, that they were northerners who for some unworthy object had taken up their abode within the bound of civilization, but this idea was frowned down as being of a wild nature and not to be encouraged. Finally, the general interest in the subject had subsided somewhat, though it was ready to revive at any new comment or incident, which will explain the bodily awakening of the sleepers on the post office porch when Mr. Stamps made his announcement of the approach of the "dar fella." Up to the moment when the impulse seized him which led him to take his place behind the counter as the stranger entered the store, Tom de Willoughby had taken little or no part in numerous discussions held around him. He had listened with impartiality to all sides of the question, his portion of the entertainment being to make comments of an inspiriting nature which should express in a marked manner his sarcastic approval of any special weakness in a line of argument. Among the many agreeable things said of him in his past, it had never been said that he was curious. He was too indolent to be curious, and it may be simply asserted that he had felt little curiosity concerning the popular mystery. But when he found himself face to face with his customer, a new feeling suddenly took possession of him. The change came when, for one instant, the man, as if in momentary forgetfulness, looked up and met his eyes in speaking. Each moved involuntarily, and Tom turned aside, ostensibly, to pick up a sheet of wrapping paper. The only words exchanged were those relating to the courtesies and the brief remarks heard by the loungers outside. After this the stranger rode away and Tom lounged back to his chair. He made no reply to Stamps's explanatory aside, and no comment upon the remarks of the company, whose curiosity had naturally received a new impetus which spurred them on to gossip a little in the usual vague manner. He gave himself up to speculation. The mere tone of a man's voice had set his mind to work. His past life had given him experience in which those about him were lacking, and at the instant he heard the stranger speak, this experience revealed to him as by a flash of light, a thing which had never yet been even remotely guessed at. "A gentleman, by thunder," he said to himself. "That's it. A gentleman." He knew he could not be mistaken. Low and purposely muffled as the voice had been, he recognized in it that which marked it as the voice of a man trained to modulated speech. And even this was not all, though it had led him to look again, and more closely, at the face shadowed by the broad hat. It was not a handsome face, but it was one not likely to be readily forgotten. It was worn and haggard, the features strongly aquiline, the eyes somewhat sunken. It was the face of a man who had lived the life of an ascetic and who, with a capacity for sharp suffering, had suffered and was suffering still. But a gentleman and not a Southerner, Tom persisted to himself. "A Yankee, as I'm a sinner, and what is a Yankee doing hiding himself here for?" It was such a startling thing under the circumstances, that he could not rid himself of the thought of it. It haunted him through the rest of the day, and when night came and the store being closed, he retired as usual to the back part of the house. He was brooding over it still. He lived in a simple and primitive style. 3 rooms built onto the store were quite enough for him. One was his sitting and bedroom, another his dining room and kitchen, the third the private apartment of his household goddess, a stout old mulatto woman who kept his house in order and prepared his meals. When he opened the door tonight, the little boarded rooms were illuminated with 2 tallow candles and made fragrant with the odor of fried chicken and hoe cakes, to which Aunt Morning was devoting all her energies, and for the first time perhaps in his life, he failed to greet these attractions with his usual air of good cheer. He threw his hat into a chair, and, stretching himself out upon the bedstead, lay there, his hands clasped above his head and his eyes fixed upon the glow of the fire in the adjoining room, where Aunt Morning was at work. "A gentleman," he said, half aloud. "That's it, by Jupiter, a gentleman." He remembered it afterwards as a curious coincidence that he should have busied his mind so actively with his subject in a manner so unusual with him. His imagination not being sufficiently vivid to help him out of his difficulty to his own satisfaction, he labored with it patiently, recurring to it again and again, and turning it over until it assumed a greater interest than at first. He only relinquished it with an effort when, going to bed later than usual, he made up his mind to compose himself to sleep. "Good Lord," he said, turning on his side and addressing some unseen presence representing the vexed question. "Don't keep a man awake, settle it yourself." And finally sank into unconsciousness in the midst of his mental struggle. About the middle of the night he awakened. He felt that something had startled him from his sleep, but could not tell what it was. A few seconds he lay without moving, listening, and as he listened there came to his ear the sound of a horse's feet, treading the earth restlessly outside the door, the animal itself breathing heavily as if it had been ridden hard, and almost as soon as he aroused to recognition of this fact, there came a sharp tap on the door and a man's voice crying hello. He knew the voice at once, and unexpected as the summons was, felt he was not altogether unprepared for it, though he could not have offered even the weakest explanation for the feeling. "He's in trouble," he said, as he sat up quickly in bed. "Something's gone wrong." He rose and in a few seconds opened the door. He had guessed rightly, it was the stranger. The moonlight fell full upon the side of the house and the road, and the panting horse stood revealed in a bright light which gave the man's face a ghostly look added to his natural pallor. As he leaned forward, Tom saw that he was as much exhausted as was the animal he had ridden. "I want to find a doctor, or a woman who can give help to another," he said. "There ain't a doctor within 15 miles from here," began Tom. He stopped short. What he saw in the man's face checked him. "Look here," he said, "is it your wife?" The man made a sharp gesture of despair. "She's dying, I think," he said, hoarsely, "and there's not a human being near her." "Good Lord!" cried Tom, "good Lord!" The sweat started out on his forehead. He remembered what Stamps had said of her youth and her pale face, and he thought of Delia Van Newcombe, and from this thought sprang a sudden recollection of the deserted medical career in which he had been regarded as so ignominious a failure. He had never mentioned it since he had cut himself off from the old life, and the women for whose children he had prescribed with some success now and then had considered the ends achieved only the natural results of his multitudinous gifts. But the thought of the desolate young creature lying there alone struck deep. He listened one moment, then made his resolve. "Go to the stable," he said, "and throw a saddle over the horse you will find there. I know something of such matters myself, and I shall be better than nothing, with a woman's help. I have a woman here who will follow us." He went into the back room and awakened Aunt Morning. "Get up," he said, "and saddle the mule and follow me as soon as you can to the cabin in Blair's Hollow. The wife of a man who lives there needs a woman with her. Come quickly." When he returned to the door his horse stood there saddled, the stranger sitting on his own and holding the bridle. Tom mounted in silence, but once finally seated, he turned to his companion. "Now strike out," he said. There were 4 miles of road before them, but they scarcely slackened rein until they were within sight of the hollow, and the few words they exchanged were the barest questions and answers. The cabin was built away from the road on the side of the hill, and leaving their horses tethered at the foot of the slope, they climbed it together. When they reached the door, the stranger stopped and turned to Tom. "There is no sound inside," he faltered, "I dare not go in." Tom strode by him and pushed the door open. In one corner of the room was a roughly made bedstead, and upon it lay a girl, her deathly pale face turned sideways upon the pillow. It was as if she lay prostrated by some wave of agony which had just passed over her. Her breath was faint and rapid, and great drops of sweat stood out upon her young drawn face. Tom drew a chair forward and sat down beside her. He lifted one of her hands, touching it gently, but save for a slight quiver of the eyelids she did not stir. A sense of awe fell upon him. "It's death," he said to himself. He had experience enough to teach him that. He turned to the man. "You had better go out of the room, I will do my best." In a little over an hour Aunt Morning dismounted from her mule and tethered it to a sapling at the side of the road below. She looked up at the light gleaming faintly through the pines on the hillside. "I come as far's I could," she said, "but I reckon I'd oughter been here afore. De Lord knows dis is a curious 'casion." When she crossed the threshold of the cabin, her master pointed to a small faintly moving bundle lying at the foot of the bed over which he was bending. "Take it into the other room and tell the man to come here," he said. "There's no time to lose." He still held the weak hand, but the girl's eyes were no longer closed, they were open and fixed on his face. The great fellow was trembling like a leaf. The past hour had been almost more than he could bear. He was entirely unstrung. "I wasn't cut out for this kind of thing," he had groaned more than once, and for the first time in his life thanked fate for making him a failure. As he looked down at his patient, a mist rose before his eyes, blurring his sight, and he hurriedly brushed it away. She was perhaps 19 years old, and had the very young look a simple trusting nature and innocent untried life bring. She was small, fragile, and fair, with the pure fairness born of a cold climate. Her large blue-grey eyes had in them the piteous appeal sometimes to be seen in the eyes of a timid child. Tom had laid his big hand on her forehead and stroked it, scarcely knowing what he did. "Don't be frightened," he said, with a tremor in his voice. "Close your eyes and try to be quiet for a few moments," and then he stooped to bend his ear to her lips which were moving faintly. "He'll come directly," he answered, though he did not hear her. "Directly. It's all right." And then he stroked her hair again because he knew not what else to do, seeing, as he did, that the end was so very near, and that no earthly power, however far beyond his own poor efforts, could ward it off. Just at that moment the door opened and the man came in. That he too read the awful truth at his first glance, Tom saw. All attempts at disguise had dropped away. His thin, scholarly face was as colorless as the fairer one on the pillow, his brows were knit into rigid lines and his lips were working. He approached the bed, and for a few moments stood looking down as if trying to give himself time to gain self-control. Tom saw the girl's soft eyes fixed in anguished entreaty. There was a struggle, and from the slowly moving lips came a few faint and broken words. "Death, they never know." The man flung himself upon his knees and burst into an agony of such weeping that, seeing it, Tom turned away shuddering. "No," he said, "they will never know. They who loved you, will never know. God forgive me if I have done wrong, I have been false that they might be spared. God forgive me for the sin. The poor child shivered, she had become still paler, and the breath came in sharp little puffs through her nostrils. God, 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 she panted. But the man did not seem to hear her. He was praying aloud, a struggling, disjointed prayer. O God of sinners, he cried, Thou who forgivest, Thou who hast died, forgive, forgive in this hour of death. Tom heard no more. He could only listen to the soft, panting breath sinking lower and lower. Suddenly the piteous eyes turned towards him, the stranger, as if in great dread. Perhaps they saw in the mere human pity of his face what met some sharp last need. He went to his old place as if in answer to the look, and took the poor little hand once more, closing the warmth of his own over its coldness. He was weeping like a child. Don't be afraid, he said, not afraid. It's all right. And almost as he said it, with her eyes still fixed upon his own, and with her hand in his, she gave a low sob, and died. Tom touched the kneeling man upon the shoulder. There's no need of that now, he said, it's over. Chapter 4. When a few minutes later he went into the back room, he found Aunt Morning sitting before the big fireplace in which burned a few logs of wood. The light the snapping sticks gave fell full upon her black face, and upon the small bundle upon her spacious knee. As he entered she turned sharply towards him. Don't nobody care nothing for this year, she said, ain't nobody coming nigh. Who's he? Don't he take no interuse in the poor little lonesome child? I s'pect you'll have to take it yeself, Master Willoughby, while I goes in dar. Tom stopped short, stricken with a pang of remorse. He looked down at the small face helplessly. Yes, he said, you'll have to go in there, you're needed. The woman looked at him in startled questioning. Master Willoughby, she said, does that mean she's gone? Yes, answered Tom. She's gone, Morning. With the emotional readiness of her race, the comfortable creature burst into weeping, clasping the child to her broad bosom. Poor Chilly, she said, and poor Chilly left behin'. The Lord help both. With manifest fear Tom stooped and took the little red flannel bundle from her arms. Never mind crying, he said. Go into the room and do what's to be done. When left alone with his charge, he sat down and held it balanced carefully in his hands, his elbows resting on his knees. He was used to carrying his customers' children, a great part of his popularity being based upon his jovial fondness for them. But he had never held so small a creature as this in his arms before. He regarded it with a respectful timidity. It wasn't thought of, he said, reflectively. Even she, poor thing, he ended, hurriedly, there was no time. He was still holding his small burden with awkward kindliness when the door opened and the man he had left in the room beyond came in. He approached the hearth and stood for a few seconds staring at the fire in a stupefied, abstracted way. He did not seem to see the child. At last he spoke. "Where shall I lay her?" he asked. "Where is the nearest churchyard?" 15 miles away, Tom answered. "Most of the people like to have their dead near them and lay them on the hillsides." The man turned to him with a touch of horror in his face. "In unconsecrated ground," he said. "It doesn't trouble them," said Tom. "They sleep well enough." The man turned to the fire again. He had not looked at the child yet, and made a despairing gesture with his hands. "That she," he said, "that she should lie so far from them, and in unconsecrated ground." "There is the place I told you of," said Tom. "I cannot go there," with the gesture again. "There is no time. I must go away." He made no pretense at concealing that he had a secret to hide. He seemed to have given up the effort. Tom looked up at him. "What are you going to do with this?" he asked. Then for the first time he seemed to become conscious of the child's presence. He turned and gave it a startled sidelong glance, as if he had suddenly been struck with a new fear. "I do not know," he stammered. No. I do not know. What have I been doing?" He sank into a chair and buried his face in his trembling hands. "God's curse is upon it," he cried. "There is no place for it on earth." Tom rose with a sudden movement and began to pace the floor with his charge in his arms. "It's a little chap to lay a curse on," he said. "And helpless enough, by gad." He looked down at the diminutive face, and as he did so, a wild thought flashed through his mind. It had the suddenness and force of a revelation. His big body trembled with some feeling it would have gone hard with him to express, and his heart warmed within him as he felt the light weight lying against it. "No place for it," he cried. "By God, there is. There is a place here, and a man to stand by and see fair play." "Give her to me," he said, "give her to me, and if there is no place for her, I'll find one." "What do you mean?" faltered the man. "I mean what I say," said Tom. "I'll take her and stand by her as long as there is breath in me, and if the day should ever come in spite of me when wrong befalls her, as it befell her mother, some man shall die, so help me God." The warm southern blood which gave to his brother's love songs the grace of passion, and which made them renowned for their picturesque eloquence of speech, fired him to greater fluency than was usual with him, when he thought of the helplessness of the tiny being he held. "I never betrayed a woman yet, or did one a wrong," he went on. "I'm not one of the lucky fellows who win their hearts with a great gulp in his throat. Perhaps if there's no one to come between us, she may be fond of me." The man gave him a long look, as if he was asking himself a question. "Yes," he said at last, "she will be fond of you. You will be worthy of it. There is no one to lay claim to her. Her mother lies dead among strangers, and her father." For a few moments he seemed to be falling into a reverie, but suddenly a tremor seized him and he struck one clenched hand against the other. "If a man vowed to the service of God may make an oath," he said, I swear that if the day ever dawns when we stand face to face, knowing each other, I will not spare him." The child stirred in Tom's arms and uttered its first sharp little cry, and as if in answer to the summons, Aunt Morning opened the door. "It's all done," she said. "Give me the chili, Master Willoughby, and go in and look at her." When he entered the little square living room, Tom paused at the foot of the bed. All was straight and neat and cold. Among the few articles in the one small trunk, the woman had found a simple white dress and had put it on the dead girl. It was such a garment as almost every girl counts among her possessions. Tom remembered that his sisters had often worn such things. "She looks very pretty," he said. "I dare say her mother made it and she wore it at home. Oh Lord! Oh Lord!" And with this helpless exclamation, half sigh, half groan, he turned away and walked out of the front door into the open air. It was early morning by this time, and he passed into the dew and sunlight not knowing where he was going, but once outside, the sight of his horse tethered to a tree at the roadside brought to his mind the necessity of the occasion. "I'll ride in and see Stephen," he said. "It's got to be done, and it's no work for him." When he reached the crossroads there were already 2 or 3 early arrivals lounging on the store porch and wondering why the doors were not opened. The first man who saw him, opened upon him the usual course of elephantine witticisms. "Look-a yeah, Tom," he drawled, "this ain't a gwine to do. You a gittin' up 'fore daybreak like the rest of us folks and riding off Godlemighty knows whore. It ain't a gwine to do now. Whore air ye from?" But as he rode up and dismounted at the porch, each saw that something unusual had happened. He tied his horse and came up the steps in silence. "Boys," he said, when he stood among them, "I want Stephen. I've been out to the Hollow, and there's a job for him there." The woman's dead." "Dead?" they echoed, drawing nearer to him in their excitement. "When, Tom?" "Last night." "Morning's out there." "There's a child." "Thunder and molasses," ejaculated the only family man of the group, reflectively. "Thunder and molasses." And then he began to edge away, still with a reflective air, towards his mule. "Boys," he explained, "there'd ought to be some women folks around. I'm gwine for Minty, and she'll start the rest on 'em. Women folks is what's needed. They kin kinda organize things whore thar's trouble." "Well," said Tom, "perhaps you're right, but don't send too many of 'em, and let your wife tell 'em to talk as little as possible and leave the man alone. He's got enough to stand up under." Before the day was over there were women enough in the hillside cabin. Half a dozen faded black calico riding skirts hung over the saddles of half a dozen horses tethered in the wood round the house, while inside half a dozen excellent souls disposed themselves in sympathetic couples about the 2 rooms. 3 sat in the front room, their sunbonnets drawn well down over their faces in the true mourner's spirit, one at the head of the bed slowly moving a fan to and fro over the handkerchief-covered face upon the pillow. A dead silence pervaded the place, except when it was broken by occasional brief remarks made in a whisper. She was a mighty purty-looking young critter, they said. A sight younger-looking than her man. What's the child? Gal. Gal. That's a pity. Gals ain't much chance of being raised right whore they're left. Hain't he they any folks, neither on 'em? Nobody don't know. Nobody hain't he heard nothing about 'em. They was kinda curious about keeping to themselves. If either on 'em had any folks, even if they was only sort o' kin, they might take the chili. Meb they will. Seems to reason they must have some kin, even if they ain't nigh. Then the silence reigned again, and the woman at the bed's head gave her undivided attention to the slow, regular motion of her palm leaf fan. In the room beyond a small fire burned in spite of the warmth of the day, and divers small tin cups and pipkins simmered before and upon the cinders of it, Aunt Morning varying her other duties by moving them a shade nearer to the heat or farther from it, and stirring and tasting at intervals. Upon a low rocking chair before the hearth sat the wife of the family man before referred to. She was a tall, angular creature, the mother of 15, comprising in their number 3 sets of twins. She held her snuff stick between her teeth and the child on her lap, with an easy professional air. I hain't he never had to raise none o' mine by hand since Martin Luther, she remarked. I've been mighty glad on it, for he was a sight o' trouble. Kinda colicky and weakly. Never done no good till we got him off the bottle. He'd 1 cow's milk, too, all the time. I was powerful particular about that. I'd never have raised him if I hadn't been. And to this day Martin Luther hain't he what Polion and Orlando is. Dis yer chili ain't gwine to be no trouble to nobody, put in Aunt Morning. She's a powerful good chili to begin with, and she's a chili that's gwine to thrive. She hain't he done no crying uv no consequence yet, and whore a chili starts out that dar way it speaks well for her. If Morning had da raisin o' that chili, dar wouldn't be no trouble t all. Bile der milk well and dilute down right, and a chili like that ain't gwine to have no colic. My young Mr. Mars D. Willoughby bought me from, I've raised 3 o' hern, and I'm used to bilin' it right and dilutin' it down right. Dar's a heap in da dilutin'. Dis yer bottle's ready now, Miss Doty, ef ye want it. It's the very bottle I raised Martin Luther on, said Mrs. Doty. It brings back ole times to see it. She takes it purty well, don't she? Massy sakes! How efers she looks for sick a little thing. Later in the day there arose the question of how she should be disposed of for the night, and it was in the midst of this discussion that Tom de Willoughby entered. "There ain't but one room, I s'pose he'll sleep in that," said Mrs. Doty, "and the Lord knows he don't look the kind o' critter to know what to do with a chili. We hain't he none o' us seen him since this morning. I guess he's kinda wanderin' round. Does any of you know who he is? We might ax what he lows to do." Tom bent down over the child as it lay in the woman's lap. No one could see his face. I know what he's going to do, he said. He's going away tomorrow after the funeral. And take the child, in a chorus. No, said Tom, professing to be deeply interested in the unclosing of the small red fist. I'm going to take the child. There were 4 sharp exclamations, and for a second or so all 4 women gazed at him with open mouths. It was Mrs. Doty who first recovered herself sufficiently to speak. She gave him a lively dig with her elbow. Now, Tom D. Willoughby, she said, none of your foolin'. This year ain't no time for it. Mars D. Willoughby said, Aunt Morning, dis Chilly's mother's a lying dead in the next room. Tom stooped a trifle lower. He put out both his hands and took the baby in them. I'm not foolin', he said, rather uncertainly. I'm in earnest, ladies. The mother is dead and the man's going away. There's nobody else to claim her, he tells me, and so I'll claim her. There's enough of me to take care of her, and I mean to do it. It was so extraordinary a sensation, that for a few moments there was another silence, broken as before by Mrs. Doty. While she remarked, removing her snuff stick and expectorating into the fire. You've allus been kinda fond o' chillun, Tom, and meb she ain't as colicky by nature as Martin Luther was, but I muse say it's the curiousest thing I ever hear on, him a gwine away and giving her CLR up as ef he hadn't no sort o' natural feelings. I do say it's curious. He's a queer fellow, said Tom, a queer fellow. There's no denying that. That this was true was proven by his conduct during the time in which it was liable to public comment. Until night he was not seen, and then he came in at a late hour and, walking in silence through the room full of watchers, shut himself up in an inner chamber and remained there alone. He's taking it mighty hard, they said. Seems like it's kinda unsettled his mind. He never looked at the child once. He did not appear at all the next day until all was ready and Tom de Willoughby went to him. He found him lying on the bed, his haggard face turned towards the window. He did not move until Tom touched him on the shoulder. If you want to see her, he said. He started and shuddered. What, so soon, he said. So soon. Now Tom answered. Get up and come with me. He obeyed, following him mechanically, but when they reached the door, Tom stopped him. I've told them a story that suits well enough, he said. I've told them that you're poor and have no friends, and can't care for the child, and I've a fancy for keeping it. The mother is to lie out here on the hillside until you can afford to find a better place for her, perhaps at your own home. I've told the tale my own way. I'm not much of a hand at that kind of thing, but it'll do. I've asked you no questions. No, said the man, drearily. You've asked me no questions. Then they went together into the other room. There were 20 or 30 people in it, or standing about the door. It was like all mountain funerals, but for an air of desolateness even deeper than usual. The slender pine coffin was supported upon 2 chairs in the middle of the room, and the women stood or sat about, the more easily moved, weeping a little under the shadow of their calico sunbonnets. The men leaned against the doorposts, or sat on the wooden steps, bareheaded, silent, and rather restless. When Tom led his charge into the apartment, there was a slight stir and moving back of chairs to make way for him. He made his way straight to the coffin. When he reached it and looked down, he started. Perhaps the sight of the white dress with its simple girlish frills and home-like prettiness brought back to him some memory of happier days when he had seen it worn before. The pure, childlike face had settled into utter calm, and across the breast and in the hands were long, slender branches of the thickly flowering wild white clematis. Half an hour before Tom had gone into the woods and returned with these branches, which he gave to one of the younger women. "Put them on her," he said, awkwardly, "there ought to be some flowers about her." For a few moments there reigned in the room a dead silence. All eyes were fixed upon the man who stood at the coffin's side. He simply looked down at the fair dead face. He bestowed no caresses upon it, and shed no tears, though now and then there was to be seen a muscular contraction of his throat. At length he turned towards those surrounding him and raised his hand, speaking in a low voice. "Let us pray." It was the manner of a man trained to rigid religious observances, and when the words were uttered, something like an electric shock passed through his hearers. The circuit riders who stopped once or twice a month at the log churches on the roadside were seldom within reach on such an occasion as this, and at such times it was their custom to depend on any good soul who was considered to have the gift of prayer. Perhaps some of them had been wondering who would speak the last words now, as there was no such person on the spot, but the trained manner and gesture, even while it startled them by its unexpectedness, set their minds at rest. They settled themselves in the conventional posture, the women retiring into their bonnets, the men hanging their heads, and the prayer began. It was a strange appeal, one which only one man among them could grasp the meaning of, though all regarded its outpouring words with wonder and admiration. It was an outcry full of passion, dread, and anguish which was like despair. It was a prayer for mercy, mercy for those who suffered, for the innocent who might suffer, for loving hearts too tender to bear the bitter blows of life. The loving hearts, O God, he cried, the loving hearts who wait, who, more than one woman looked up from under her bonnet. His body began to tremble. He staggered and fell into a chair, hiding his face, shaking from head to foot in an agony of weeping. Tom made his way to him and bent over him. "Come with me," he said, his great voice broken. "Come with me into the air, it will quiet you, and we can wait until they come." He put his arm under his and supported him out of the house. 2 or 3 women began to rock themselves to and fro and weep aloud hysterically. It was only the stronger ones who could control themselves. He was standing at Tom's side then, when they came out a short time afterwards, walking slowly and carrying the light burden, which they lowered into its resting place beneath the pines. He was quite calm again, and made no sound or movement until all was over. Then he spoke to Tom. "Tell them," he said, "that I thank them. I can do no more." He walked back to the desolate house, and in a little while the people went their ways, each of them looking back a little wistfully at the cabin as he or she rode out of sight. When the last one was lost to view, Tom, who had loitered about, went into the cabin. The man was sitting in the empty room, his gaze fixed upon the two chairs left standing in the middle of it a few paces from each other. Tom moved them away and then approached him. "The child has been taken to my house," he said. "You don't want to see it?" "No." "Is there anything else I can do?" "No, nothing else," monotonously. "Are you going away?" "Yes, tonight." Tom glanced around him at the desolation of the poor, bare little place, at the empty bed, and the small trunk at the foot of it. "You are not going to stay here alone, man," he said. "Yes," he was answered. "I have something to do, I must be alone." Tom hesitated a moment. "Well," he said, at length, "I suppose I've done, then. Goodbye." "Goodbye," he was answered. The Lord will reward you." And then Tom crossed the room slowly and reluctantly, passed out, and closed the door after him. When he opened his own door, he struck his foot against something and stumbled over it. It was a primitive wooden cradle, somewhat like a box on rockers. A quilt of patchwork covered it, and upon the small pillow rested the round black head of his new possession. He stopped short to regard it. Aunt Morning had left it there while she occupied herself with preparing supper in the kitchen. It really looked quite comfortable. Gradually a smile established itself upon Tom's countenance. "By thunder," he said, "here you are, youngster, ain't you? You've come to stay, that's what you've come for." And, being answered by a slight stirring of the patchwork quilt, he put his foot out with much cautiousness, touched the rocker, and, finding to his great astonishment that he had accomplished this much safely, he drew up a chair, and, sitting down, devoted himself with laudable enthusiasm to engineering the small ark with a serious and domestic air. Chapter V. In 2 days' time the whole country had heard the news. The mystery of Blair's Hollow was revived and became a greater mystery than ever. The woman was dead, the man had disappeared. The cabin stood deserted, save for the few household goods which had been left just as they were on the day of the funeral. Not an article had been moved, though the woman to whom Tom de Willoughby, as the person most concerned, handed over the discarded property, did not find the little trunk, and noticed that articles had been burned in the fireplace in the front room. "There was a big pile o' ashes on the hearth," she said to her friends, "sorter like as if he'd been burnin' a heap o' little things o' one sort or 'nother. It kinder give me cold chills, it looked so lonesome when I shut the door arter the truck was gone. I left the ashes a-lying thar. I kinder had a curious feeling about touchin' on 'em. Nothing wouldn't hire me to live thar. D. Willoughby said he reckoned I could have moved right in if I wanted to, but, lawsy, I wouldn't have done it for nothing. but that which roused the greatest excitement in the community was Tom de Willoughby's course. At first Mrs. Doty's story of Big Tom's adoption of the child was scarcely accepted as being a possibility. The first man who heard it received it with a grin of disbelief. This individual was naturally Mr. Doty himself. "Minty," he said, "don't ye let him fool ye. Don't ye know Tom de Willoughby by this time? Ye de oughter. It's jest some o' his gas. Don't ye s'pose he hain't he got no more sense? What'd he do with it?" "Ye can believe it or not," replied Mrs. Doty, sharply, "but he's gwine to raise that young un, as sure as your name's Job. Morning's got her this minute." Mr. Doty indulged in a subdued chuckle. "A nice-looking fella he is to raise a infant babe," he remarked. "Lord a massy, if that thar ain't jest like one o' his doggone tales. He is the dundest critter," with reflective delight, "the dundest. Thar ain't nothing in Hamlin to come up to him." But the next day even Mr. Doty was convinced. After his customary visit to the crossroads, he returned to his family wearing a bewildered expression. It became a sheepish expression when his wife confronted him on the doorstep. "Wall, Job Doty," she remarked, "I guess you've found out by this time whether I was right or wrong." "Wall," answered Mr. Doty, throwing his saddle down on the porch, "I reckon I hev. She's thar sure enough, and it seems like he's gwine to keep her, but I wouldn't have believed it ef I hadn't seen it, doggoned ef I would. But, Lord, it's like him, arter all." And he brightened up and chuckled again. "I reckon he don't scarcely know what he's tuck in hand," said Mrs. Doty. "Him," answered Mr. Doty. "Tom. Lord. Tain't he a gwine to trouble Tom? He'll get along, Tom will. Tom de jus as lief as she was twins as not, meb liefer. It'd be a bigger thing for him to engineer en gas about ef she was. Ef you'd seen him bring her into the store to the boys en brag on her en spread hisself, I reckon ye wouldn't have minded 'bout Tom. Why, he's set on her, Minty, ready, as set as he kin be." The Crossroads post office had indeed been the scene of a sort of informal levee held by the newcomer, who had been thus presented to her fellow citizens. One man after another had dropped in to hear the truth of the story related, and each one had been dumbfounded at the outset by Tom's simple statement of fact. "Yes, I'm going to keep her, boys," he said. "She's in the back part of the house now. According to my calculations, she's drunk about 3 quarts of milk since morning, and seems to stand it pretty well, so I suppose she's all right." There were a great many jokes made at first, and a general spirit of hilariousness reigned, but it was observed by one of the keener-witted ones that, despite his jocular tone, there was an underlying seriousness in Tom's air which might argue that he felt the weight of his responsibility. When the women began to come in, as they did later in the day, he received them with much cordiality, rising from his chair to shake hands with each matron as she appeared. "Come in to see her, have you?" he said. "That's right. She's in the back room. Walk right in. Miss Simpson and Miss Lyle, I'd like some of you ladies to have a look at her. I'll go with you myself and hear what you have to say. He made the journey each time with a slight air of anxiety, leading the way to the wooden cradle, and standing over it like a Herculean guardian angel, listening attentively to all the comments made and all the advice given. She seems to be getting on pretty well, doesn't she? He enquired. Law, yes, said one matron. Just keep her kivered up and don't let no air strike her, and you won't have no trouble with her, I reckon. No air? Enquired Tom, in some trepidation. None at all. Wall, that's my way, was the answer. Some folks does difference rent, but I didn't never expose 'em none till they was more 'en a month old. Newborn babies is tender things. Yes, said Tom. Good Lord, yes. His visitor started at him perplexedly for a moment. Wall, she said. My man allus used to say they kinda skeered him long at the first. He kinda felt as if they'd meb come apart, or something. They allus sorter minded me o' young mice. Wall, you jest tell Morning to give her as much milk as she calls for, and don't let it bile too long, and she'll come on fine. The next visitor that entered uttered an exclamation of dismay. Ye repwint her kill her, she said. Thar ain't a breath o' air in the room, and thar ain't nothing a newborn baby wants more 'en plenty o' air. They're tender critters, and they kinty stand to be smothered up. Ye'll have her in spasms afore the day's over. Tom flung the doors and windows open in great alarm. It is hot, he said. It's hot enough out of doors, but Miss Simpson told me to keep her shut up, and I thought she'd had experience enough to know. Jane Simpson, with ill-concealed scorn. She'd oughter. She's had 6 to die in their second summer. I reckon she told ye to give her half-boiled milk as often as she wanted it. Tom reflected in manifest trepidation. She did tell me not to boil it too much, and to give it to her when she called for it, he said, slowly. Wall, if ye don't want her kill her, take my advice and bile it a good half hour. And don't give it to her oftener than once in 3 hours. She'll cry for it, but ye needn't mind. Ye'll get used to it. I don't believe in letting young uns have nothing out o' their reg'lar time. The next caller found Tom somewhat discouraged. He preceded her into the reception chamber with less alacrity than he had shown in his previous visits. She was a younger woman than the rest, and when she reached the cradle's side, she bent down and rearranged the cover with a soft touch. She's gwine to be a purty little thing, she said. She'll be sorter dark-complected, but she's gwine to have purty hair and eyes. Ye'll be right proud of her, Tom, when she's grown, and I guess she'll be a heap o' company to you. Lord, with a motherly sigh, it seems sorter curious her being left to a man, but you'll do well by her, Tom, you'll do well by her. I hain't no doubt o' that. You was always mighty clever with children. I'll do all I can for her, said Tom, though I suppose that isn't much. The young woman, She had left her own baby in the store with her husband, patted the little pillow lightly into shape. "You'll learn a heap by watching her," she said. "Just watch her close and she'll teach you herself." "What do you do about her milk?" anxiously. "I've been told to do several things," said Tom. "I've been told to boil it half an hour and not to boil it at all, and to give her all she wanted and not to give her all she wanted. I'm a little mixed about it. Well, I hain't had but 5, but I've allus let it come to a bile and then kinda used my reason about giving it. Seems like the majuma ye air with children, the better. But, Lordy, I guess morning knows." She raised her young mistresses. She kissed the child before she left it, and when she re-entered the store, hurriedly took her own struggling offspring from its father's arms, settled its pink dress and sunbonnet with a nervous, caressing motion, and, carrying it to the door, stood with it pressed against her breast while she seemed to be looking out at the distant mountains. She did not move until her husband had completed his purchases and came to her. And when she followed him out to take her place in the wagon, her eyes were bright and moist. "Don't ye take the Blair's Hollow Road, Dave," she said, as he touched up his horses. "Go round by Jones's." "What's your notion, Louise?" he asked. "'Tain't nothing but a notion, I reckon," she answered, "but I don't want to have to pass by that thar grave jest today. Take the other road." And being an easygoing, kindly fellow, he humored her and went the other way. In the store itself the spirit of hilariousness increased as the day advanced. By mail time the porch was crowded and Tom had some slight difficulty in maintaining order. "Say, boys," he said, "there's got to be quiet here. If we can't carry on the establishment without disturbing the head of the household at present asleep in the back room, this post office has to close and you can get a new postmaster. That'd suit you, I dare say. Some fellow, now, that wouldn't half tend to his business, not more than half, and that hadn't legislative ability enough to carry on a precinct, let alone a county. You want a man of that kind, I suppose. That's what you're working for." "Tom," said one of the younger ones, "bring her out and let's see her. You've been bragging on her all day, but ye hain't let us see her." Half a dozen others joined in the cry. "Yes," they said, "bring her out, Tom." Tom did not rise from his seat. He tilted his chair back and balanced himself on his heels, his hands thrust into his pockets. "Boys," he said, "I'll bring her out on one condition, and that is that there shall be no shines. I wouldn't have her scared or upset for a good deal. There's a joke in this sort of thing, I dare say, but it ain't all joke. If I bring her out and show her, there's to be no crowding and no row." It was agreed that there should be none, and he left his chair and went to the inner room again. When he returned, the men who had been lounging in the porch had come in, though perhaps not one among them understood his own unusual interest in the affair. Babies were not rarities in Hamlin County, every cabin and farmhouse in the region being filled to overflowing with white-headed, sunburnt youngsters. And yet when Tom appeared there was a moment of silence. The child was asleep, its tiny black head resting peacefully against the huge chest of its bearer. There was no trace of confusion or awkwardness in his face. He seemed well content with his burden, and perhaps it was the quiet of his manner as much as anything else which caused the slight hush to fall upon those around him. At last a middle-aged farmer stepped forward. He gave the child a long and rather curious look. "Gal, ain't it?" he enquired. "Yes," Tom answered. "Wall, 'tain't a bad thing fer her, she's got some UN to stand by her, gals needs it." Tom gave her a long look too. She was sleeping very quietly. It might have been her mother's breast she was lying against. "Well," he said, "here's a man to stand by her," and then he raised his head and looked at the rest of them. "Boys," he said, "that's a promise. Remember it." And he carried her back. Chapter 6. The rooms at the back had never seemed so quiet before as when, at the close of the day, he went into them. They seemed all the quieter by contrast with the excitement of the past hours. In the kitchen morning was giving the final touches to the supper, and in the room which was at once sitting room and bedroom, the wooden cradle had fitted itself in a corner near the fireplace and wore an air of permanent establishment remarkable to contemplate when one considered how unlooked for an incident it was. On the threshold of this apartment Tom paused a moment. Such silence reigned that he could hear the soft, faint breathing of the child as it lay asleep. He stopped a second or so to listen to it. Then he stooped down, and began to loosen his shoes gently. As he was doing it, Morning caught sight of him in passing the open door. "Mars Tom," she said, "what's ye a gwine fer to do?" "I'm going to take them off," he answered, seriously. "They'll make too much noise." The good soul in the kitchen chuckled. "Now," she said, "now, Mars Tom, dar ye go right now a settin' out to ruinate a good chili, 'stead o' ustin' it ter things, a settin' out ter ruinate it. Don't never tip around fer no chili. Don't ye never do it, en ye won't never have to tippin' round jest spiles 'em. Tell ye, Morning never tipped round when she had 'em ter raise. Morning started out right from de fust." Tom looked at the cradle. "She'll rest easier," he said. "And so shall I. I must get a pair of slippers." And he slipped out of his shoes and stood ready to spend the evening in his stocking feet. A solitary tallow candle stood upon the table, shedding its yellow light upon all surrounding objects to the best of its ability, and, seeing that its flickering brightness fell upon the small sleeper's face, he placed it at the farther end of the high mantel. "She'll be more comfortable," he said. And then sat down feeling at ease with his conscience. Morning went back to her supper shaking her head. "By de time she's a year old, dar won't be no managin' her," she said. "This allust away wid de men folks, allust too hard or too soft, better leave her to Morning en ust en her to things right at de start." There seemed little chance that she would be so ussened. Having finished his supper, Tom carried his pipe and newspaper into the kitchen. "I'll sit here a while," he said. "The smoke might be too much for her, and the paper rustles so. We'd better let her have her sleep out." But when the pipe was out and the last page of the paper read, he went back to his own room. The small arc stranded in his chimney corner was attractive enough to draw him there. It was a stronger attraction than it would have been to most men. He had always been fond of children and curious concerning them. There was not a child in the surrounding region who had not some remembrance of his rather too lavish good nature. A visit to the crossroads was often held out as a reward for circumspect behavior, and the being denied the treat was considered punishment heavy enough for most juvenile crimes. "If ye'd had young uns of your own, Tom, ye'd have ruined them," sure the secretly delighted matrons frequently remarked. "You'd let 'em run right over ye. I reckon ye keep that candy thar right a purpose to feed 'em on now, don't you?" His numerous admirers, whose affection for him was founded on their enjoyment of his ponderous witticisms and the humor which was the little leavening of their unexciting lives, had once or twice during the past few days found themselves unprepared for, and so somewhat bewildered by, the new mood which had now and then revealed itself. "It's kinder outer Tom's way to take things like he takes this, it looks onnatural," they said. If they had seen him as he drew up to the cradle's side, they would have discovered that they were confronting a side of the man of which they knew nothing. It was the man whose youth had been sore-hearted and desolate, while he had been too humble to realize that it was so, and with reason. If he had known lonely hours in the past 8 years, only the 4 walls of the little back room had seen them. He had always enacted his role well outside, but it was only natural that the 3 silent rooms must have seemed too empty now and again. As he bent over the cradle, he remembered such times, and somehow felt as if they were altogether things of the past and not to trouble him again. "She'll be life in the place," he said. "When she sleeps less and is old enough to make more noise, it will be quite cheerful." He spoke with the self-congratulating innocence of inexperience. A speculative smile settled upon his countenance. "When she begins to crawl around and needs looking after, it will be lively enough," he reflected. "She'll keep us busy, I dare say." It was a circumstance perhaps worthy of mention that he never spoke of the little creature as it. "She'll need a good deal of looking after," he went on. "It won't do to let her tumble around and take care of herself, as a boy might. We must be tender of her." He bent forward and drew the cover cautiously over the red flannel sleeve. "They think it a good joke, those fellows," he said, "but it isn't a joke with us, is it, young woman? We've a pretty big job to engineer between us, but I dare say we shall come out all right. We shall be good friends in the end, and that's a pretty nice thing for a lonely fellow to look forward to." Then he arose stealthily and returned to the kitchen. "I want you to tell me," he said to Morning, "what she needs. I suppose she needs something or other." She needs most everything, Mars Tom, was the answer. Seems like she hain't been provided furty all, no more nf she was a gwine ter be a yoon tucky that de Lord hisself had fitted out at de start. Well, said Tom, I'll go to Bairnisville tomorrow and talk to Judge Rutherford's wife about it. She'll know what she ought to have. And, after a few moments given to apparently agreeable reflection, he went back to the room he had left. He had barely seated himself, however, when he was disturbed by a low-sounding tap on the side door, which stood so far open as to allow of any stray evening breeze entering without reaching the corner of the chimney. "Come in," said Tom, not in a friendly roar, as usual, but in a discreetly guarded voice. The door was pushed gently open and the visitor stood revealed, blinking with an impartial air at the light within. "Don't push it wide open," said Tom. "Come in if you are going to, and leave it as it was." Mr. Stamps obeyed without making any noise whatever. It was one of his amiable peculiarities that he never made any noise, but appeared and disappeared without giving any warning, making himself very agreeable thereby at inopportune moments. He slipped in without a sound, deftly left the door in its previous position, and at once slipped into a chair, or rather took possession of one, by balancing himself on the extreme edge of it, arranging his legs on the lower bar with some dexterity. "Howdy," he said, meekly, having accomplished this. Tom's manner was not cordial. He stretched himself, put his hands in his pockets, and made no response to the greeting, which was, upon the whole, a rather unnecessary one, as Mr. Stamps had been hanging about the post office through the whole day, and had only wended his way homeward a few hours before. "Want anything?" he enquired. Mr. Stamps turned his hat around in his hands hurriedly. "No, I don't want nothing, Tom," he said. Then, after a pause, he added, very softly, "I just thought I'd step in." "Where are you going?" asked Tom. The hat was turned round again. "Whar was I a-gwine?" deprecatingly. "Whar? Oh, I was a-gwine to Martha's, I guess." "You're pretty late," remarked Tom. "Better lose no time, it's a pretty bad road between here and there." "So 'tis," replied Mr. Stamps, apparently struck with the originality of the suggestion. "So 'tis." He appeared to reflect deeply for a few seconds, but suddenly his eyes began to wander across the room and rested finally upon the corner in which the cradle stood. He jerked his head towards it. "It's thar, is it?" he enquired. "Yes, she's thar," Tom answered, rather crustily. "What of it?" "Oh, nothing, Tom, only it's kinda curious. "Well," said Tom, "I've not begun to look at it in that light yet myself." "Hain't ye, now," softly. "Hain't ye, Tom?" Then a faint little chuckle broke from him, not an intrusive chuckle, quite the contrary, a deprecatory and inadvertent sort of chuckle. "That ain't me," he ventured, inoffensively. "I've been a-thinking it was curious all along." "That ain't going to hurt anybody," responded Tom. Lord, no, quite in a hurry. Lord, no, tain't likely, but it kinda interested me, findin' out what I did. And he ended with a gently suggestive cough. Tom thrust his hands deeper into his pockets and covered as large an area of floor with his legs as was possible without upsetting Mr. Stamps's chair and at the same time that stealthy little man himself. "Oh, found out," he replied, "found out He checked himself with much suddenness, glancing at the cradle as he did so. "What did you find out?" he demanded, unceremoniously, and with manifest contempt. "Let's hear." Mr. Stamps coughed again. "'Twan't much, meb," he replied, cautiously, "and then again, meb 'twas. It was kinda interesting, though. That thar was a good prayer o' his warn't he it?" "Yes," admitted Tom, rather blusteringly. "I dare say it was. I suppose you are a better judge of prayers than I am." "I'm a purty good judge on 'em," modestly. "I'd oughter be, being a class leader en uster kinda criticisen. I don't never do it much in public myself, but I've allus criticized them as did." That sounded more professionaler than they are mostly, unless coming from them, as has been raised to it. "Did it?" said Tom. "Yes, it was more professionaler." Then he turned his hat again, setting it more carefully on his knee. He also fixed his eyes on Tom with a harmless smile. "They was Northerners." Tom started, but managed to recover himself. "You might have mentioned that before," he remarked, with sarcasm. "I did," said Mr. Stamps, "along at the start, Tom, but ye wouldn't none on ye believe me." Tom remembered that this was true, it having been Mr. Stamps who suggested the Northern theory which had been so unitedly scouted by his hearers at the time of its propounding. "Ain't he stayed as steady in North Carolina as the rest on 'em," repeated Mr. Stamps. "When I was younger, I kinda launched out vunt. I thought I could make money faster if I was in a more money-markin'er place, and I launched out. I went north a spell and was thar a right smart while. I sorter steadied the folks' ways and I got to knowin' 'em when I seed 'em and heard 'em talk. I knowed her for one the minute I set eyes on her and hearn her speak. I didn't say nothing much to the rest on ye, 'cause I knows ye'd make light on it, but I knowed it was jest that our way with the Northerners." "Well," said Tom, "it's valuable information, I suppose." Mr. Stamps coughed. He turned his hat over and looked into its greasy and battered crown modestly. "It mout be," he replied, "and then again it moutn't. It moutn't be if thar was nothing else to go 'long with it. They was hidin' something, you know, and they sorter heap on keeping it hid. Ef a body knowed the whole thing from the start, that be interestin', and it you'd be valuable too." "Valuable be Tom began, but he checked himself once more on glancing at the cradle. But Mr. Stamps was so far interested that he did not read the warning he might have read in the suddenly repressed outbreak. As he neared his goal he became a little excited and incautious. He leaned forward, blinking rapidly. "They wasn't no man and wife," he said. "Lord, no. NF the two as knowed most on MN was kinda quickest at reading signs, D kinda go partners and have confidence in one another, and sorta lay to and work it out and follow it up. It you'd be valuabler than stores, or post offices, or farms to both on 'em." And he leaned so far forward and blinked so fast that he lost his balance and almost fell off his chair. It was Tom who saved him from his fall, but not from that tender consideration for his physical security which such an act would argue. Tom gathered up his legs and strode across to him almost before he had finished speaking. For the time being he had apparently forgotten the cradle and its occupant. He seized the little man by the back of his collar and lifted him bodily out of his chair and shook him as a huge mastiff might have shaken a rat, agitating the little legs in the large trousers with a force which gave them, for a few seconds, the most active employment. "You confounded, sneaking, underhand little thief," he thundered. "You damned little scoundrel. You," and he bore him out of doors, set him struggling astride his mule which was cropping the grass, and struck that sagacious animal a blow upon her quarters which sent her galloping along the Bairnisville road at a pace which caused her rider to cling to her neck and body with arms and legs, in which inconvenient posture he remained, unable to recover himself, for a distance of at least half a mile. Tom returned to the back room in some excitement. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a shrill cry from the cradle. He ruefully regarded the patchwork quilt which seemed to be struggling violently with some unseen agency. "Doggone him," he said, innocently, "he's wakened her, by thunder." And he sat down, breathing heavily from his bodily exertion, and began to rock the cradle with a vigor and gravity which might have been expected to achieve great results, if morning had not appeared and taken his charge into her own hands. Chapter 7. The next day Tom went to Bairnisville. He left the crossroads on horseback early in the morning, and reached his journey's end at noon. He found on arriving at the town that the story of his undertaking had preceded him. When he drew rein before Judge Rutherford's house and having dismounted and tied his horse to the fence, entered the gate, the judge's wife came out upon the porch to meet him with her baby in her arms. She greeted him with a smile. "Well," she said, "I must say I am glad to see you. The judge brought us a nice story from the country yesterday. What have you been doing at the crossroads?" I told the judge I didn't believe a word of it. "There, sit down in this chair and tell me right away." "Well," answered Tom in a businesslike manner, "it's true or I shouldn't be here today. I've come to ask your advice about things in general." Mrs. Rutherford uttered a little cry of delighted curiosity and surprise. "Gracious," she exclaimed, "I never heard such a thing. Mother," turning her head to call to someone in the room beyond, "it's all true about the baby. Do come and hear Mr. de Willoughby tell about it." She sat down on the steps of the porch laughing and yet regarding Tom with a half-sympathetic, half-curious look. It was not the first time she had found him unexpectedly mysterious. "Where's the father?" she said. "Didn't he care for the poor little thing at all?" The judge heard that he was so poor that he couldn't take care of it. Hadn't he any friends? It has a kind of heartless sound to me, his going away that way. He was poor, said Tom, quietly. And he had no relatives who could take the child. He didn't know what to do with it. I think he had a chance of making a living out west and the blow seemed to have stunned him. "And you took the baby," put in Mrs. Rutherford. "Yes," Tom answered, "I took the baby." "Is it a pretty baby?" "Yes," said Tom, "I think it is." Just then the judge's mother came out and he was called upon to tell the story again, when it was received with interest even more excited and wondering than before. The older Mrs. Rutherford exclaimed and looked dubious alternately. "Are you sure you know what to do with it?" she asked. "Well, no," said Tom, "I'm not. I suppose I shall have to educate myself up to it gradually. There'll be a good deal to learn, I suppose." But he did not appear at all discouraged, and presently broached the object of his visit, displaying such modest readiness to accept advice and avail himself of all opportunities for acquiring valuable information, that his young hostess was aroused to the deepest admiration, and when he proceeded to produce quite a large memorandum book with a view to taking an immediate list of all required articles, and established rules, she could scarcely contain her delight. "I want to do it all up in the proper way," he said. Thereupon he was borne into the house and a consultation of the most serious practical nature was held. Piles of the last baby's pretty garments being produced to illustrate any obscure point. The sight of those garments with their embroidery and many frills fired Tom with new enthusiasm. He could not resist the temptation to pick up one after another of the prettiest and most elaborate and hold them out at arm's length, his fingers stuck through the sleeves the better to survey and display them to advantage. "Yes," he kept saying, "that's the kind of thing she wants, pretty and with plenty of frills." He seemed to set his heart especially upon this abundance of frills and kept it in view throughout the entire arrangements. Little Mrs. Rutherford was to take charge of the matter, purchasing all necessaries and superintending the work of placing it in competent hands. "Why," she said, laughing at him delightedly, "she'll be the best-dressed baby in the county." "I'd like her to be among the best," said Tom, with a grave face, "among the best." Whereupon Mrs. Rutherford laughed a little again, and then quite suddenly stopped and regarded him for a moment with some thoughtfulness. "He has some curious notions about that baby, mother," she said afterwards. "I can see it in all he says. Everyone mightn't understand it. I'm not sure I do myself, but he has a big, kind heart, that Tom de Willoughby, a big, kind heart." She understood more clearly the workings of the big, kind heart before he left them the next morning. At night, after she had put her child to sleep, she joined him on the front porch, where he sat in the moonlight, and there he spoke more fully to her. He had seated himself upon the steps of the porch and wore a deeper reflective air, as he played with a spray of honeysuckle he had broken from its vine. She drew up her rocking chair and sat down near him. "I actually believe you are thinking of that baby now," she said, with a laugh. "You really look as if you were." "Well," he admitted, "the fact is that's just what I was doing, thinking of her." "Well, and what were you thinking?" "I was thinking," holding his spray of honeysuckle between his thumb and forefinger and looking at it in an interested way, "I was thinking about what name I should give her." "Oh," she said, "she hasn't any name." "No," Tom answered, without removing his eyes from his honeysuckle, "she hasn't any name yet." "Well," she exclaimed, "they were queer people." There was a moment's silence which she spent in looking curiously both at him and his honeysuckle. "What was her mother's name?" she asked at last. "I don't know." Mrs. Rutherford sat up in her chair. "You don't know?" "She was dying when I saw her first, and I never thought of asking." "But her father?" "I didn't think of asking that either, and nobody knew anything of them. I suppose he was not in the frame of mind to think of such things himself. It was all over and done with so soon. He went away as soon as she was buried." Mrs. Rutherford sank back into her chair. "It's the strangest story I ever heard of in my life," she commented, with a sigh of amazement. "The man must have been crazed with grief. I suppose he was very fond of his wife." "I suppose so," said Tom. There was another pause of a few moments, and from the thoughts with which they occupied it Mrs. Rutherford roused herself with a visible effort. "Well," she said, cheerily, "let it be a pretty name." "Yes," answered Tom, "it must be a pretty one." He turned the bit of honeysuckle so that the moonlight fell on its faintly tinted flower. It really seemed as if he felt he should get on better for having it to look at and refer to. "I want it to be a pretty name," he went on, "and I've thought of a good many that sounded well enough, but none of them seemed exactly to hit my fancy in the right way until I thought of one that came into my mind a few moments ago as I sat here. It has a pleasant meaning. I don't know that there's anything in that, of course, but I've got a sort of whim about it." "I suppose it's a whim." "What do you think," looking very hard at the honeysuckle, "of Felicia?" "I think," said his companion, "that it is likely to be the best name you could give her, for if she isn't a happy creature it won't be your fault." "Well," said Tom, "I've set out to do my best and I'd like to give her a fair start in every way, even in her name, though there mayn't be anything in it, but I'd like to do it. I suppose it's time I should be having some object in life. I've never had one before, and I've been a useless fellow. Well, I've got one now by chance, and I'm bound to hold on to it and do what I can. I want her to have what chances I can give her on her side, and it came into my mind that Felicia—" He stopped to consult the honeysuckle, as it were, and Jenny Rutherford broke in. "Yes," she said, "Felicia is the name for her, and it's a beautiful thought." "Oh," interrupted Tom, bestirring himself uneasily, "it's a natural thought. She needs all she can get to balance the trouble she began life with." Most other little chaps begin it in a livelier way, in a way that's more natural, born into a home, and all that. It's a desolate business that she should have no one but a clumsy fellow like me to pick her up, and that there should be a shadow of trouble and pain and death over her from the first. Good Lord, with a sudden movement of his big arm, let's sweep it away if we can. The thought so stirred him, that he turned quite around as he sat. Look here, he said, that's what I was aiming at when I set my mind on having her things frilled up and ornamented. I want them to be what they might have been if she had been born of a woman who was happy and well cared for and loved, as if she had been thought of and looked forward to and provided for in a tender way, as they say young mothers do such things. You know how that is. I don't, perhaps. I've only thought of it sometimes, his voice suddenly dropping. But he had thought of it often, in his lonely back room one winter a few years ago, when it had drifted to him that his brother de Courcy was the father of a son. Mrs. Rutherford leaned forward in her seat, tears rose in her eyes, and she put her hand impulsively on his shoulder. "Oh," she cried, "you are a good man. You're a good man, and if she lives, she will tell you so and love you with all her heart. I will see to the little clothes just as if they were Nellie's own, Nellie being the baby, or more properly speaking, the last baby, as there were others in the household. And if there is anything I can ever do for the little thing, let me do it for her poor young mother's sake." Tom thanked her gratefully. "I shall be glad to come to you often enough, I reckon," he said. "I guess she'll have her little sick spells, as they all do, and it'll help wonderfully to have someone to call on. There's her teeth now," anxiously, "they'll be coming through in a few months, and then there'll be the dues to pay." He was so overwhelmed by this reflection, that he was silent for some minutes afterwards and was only roused by a question requiring a reply. Later the judge came in and engaged him in political conversation, all the judge's conversation being of a political nature and generally tending to vigorous denunciations of some candidate for election who belonged to the opposite party. In Bairnesville political feeling ran high, never running low, even when there was no one to be elected or defeated, which was very seldom the case, for between such elections and defeat there was always what had been done or what ought to have been done at Washington to discuss, it being strongly felt that without the assistance of Bairnesville, Washington would be in a sorry plight indeed. Today the judge had been engaged in a livelier discussion than usual as he rode homeward with a select party of legal brethren from court at Brownsborough, and consequently made his appearance blustering and joyous. He bestowed upon his wife a sounding kiss, and, with one arm around her waist, shook hands with Tom in a gust of hospitality, speaking to both at once. "Howdy, Jenny." "Howdy, Tom. It's a coon's age since we've seen you, Tom. Time you showed yourself. How are the children, Jenny, and what's Tom Scott been doing? What's this we hear about that stray young one? Nice tale that is to tell on a fellow. Fowler heard it at Brownsborough and like to have killed himself. Lord! How hot it's been. I'm ready for supper, Jenny. Sit down, Tom. As soon as I get through supper, we'll have a real old-fashioned talk. I've been suffering for 3 months. Jenny, tell Sophronia to spread herself on her waffles, for I've been getting some mighty poor stuff for the last few days. What do you think of Thatcher running for the legislature? Lord! Lord! What a fool that fellow is! Most unpopular man in the county, and about the meanest too. Mean! Lord! Mean ain't the name for it. He'll be beat so that any other man wouldn't want to show his head, and it won't make a mark on him. Nellie's asleep, ain't she, Jenny? I've got to go and look at her and the rest of them. Don't you want to come along, Tom? You're a family man yourself now, and you ought to take an interest. He led the way into the family room at the back and, taking the candle from the high mantel, moved it triumphantly over the beds in which the children slept. "Here's Tom Scott," he announced. Tom Scott's got to have a crib to himself. Look at him now. What do you think of that for a boy? He's 5 years old next month, and he about runs Bairnisville. The boys round here are just ruining him with making much of him and setting him up to tricks. He just lives round at the stores and the post office. And what Tom Scott don't know ain't worth knowing. Came home with 6 jackknives in his pockets the first day Jenny turned him out in pantaloons. The boys tried themselves to see who could do best by him. You could hear them shouting and laughing all over the town at the things they got him to say. I tell you he's a case, Tom is. Last election he was as stirred up as any of us. Hollered rough or Collins until he was hoarse, and his mother brought him home and gave him syrup of squills because she thought he had the croup. What do you think he did, now? Went into Barton's store and ordered a bushel of chestnuts to be sent down to my account, and brought em out and set on the horse block and gave a treat for Collins. I was coming up home and saw the crowd and heard the hollering and laughing, and there was Tom in the middle bailing out his chestnuts and hollering at the top of his voice, "Come on, boys, all you Collins men, here's a treat for Collins." I thought Collins would have died when he heard it. He laughed until he choked, and the next day he came to see Tom and gave him a gold eagle and a colt. He says he is going to give him a little nigger to look after it, and he'll do it. Oh, Tom Scott's the boy. He'll be in the White House 40 years from now. He's making a beeline for it right now. And he bent and kissed the little fellow's sunburnt rosy cheek. His mother and his grandmother can't do a thing with him, he said, rapturously, and it's as much as I can do to manage him. Oh, he's a case, is Tom Scott. And with this tribute to his character, he left him to his slumbers, with his sturdy little legs occupying an extensive area of crib and his face resting on his small brown arm. After this, the judge went to his supper and consumed a large quantity of fried chicken, waffles, and coffee, afterwards joining Tom on the porch, smoking his pipe and stigmatizing Thatcher in a loud and jovial voice as the meanest man in Hamlin. but for this resonant jovialness of voice, his denunciation of the Democratic Party, which was not his party, might have appeared rather startling. "There isn't an honest man among them," he announced. "Not a darned one. They're all the same. Cut each other's throats for a dime, the whole caboodle. Oh, damn a Democrat anyhow, Tom, tain't in the nature of things that they should be anything but thieves and rascals. Just look at the whole thing. It's founded on lies and corruption and scoundrelism. That's their foundation. They start out on it, and it ain't reasonable to expect anything better of them. Good Lord. If I thought Tom Scott would join the Democrats, I believe I'd blow his brains out in his crib this minute." Tom's part in this discussion was that of a large-minded and strictly impartial listener. This was the position he invariably assumed when surrounded by political argument. He was not a politician. His comments upon political subjects being usually of a sarcastic nature, and likely to prove embarrassing to both parties. "Yes," he said in reply to the judge's outpourings, "you're right. There ain't a chance for them, not an eternal chance. You can't expect it, and it ain't all their fault either. Where are they to get their decent men from, unless some of you fellows go over? Here you are without a liar or a fool among you, not a darned one, made a clean sweep of all the intellect and honesty and incorruptible worth in the country and hold on to it too, and then let out on these fellows because there isn't any left for 'em. I'm a lazy man myself and not much on argument, but I must say that's a weak place in your logic. You don't give 'em a show at the start, that's their misfortune." "Oh, go to thunder," roared the judge, amiably. "You don't know the first thing about it and never did. That's where you fail, in politics. The country would be in a mighty poor fix if we had many fellows like you, in a mighty poor fix. You're a good citizen, Tom, but you ain't a politician." "That's so," said Tom. "I ain't good enough for your party or bad enough for the other. When a man's got to be either a seraphim or a Democrat, there isn't much chance for an ordinary fellow to spread himself." Whereupon the judge in an altogether friendly manner consigned him to thunder again and, evidently enjoying himself immensely, proceeded to the most frightful denunciations of Thatcher and his party, the mere list of whose crimes and mental incapacities should have condemned them to perdition and the lunatic asylum upon the spot without further delay. While he was in the midst of this genial loud-voiced harangue, his wife, who had been in the back room with the baby, came out and, on seeing her, he seemed suddenly to forget his animosities and the depraved political condition of the country altogether, becoming a placeable, easily pleased, domesticated creature at once. "Got Nellie to sleep again, have you?" he said, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Well, let's go in and have some music. Come and sing The Last Rose of Summer. That's my favorite, it beats all the newfangled opera things all to pieces." He led the way into the parlor, which was a large square room, regarded by Bairnesville as the most sumptuous of reception chambers, inasmuch as its floor was covered by a Brussels carpet adorned with exotics of multifarious colors, its walls ornamented with massively framed photographs, and its corners fitted up with whatnots and shining haircloth seats known in Hamlin County as tete-a-tetes, and in that impressive character admired beyond expression. Its crowning glory, however, was the piano, which had belonged to Jenny Rutherford in her boarding school days, and was the delight of the judge's heart. It furnished him with his most cherished recreation in his hours of repose from political conflict and argument, inasmuch as he regarded his wife's performance seldom to be equaled and never surpassed, and the soft, pleasant voice with which she sang the last rose of summer and other simple and sentimental melodies as that of a cantatrice whose renown might have been worldwide if she had chosen to turn her attention to its development. "Lord," he said, throwing himself into one of the shining armchairs, "there's nothing like music, nothing under the shining sun. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast." This in his most sonorous quotation tones. "Let a man get tired or out of sorts, or infernal mad at a pack of cursed fools, and music's the thing that'll set him straight every time, if he's any sort of a fellow. A man that ain't fond of music ain't of any account on God's green earth. I wouldn't trust him beyond a broom straw. There's a mean streak in a man that don't care for music, sure. Why, the time the Democrats elected Peyton, the only thing that saved me from bursting a blood vessel was Jenny's playing My Lodgings on the Cold Ground with variations. I guess she played it for 2 hours hand running, because when I found it was sort of soothing me, I didn't want her to break in on the effect by beginning another. Play it for Tom, Jenny, after you've sung a while. There's one thing I've made up my mind to: if I had 50 girls, I'd have 'em all learn music if they didn't know anything, not the operatic kind, you know, but enough to teach them to sing to a man like Jenny does. Go on, Jenny." The sustaining and cheering effects of Sophronia's fried chicken and waffles probably added to his comfortable enjoyment, which was without limit. He leaned back in his armchair as far as the stiffly ornamented back would admit of his so doing, and kept time with his head or his feet, occasionally joining in on a chorus with startling suddenness in an evidently subdued roar, which, though subdued, was still roaring enough, and, despite the excellence of its intention, quite out of tune enough to cause the wax flowers in their wax basket on the table, both done by Jenny at boarding school, to shake under the glass shade until they tapped against its side with a delicate tinkle. It was while this was going on that Tom, sitting near a side table, picked up a book and almost unconsciously opened it and read its title. Having read its title, an expression of interest showed itself on his countenance, and he turned over a leaf or so, and as he turned them over dipped into them here and there. He had the book in his hand when Jenny Rutherford ended her last chorus and came towards him. "Do you go much by this?" he asked. She took it from him and glanced at it. "I brought Tom Scott up on it," she said. "Mother wasn't with me then, and I was such a child I did not know what to do with him." "Seems to be a good sort of book," said Tom, and he turned over the leaves again. "It is," she answered, smiling at him. "There are lots of things in it every doctor don't know. It was written by a woman." "That's the reason, I reckon," said Tom. He laid the book down and seemed to forget it, but about an hour after, when his bedroom candle was brought and he was on the point of retiring for the night, he turned upon the threshold of the sitting-room and spoke to his hostess in the tone of one suddenly recollecting himself. "Where did you say you got that book?" he inquired, snuffing his candle with his thumb and forefinger. "I didn't say at all," answered Jenny. "I got it from Bruff and Brothers, Baltimore." "Oh, there," he remarked. "Good night." When he reached his room and shut himself in, he set his candlestick on a table and proceeded to draw from his pocket the memorandum book, also producing the stump of a lead pencil. Then he made, as he stood up before the looking-glass and in the flickering light of the candle, an entry which was as follows: "Advice to young mothers, Bruff and Brothers." He made it with a grave countenance and a business-like manner, and somehow, owing it may be to the small size of the room, its low ceilings and many shadows, or the flickering of the candle, his colossal height and breadth of body and tremendous look of strength had never seemed so marked nor appeared so to overpower the objects surrounding him. Having completed the entry, he shut up the book and returned it to his pocket with a relieved air. "If a man ain't a young mother," he remarked, "I guess he can get the good of it, if he gives himself time. And what she wants, rather hurriedly, is to get as good a start as if she had a young mother." And he sat down and pulled off his right boot in so absorbed a frame of mind, that he aroused presently with a start to find that he was holding it as if it had been made of much less tough material and required handling tenderly. Chapter 8. He was on his way homeward early the next morning, and by noon his horse had climbed the rising ground from which he could look down on the crossroads and the post office baking itself brown in the sun. Catching sight of the latter edifice, he smiled a little and shook the bridle against his steed's warm neck. "Get along, Jake," he said. "I'm in a little more of a hurry to get home than usual, seems that way anyhow." The eagerness he felt was a new experience with him and stirred his sense of humor even while it warmed his always easily moved heart. It had been his wont during the last 8 years to return from any absence readily but never eagerly or with any touch of excited pleasure. Even at their brightest aspect, with the added glow of fire and warmth and good cheer, and contrast to winter's cold and appetite sharpened by it, the back rooms had always suffered from the disadvantage of offering no prospect of companionship or human interest to him. After the supper had been disposed of and the newspapers read and the pipe smoked, there had only been the fire to watch, and it was quite natural to brood as its blaze died down and its logs changed to a bed of glowing cinders. Under such circumstances it was easy to fall into a habit of brooding too much and thinking of things which had better been forgotten. When there was no fire, it had been lonelier still, and he had found the time hang heavily on his hands. But now, he said, shaking his bridle again, there she is, and it's quite queer, by thunder, how much she seems to give a man to think of, and what will it be when she begins to talk?" And his smile ended in a jovial laugh which rather startled Jake, who was not expecting it, and caused him to shy promptly. She was not asleep when he entered her presence, which was so unusual a state of affairs that he found it a little alarming. "Hello," he exclaimed, "there's nothing wrong, I hope?" "With that chili," chuckled Morning, delightedly. "I should think not, Mars D. Willoughby. That our chilies a thrivin' and a coming long jays like she'd oughter. Dar ain't a gwine to be nothing wrong with that chili." "That's a good thing," said Tom. He sat down by the cradle's side and regarded its occupant with an interest as fresh as if she had just appeared for the first time upon his horizon. She had been imbibing a large quantity of milk, and the effect of this nourishment had been to at once compose her spirits and slightly enliven them. So she employed the passing moments by looking at Tom with steadfast and solemn eyes, not, perhaps, very intelligently, but still with a vacant air of interest in him in his character of an object. "Why," he said, she's grown in 36 hours, and she's improved too." "Oh, yes. She's coming along nicely." He touched her very carefully with his large forefinger, a liberty which she did not resent or even notice, unless the fact that she winked both eyes might be regarded as a token of recognition. "We'll have a box full of things here for her in a couple of weeks," he said. "And then she can start out in life. The last 4 words seemed to please him. As he repeated them, he touched her cheek again, carefully as before. "And start out fair, too," he added. "Fair and square as any of them." He remained a little longer in his seat by the cradle, talking to Morning, asking her questions and delivering messages laden with advice from little Mrs. Rutherford, which instructions Aunt Morning plainly regarded as superfluous. "Now, Mars D. Willoughby," she giggled in amiable scorn, "didn't I raise for my young mistresses? Morning ain't no spring chicken. Dar ain't nothing 'bout chillin' Morning ain't heerd. Leave dis yer chili to Morning." "She ain't going to be left to anyone," said Tom, cheerfully, "not to the best woman in Hamlin County. We've got to make up to her for 2 or 3 things, and we're going to do it." Having relieved himself of which sentiment, he went to his place at the table and ate a mighty dinner, during his enjoyment of which meal he did not lose interest in his small silent partner at all, but cast proud glances and jocular sallies at her every few mouthfuls, partaking of her, as it were, with his mountain trout, and finding her add flavor and zest to his hot cornbread and fried ham. When he had ended his repast with an astonishing draught of buttermilk, and was ready to go into the store, she had dozed off cozily again and was making the best of her opportunities, so he only paused for a moment to give her a farewell glance. "Yes," he said, "Felicia, that'll do. When you come to the meaning of it, I don't know of anything else that'd seem to start her out as fair, Felicia." And though he said the word in a whisper, it seemed to reach her ear in some mysterious way, for she stirred slightly, though not as through any sense of disturbance, opened her eyes upon his big figure and, closing them the next instant, sank into soft sleep again with the faintest dawn or ghost of a baby smile upon her face. So, nestling under the patchwork quilt and sleeping the hours away in the small ark stranded in the chimney corner, she began life. Felicia was received by Talbot's Crossroads with some difference of opinion. "I'd rather had Mirandy or Lucretia," said Mrs. Doty. "Felicia ain't nigh as showy as a heap o' other names, and like as not, folks'll be calling her Efflish. Now thar's Vangeline and Clementine and Eveline that'd ha' been showier than Felicia." Tom put in Mr. Doty, with his usual enjoyment of his friend's weakness and strength. Tom he'd a notion 'bout it. He said it meant SOMN 'bout her being happy, and he loaded it'd kinda give her a start in the right direction. It's Jay's like Tom. He's full o' notions when he gets started. I'll back him agin any man in Hamlin fer notions when he gets started. Lord! It's Jay's Tom all over. Through a disposition to take even names easily and avoid in all cases any unnecessary exertion, Mrs. Doty's pronunciation was adopted at once, which was perhaps the principal reason for a fanciful change being made not long afterwards. Against Effleshire Tom rebelled loudly and without ceasing, but without effect. The fanciful change came about and was adopted in this wise. In the course of a couple of weeks the box of little garments arrived from Bairnesville, accompanied by a warm-hearted note from Jenny Rutherford. The unpacking of the box, which was not a large one, though it seemed to contain an astonishing number of things, most of them of great length and elaborateness, was to Tom a singularly exciting event, so exciting that he found himself wondering and not at all sure that he understood it. When he opened the box, Morning standing at his side, her charge in her arms, he did it with tremulous fingers, and when, having laid one article after another in a snowy drift upon the bed, he drew back to look at them, he found it necessary after a few moments' inspection to turn about and pace the floor, not uneasily, but to work off steam as it were, while Morning uttered her ejaculations of rapture. "I never seen nothing like 'em afore, Mars D. Willoughby," she said with many excitable giggles. "Dis your chillies a gwine to take the flow sure as yo born. Sick a settin' out as that is. She'll git ter putting on airs afore she's a year ole. We'll hev ter give her a settin' down once in a while to keep her straight. Miss Rutherford, she was bound to do it up in style, she was." Tom took one hand out of his pocket and ruffled his hair with it, and then put it back again. "Your young mistresses now," he suggested, "I suppose they are about such things as their mothers made for them." "Lordy, dey's a heap finer, Mars D. Willoughby, a heap finer. Dey was rich folks' chillun, but dey never hed sick a settin' out as dis year, not one on 'em." "They didn't," said Tom, with secretly repressed exultation. "Well, if they didn't, I guess she'll do. They are rather nice, I reckon, and I meant they should be. Say, Morning, suppose you dress her up and let me show her to the boys." He himself picked out the sumptuous long-skirted garments she was to wear and watched with the deepest interest the rather slow process of her attiring. He was particularly pleased with a wonderfully embroidered white cloak and lace cap, which latter article he abstractedly tied on his great fist and found much too small for it. His triumph, when she was given to his arms, he did not attempt to conceal, but carried her into the store with the manner of a large victor bearing his spoils. "Now look here, boys," he announced, being greeted with the usual laughter and jocular remarks. "This ain't the style of thing we want. Hand a man a chair." His customary support being produced, he seated himself in it, keeping his charge balanced with a dexterity and ease quite wonderful to behold. "What we want," he proceeded, "is a more respectful tone. Something in the elaborate chivalric style, and we're going to have it. What we want is to come into this establishment feeling that there's no risk of our being scared or upset by any darned fool startling us and setting our delicate machinery wrong. We've come here to stay, and we expect to be more familiar with things as we grow older, and the thing for us is to start out right without any disagreeable impressions. We don't want to say when we're brought in here, 'Why, here's the place where that fool gave me such a start last week. I wonder if he's here again.' What we want is to feel that here's a place that's home, and a place that a person's likely to look forward to coming to with the view to I should say to a high old time of an agreeable description." "She's going to be a doggone purty critter," said a lounger who sat on a barrel nearby. "She ain't nothing like her mother," said another, "though she was a purty critter when I seed her." He had only seen her in her coffin. "She ain't like her father," put in another. Tom moved in his chair uneasily. "She won't be like either of them," he said. "Let that go." There was a tone in his voice which more than one among them had now and again noticed with some slow bewilderment during the last few weeks, a tone new to them, but which in time they grew used to, though they never understood its meaning. "Kinda," they used to say, as if he was mad or roughed up, though it warn't he that exactly, either. "Black eyes, ain't he?" she inquired the man on the barrel. "Yes. Ha. That's my kinda women, black eyes ha, and kinda spirity. They've more devil to 'em and is better able to take care of 'emselves." "She's got someone to take care of her," answered Tom. "That's my business." "You've got her mightily fixed up," Tom remarked Mr. Doty, who had just entered. "You'll have all the women in the country flocking up. She sorta makes me think o' the Queen o' Sheby. She was great on fixin'." Every man who entered, seeing her as she lay in state in Tom's lap, was drawn towards her to stand and wonder at her vaguely. There developed a tendency to form small and rather silent groups about her. Infancy was no novelty in this region of numerous progenies, but the fine softness of aliment and delicate sumptuousness of infancy were. More than one man, having looked at her and wandered away, was unable to resist the temptation to wander back again and finally to settle in some seat or box upon a barrel, that he might the better indulge his curiosity and interest. "Ye must have spent a heap on her," Tom was said respectfully again and again. The fact that a heap had been spent on her inspired the audience with a sense of her importance, which amounted to reverence. That she represented an apparently unaccountable expenditure was considered to reflect credit upon her, however vaguely, and to give her a value not to be lightly regarded. To Mr. Doughty the idea of the Queen of Shebe appeared to recur persistently, all his imaginings of the poetic, the dramatic, and luxurious being drawn from scriptural sources. "I can't think o' nothing else but Shebe when I look at her," he remarked several times. "She minds me more o' Shebe than anything else in Scripture. Min'll jest hev to come ter see her." This boldness of imagery struck a chord in the breast of his hearers which responded at once. It was discovered that more than one of them had been reminded in some indefinite manner of the same distinguished personage. "When she was considerable younger than in Solomon's time," said one gentleman with much solemnity. Tom himself was caught by the fancy, and when his charge was referred to occasionally in a most friendly spirit as Shebitha, he made no protest against it. "It's a thunderation sight better than Fleshire," he said, "and if it comes easier to you fellows, I've no objection. Shebe ain't bad. There's a kind of swing to it, and you can't get it very far wrong. The other's a good name spoiled, and it's a name I've a fancy for saving for her. I gave it to her, I'll save it for her, and it shall be a thing between us two. Call her Shebe if you like." So it fell out that Mr. Doughty's Oriental imaginings sealed her fate, and gradually, by a natural process, Felicia was abandoned for Shebe, even Tom using it upon all ordinary occasions. Having in this manner begun life, a day rarely passed in which she did not spend an hour or so in the post office. Each afternoon during the first few months of her existence Tom brought her forth attired in all her broidery, and it was not long before the day came when he began to cherish the fancy that she knew when the time for her visit was near, and enjoyed it when it came. "She looks as if she did," he said to morning. "She wouldn't go to sleep yesterday after I came into the room, and I'll swear I saw her eyes following me as I walked about, and when I carried her in after she was dressed, she turned her head over her shoulder to look round her and smiled when she had done it and found nothing was missing. Oh, she knows well enough when she gets in there." The fancy was a wonderfully pleasant one to him, and when, as time went on, she developed a bright baby habit of noticing all about her, and expressing her pleasure in divers soft little sounds, he was a happier man than he had ever thought to be. His greatest pleasure was the certain knowledge that she had first noticed himself, that her first greeting had been given to him, that her first conscious caress had been his. She was a loving little creature, showing her affection earlier than most children do. Before she could sit upright, she recognized his incomings and outgoings, and when he took her in his arms to walk to and fro with her, as was his habit at night, she dropped her tiny head upon his shoulders with a soft yielding to his tenderness which never failed to quicken the beatings of his heart. "There's something in her face," he used to say to himself, something that's not in every child's face. It's a look about her eyes and mouth that seems to tell a man that she understands him, whether his spirits are up or down. But his spirits were not often down in those days. The rooms at the back no longer wore an air of loneliness, and the evenings never hung heavily on his hands. In the course of a few months he sent to Brownsborough for a high chair and tried the experiment of propping his small companion up in it at his side when he ate his supper. It was an experiment which succeeded very well and filled him with triumph. From her place in the kitchen Morning could hear during every meal the sound of conversation of the most animated description. Tom's big, kind voice rambling cheerily and replied to by the soft and unformed murmuring of the child. He was never tired of her, never willing to give her up. What I might have given to others if they'd cared for it was his thought, I give to her and she knows it. It seemed too that she did know it, that from her first gleaming of consciousness she had turned to him as her friend, her protector, and her best beloved. When she heard his footsteps, she turned in Morning's arms, or in her cradle, to look for him, and when she saw his face her whole little body yearned towards him. One afternoon when she was about 8 months old, he left her at the usual time. Morning, who was working, had spread a big red shawl upon the floor and seated her upon it, and when Tom went out of the room, she sat still playing in the quiet way peculiar to her, with the gay fringe. She gave him a long earnest look as he crossed the threshold, a look which he remembered afterwards as having been more thoughtful than usual and which must have represented a large amount of serious speculation mingled with desire. Tom went into the store, and proceeded to the performance of his usual duty of entertaining his customers. He was in a jovial mood, and, having a larger number of visitors than ordinarily, was kept actively employed in settling the political problems of the day and disposing of all public difficulties. What's most wanted at the head of things, he proclaimed, is a man that's capable of exerting himself. Miss Doty, if you choose that calico, Job can cut it off for you, a man who ain't afraid of work. Help yourself, Jim. Lord, where'd this post office be if some men had to engineer it? A man who would stand at things and loaf instead of taking right hold. For heaven's sake, Bill, don't hurry. Jake'll give you the tea as soon as he's cut off his wife's dress. That's the kind of men we want in office now, in every kind of office, in every kind of office. If there's one thing I've no use for on God's green earth, it's a man with no energy. Nicholson, just kick that box over here so I can get my feet on it. He was sitting near the door which connected the back part of the establishment with the front, and it was just at this juncture that there fell upon his ear a familiar sound as of something being dragged over the floor. The next moment he felt his foot touched and then pressed upon by some soft unsteady weight. He looked down with a start and saw first a small round face upturned, its dark eyes tired but rejoicing and faithful, and then a short white dress much soiled and dusted by being dragged over the bare boards of the 2 storerooms. His heart gave a leap and all the laughter died out of his face. "My God, boys," he said, as he bent down, "she's followed me. She's followed me." It was quite true. She had never crawled far beyond the limits of the shawl before, but this morning her longing had given her courage and strength, and she had set out upon her journey in search of him. Those about him burst into loud, admiring laughter, but Tom did not laugh at all. He lifted the child to his knee and held her encircled by one arm. She was weary with her exertion and settled at once into an easy sitting posture, her head resting against him while she gazed quietly from under her upcurled lashes at the faces grouped about her. Their laughter did not disturb her now that she had reached her haven of safety. "To think of her a following him," said Miss Doty, "en her never sot off now or's afore. The purty little critter. Lord, Tom, she's a gwine ter be a sight when she's grown, with the eyes and ha. And ter think of her a slippin' off from morning and marking up her little mind to follow ye. I've never had a young UN to try it that early in all I've raised." "Lordy," said Mr. Doty, "she's as sot on Tom as he's on her, and if ever a man was a doggond fool about a young UN, he is about that en for being a doggond fool, triumphantly, when he sets out ter be, I'll back Tom agin any man in Hamlin." Tom said but little. He made no more jokes. He kept the child with him through the rest of the day, holding her upon his knee or carrying her out upon the porch. When at supper time he carried her back to the room, she was asleep and he laid her in her cradle himself. He moved about very quietly afterwards and ate his supper alone with frequent glances at the sleeper. "Don't take her away," he said to morning when she came in, "leave her here. En have her awakin' en disturbin' you ye, Mars Tom," she responded. "Leave her here," he said, laying his hand on the head of the cradle. "She'll not disturb me. We shall get along finely together." She was left, morning taking her departure with manifest disbelief in the practicability of the plan. And then, having drawn the cradle to his bedside, Tom put out the light and retired himself. But he did not sleep for some time. Having flung his mighty body upon the couch, he lay with his arms thrown above his head gazing at the darkness and listening to the soft breathing at his side. He was thinking over the one event of the day. What might have seemed a slight thing to many men had struck deep into his great heart. "My God," he said, a touch of reverential tone in his whisper, "to think of her following me." And he stretched out his hand in the darkness and laid it upon the side of the cradle lightly, and afterwards fell asleep. Chapter 9. Just at this time, which was the year before the Civil War, that fashionable summer resort, the Whitebriar Springs, was at its gayest. Rarely before had the hotel been filled with so brilliant a company. A few extra cases of yellow fever had been the cause of an unusual exodus from the fever districts, and in consequence the various summer resorts flourished and grew strong. The Whitebriar especially exerted and arrayed itself in its most festive garments. The great dining room was filled to overflowing. The waiters were driven to desperation by the demands made upon them as they flew from table to table and endeavored with laudable zeal to commit to memory 50 orders at once and at the same time to answer coming, sir, to the same number of snapped fingers. There were belles from Louisiana, beauties from Mississippi, and enslavers from Virginia, accompanied by their mothers, their fathers, their troops of younger brothers and sisters, and their black servants. There were nurses and valets and maids of all shades from ebony to cream color, and of all varieties of picturesqueness. All day the immense piazzas were crowded with promenaders, sitters, talkers, fancy workers, servants attired in rainbow hues and apparently enjoying their idleness or their pretense at work to the utmost. Every morning parties played tenpins, rode, strolled, gossiped. Every afternoon the daring few who did not doze away the heated hours in the shaded rooms, flirted in couples under trees on the lawn, or in the woods, or by the creek. Every evening there was to be found ardent youth to dance in the ballroom, and twice a week at least did this same youth, arrayed in robes suited to honor the occasion, disport itself joyfully and with transcendent delight in the presence of its elders assembled in rooms around the walls of the same glittering apartment with the intention of bestowing distinction upon what was known as the hop. Sometimes, in dull seasons, there was a scarcity of partners upon such occasions, but this year such was not the case. Aside from the brothers of the belles and beauties before referred to, who mustered in full force, there was a reserved corps of cavaliers who, though past the early and crude bloom of their first youth, were still malleable material. Who could desire a more gallant attendant than the agile though elderly Major Beaufort, who, with a large party of nieces, daughters, and granddaughters, made the tour of the watering places each succeeding year, pervading the atmosphere of each with the subtle essence of his gallantry and hilariousness. "I should be a miserable man, sir," proclaimed the Major, chivalrously upon each succeeding Thursday, "I should be a miserable man in seeing before me such grace and youth and beauty, feeling that I am no longer young, if I did not possess a heart which will throb for woman as long as it beats with life." Having distinguished himself by which poetic remark, he usually called up a waiter with champagne and glasses, in which beverage he gallantly drank the health of the admiring circle which partook of it with him. Attached to the Beaufort party were various lesser luminaries, each of whom, it must be confessed, might well, under ordinary circumstances, have formed the center of a circle himself: legal luminaries, social luminaries, political luminaries, each playing tenpins and whist, each riding, each showing in all small gallantries, and adding by their presence to the exhilaration of the hour. There was one gentleman, however, who, though he was not of the Beaufort party, could still not be considered among the lesser luminaries. He was a planet with an orbit of his own. This gentleman had ridden up to the hotel one afternoon on a fine horse, accompanied by a handsome, gloomy boy on another animal as fine, and followed by a well-dressed young negro carrying various necessary trappings, and himself mounted in a manner which did no discredit to his owner. The air of the party was such as to occasion some sensation on the front gallery, where the greater number of the guests were congregated, "Oh," cried one of the Beauforts, "what a distinguished-looking man! Oh, what a handsome boy! And what splendid horses!" At that moment one of the other ladies, a dark, quiet, clever matron from South Carolina, uttered an exclamation. "Is it possible?" she said. "There is Colonel de Willoughby." The new arrival recognized her at once and made his way towards her with the most graceful air of ease and pleasure, notwithstanding that it was necessary that he should wind his way dexterously round numerous groups in and out among a dozen chairs. He was a strikingly handsome man, dark, aquiline, tall and lithe of figure. His clothes fitted him marvelously well at the waist, his slender arched foot was encased in a marvel of a boot, his black hair was rather long, and his superb eyes gained a mysterious depth and mellowness from the length and darkness of their lashes. Altogether, it was quite natural that for the moment the Beauforts and their satellites should pale somewhat by comparison. When he bowed over Mrs. Marvin's hand, a thrill of pleasure made itself manifest in those surrounding them. He spoke in the most melodious of voices. The greatest of pleasures, he was heard to say. "I did not expect this." And then, in response to some question, "My health since my loss has been very poor. I hope to recover strength and spirits," with an air of delicate and gentle melancholy. "May I present my boy, Rupert?" In response to the summons the boy came forward, not awkwardly, or with any embarrassment, but with a bearing not at all likely to create a pleasant impression. The guests could see that he was even a handsomer boy than he had seemed at a greater distance. He was very like his father in the matter of aquiline features, clear pale olive skin and superb dark eyes. His face had even a fineness the older man's lacked, but the straight marks of a fixed frown were upon his forehead, and his mouth wore a look which accorded well with the lines. He approached and bared his head, making his boyish bow in a manner which did credit to his training, but though he blushed slightly on being addressed, his manner was by no means a responsive one, and he moved away as soon as an opportunity presented itself, leaving his father making himself very fascinating in a gently chivalric way, and establishing himself as a planet by the mere manner of his address towards a woman who was neither pretty, young, nor enthusiastic. There was no woman in the hotel so little prone to enthusiasm as this one. She was old enough and clever enough to have few illusions. It was thought singular that though she admitted she had known the Colonel from his youth, she showed very little partiality for his society, and, indeed, treated him with marked reserve. She never joined in the choruses of praise which were chanted daily around her. "I know the de Willoughbys very well," she said. "Oh, yes, very well indeed, in a way. We hear a good deal of them. De Courcy's wife was a friend of mine. This one is de Courcy, the other is Romaine, and there was one who was considered a sort of black sheep and broke with the family altogether. They don't know where he is and don't care to know, I suppose. They have their own views of the matter." "Oh, yes, I know them very well, in a way." When questioned by enthusiasts, she was obliged to confess that the hero of the hour was bountifully supplied with all outward gifts of nature, was to be envied his charm of manner and the air of romance surrounding him, though, in admitting this, she added a little comment not generally approved of. "It's a little of the troubadour order," she said, "but I dare say no woman would deny that it is rather taking." "I don't deny it, it is taking, if you don't go below the surface. Never was a man so popular as the Colonel, and never a man so missed as he on the days of his indisposition. He had such days when he did not leave his room and his negro was kept busy attending to his wants. The nature of his attacks was not definitely understood, but after them he always appeared wearing an interesting air of languor and melancholy, and was more admired than ever." "The boy seems to feel it very much," the lady remarked. "He always looks so uneasy and anxious, and never goes away from the house at all. I suppose they are very fond of each other." "I dare say he does feel it very much," said Mrs. Marvin with her reserved little smile. "He is de Willoughby enough for that." It was not agreed to that he inherited his father's grace of manner, however. He was a definitely unamiable boy, if one might judge from appearances. He always wore a dark little scowl, as if he were either on the point of falling into a secret rage or making his way out of one, instead of allowing himself to be admired and made a pet of. He showed an unnatural preference for prowling around the grounds and galleries alone, sometimes sitting in corners and professing to read, but generally appearing to be meditating resentfully upon his wrongs in a manner which in a less handsome boy would have been decidedly unpleasant. Even Mrs. Marvin's advances did not meet with any show of cordiality, though it was allowed that he appeared less averse to her society than to that of any other woman, including the half-dozen belles and beauties who would have enjoyed his boyish admiration greatly. "I knew your mother," said Mrs. Marvin to him one day as he sat near her upon the gallery. "Did you?" he answered, in a rather encouraging way. "When did you know her?" "When she was young. We were girls together. She was a beauty and I wasn't, but we were very fond of each other." He gave his closed book a sullen look. "What makes women break so?" he asked. "I don't see why they break so. She had pretty eyes when she died, but," he drew his handsome black brows down and scowled, and, seeing that he was angry at himself for having spoken, Mrs. Marvin made another remark. "You miss her very much," she said, gravely. He turned his face away. "She's better off where she is, I suppose," he said. "That's what they always say of dead people." And then, still frowning, he got up and walked away. The Negro servants about the hotel were all fond of him, though his manner towards them was that of a fiery and enthusiastic young potentate, brooking no delay or interference. His beauty and his high-handed way impressed them as being the belongings of one favored by fortune and worthy of admiration and respect. "He's a de Willoughby out and out," said his father's negro, Tip. "Ain't no mistake 'bout that. He's a young devil when his spirit's up, and it's easy raised. But he's a powerful gentleman sort o' boy, powerful. throws you a quarter soon's look at ye, and he's got the right kind o' highways. Der ain't no saying he ain't a young devil. The colonel hisself kind he out cuss him when his spirit's up. The colonel and his son had been at the Springs a month, when the fancy dress ball took place, which was the occasion of a very unpleasant episode in the annals of this summer. For several days before, the greatest excitement had prevailed at the hotel. A pleasant air of mystery had prevailed over the preparations that were being made. The rural proprietors of the two stores in which the neighborhood rejoiced were driven to distraction by constant demands made upon them for articles and materials of which they had never before heard, and which were not procurable within 100 miles of the place. Bedrooms were overflowing with dresses in process of alteration from ordinary social aspects to marvelous combinations of imagination and ingenuity, while an amiable borrowing and exchanging went on through all the corridors. On the day before the ball, the colonel's popularity reached its height. As it was the time of a certain local election, there was held upon the grounds a political meeting, giving such individuals as chose to avail themselves of it the opportunity of expressing their opinions to the assembled guests and the 30 or 40 mountaineers who had suddenly and without any warning of previous existence appeared upon the scene. The colonel had been one of the first called upon, and, to the delight of his admirers, he responded at once with the utmost grace to the call. When he ascended the little platform with the slow, light step which was numbered among his chief attractions, and stood before his audience for a moment looking down at them gently and reflectively from under his beautiful lashes, a throb of expectation was felt in every tender bosom. His speech fell short of no desire, being decided to be simple perfection. His soft voice, his quiet ease of movement, his eloquence, were all that could be hoped for from mortal man. He mentioned with high-bred depreciation the fact that he could not fairly call himself a politician unless as any son of the fair South must be one at least at heart, however devoid of the gifts which have made her greatest heard from continent to continent. He was only one of the many who had at stake their cherished institutions, the homes they loved, the beloved who brightened those homes, and their own happiness as it was centered in those homes, and irrevocably bound in that of the fairest land upon which the fair sun shone. The applause at this juncture was so great as to oblige him to pause for a few moments, but it was to be regretted that 9 out of 10 of the mountaineers remained entirely unresponsive, crossing their jean-covered legs and rubbing their lean and grizzled jaws in a soulless manner. They displayed this apathetic indifference to the most graceful flight of rhetoric, to the most musical appeals to the hearts of all men loving freedom, to the announcement that matters had reached a sad and significant crisis, that the peculiar institutions left as a legacy by their forefathers were threatened by the northern fanatics, and that in the near future the blood of patriots might be poured forth as a libation upon the soil they loved, to eloquent denunciations of the hirelings and would-be violators of our rights under the Constitution. To all these they listened, evidently devoting all their slow energies to the comprehension of it, but they were less moved than might have been expected of men little used to oratory. But it was the termination of the speech that stirred all hearts. with a dexterity only to be compared to its easy grace, the orator left the sterner side of the question for a tenderer one to which he had already referred in passing, and which was the side of all political questions which presented themselves to such men as he. Every man, it was to be hoped, knew the meaning of home and love and tenderness in some form, however poor and humble and unpatriotic. To every man was given a man's privilege of defending the rights and sacredness of this home, this love, with his strength, with his might, with the blood of his beating heart if need be. To a Southern man, as to all men, his right to be first in his own land in ruling, in choosing rulers, in carrying out the laws, meant his right to defend this home and that which was precious to him within it. There were a few before him upon this summer's day, alas, alas! That fate should will it so, who had not somewhere a grave whose grass moved in the softness of the wind over dead loves and hopes cherished even in this hour as naught else was cherished. And these graves, he faltered and paused, glancing towards the doorway with a singular expression. For a few seconds he could not go on. He was obliged to raise to his lips the glass of water which had been provided for him. "Oh," was sighed softly through the room, "his emotion has overpowered him. Poor fellow! How sad he looks!" Mrs. Marvin simply followed the direction his eyes had taken. She was a practical person. The object her eye met was the figure of the boy who had come in a few minutes before. He was leaning against the doorpost, attired in a cool suit of white linen, his hands in his pockets, the expression of his handsome darkling young face a most curious one. He was staring at his father steadily, his fine eyes wide open holding a spark of inward rage, his nostrils dilated and quivering. He seemed bent upon making the orator meet his glance, but the orator showed no desire to do so. He gave his sole attention to his glass of water. To this clever, elderly Southern matron it was an interesting scene. If he sprang up in 2 minutes and threw something deadly and murderous at him, she said to herself, I should not be in the least surprised, and I should not be the first to blame him. But the rest of the audience was intent upon the Colonel, who, recovering himself, finished his harangue with an appeal that the land made sacred by those loves, those homes, those graves, might be left solely in the hands of the men who loved it best, who knew its needs, who yearned for its highest development, and who, when the needful hour arrived, would lay down their lives to save its honor. When he concluded, and was on the point of seating himself very quietly, without any appearance of being conscious of the great sensation he had created, and still wearing an admirable touch of melancholy upon his fine countenance, Major Beaufort rushed towards him, almost upsetting a chair in his eagerness, and grasped his hand and shook it with a congratulatory ardor so impressive and enthusiastic as to be a sensation in itself. There were other speeches afterwards. Fired by the example of his friend, Major Beaufort distinguished himself by an harangue overflowing with gallantry and adorned throughout with amiable allusions to the greatest power of all, the power of youth, beauty, and womanhood. The political perspicuity of the address was perhaps somewhat obscured by its being chivalrously pointed towards those fair beings who brighten our existence and lengthen our griefs. Without the ladies, the speaker found, we may be politicians, but we cannot be gentlemen. He discovered, upon the spot, and with a delicate suggestion of pathos, that by a curious coincidence, the ladies were the men's mothers, their wives, their sisters, their daughters. This being greatly applauded, he added that over these husbands, these fathers, these brothers, and might be added these lovers, the ladies wielded a mighty influence. The position of women, even in the darkest ages, had been the position of one whose delicate hand worked the lever of the world, but today, in these more enlightened times, in the age of advancement and discovery, before what great and sublime power did the nobleman, the inventor, the literary man, the warrior, bow, as he bowed before the shrine of the ladies? But it was the colonel who bore away the palm and was the hero of the hour. When the audience rose, he was surrounded at once by groups of enthusiasts, who shook hands with him, who poured forth libations of praise, who hung upon his every word with rapture. "How proud of you he must be," said one of the fairest in the group of worshippers. "Boys of his age feel things so strongly. I wonder why he doesn't come forward and say something to you." "He is too shy, I suppose." "I dare say," said the colonel with his most fascinating gentle smile. "One must not expect enthusiasm of boys." I have no doubt he thought it a great bore and wondered what I was aiming at. "Impossible!" exclaimed the fair enslaver. "Don't do him an injustice, Colonel de Willoughby." But as she glanced towards the doorway, her voice died down and the expression of her face changed somewhat. The boy, still with his hands in his pockets, was looking on with an air which was as insolent as it was remarkable, an air of youthful scorn and malignant derision which staggered even the enthusiast. She turned uneasily to the colonel, who faintly smiled. "He is a handsome fellow," he said, "and I must own to being a vain parent, but he has a demon of a temper and he has been spoiled. He'll get over it when he is older." It was a great blow to his admirers when it became known the next morning that the colonel was suffering from one of his attacks, and even a worse one than usual. Neb was shut up in his room with him all day, and it was rumored that the boy would not come down, but wandered up and down the corridors restlessly, looking miserable enough to have touched the stoniest heart. During the morning quite a gloom pervaded the atmosphere. Only the excitement of preparations for the evening could have proved an antidote to the general depression. It was to be a brilliant occasion. The county had been scoured for guests, some of whom were to travel in their carriages from other watering places for 20 or 30 miles. The ballroom had been decorated by a committee of ladies. The costumes, it was anticipated, would be dazzling beyond measure. No disappointment was felt when the festal hour arrived, but the very keen emotion attendant upon the absence of the interesting invalid. If he had only been well enough to be here, it was said, how he would have enjoyed it. Major Beaufort, attired as a sultan and appropriately surrounded by his harem in sarcenet trousers and spangled veils, gave universal satisfaction. Minnehaha in feathers and moccasins, and Hiawatha in moccasins and feathers, gave a touch of mild poetry to the evening. Sisters of Charity in white cambric caps told their beads through the mazes of the lancers. Night and morning, attired respectively in black and white tarletan, and both profusely adorned with silver paper stars, combined their forces to add romance and vividness to the festive scene. There had been dancing and flirtation, upon which those of the guests who did not join gazed for an hour or so as they sat in the chairs arranged around the walls, doubtless enjoying themselves intensely, and the gaiety was at its height, when some commotion became manifest at one of the doors. Those grouped about it appeared to be startled at finding something or somebody behind them, and almost immediately it was seen that this something or somebody was bent upon crowding past them. A loud, insane-sounding laugh was heard. The dancers stopped and turned towards it with one accord, their alarm and astonishment depicted on their faces. The spectators bent forward in their seats. "What is it?" was the general exclamation. "Oh! Oh!" This last interjection took the form of a chorus as two of the group at the doorway were pushed headlong into the room, and a tall, unsteady, half-dressed figure made its violent entrance. At the first glance it was not easy to recognize it. It was simply the figure of a very tall man in an ungirt costume, composed of shirt and pantaloons. He was crushed and disheveled. His hair hung over his forehead. He strode into the middle of the quadrille, and stood with his hands in his pockets, swaying to and fro, with a stare at once malicious and vacant. "Oh," he remarked, sardonically, as he took in his surroundings, and then everyone recognized at once that it was Colonel de Willoughby, and that Colonel de Willoughby was mad drunk. He caught sight of Major Beaufort, and staggered towards him with another frantic laugh. "Good God, Major," he cried, "how becomin' 'tis, how damned becomin'! Harem and all. Only trouble is you're too fat, too fat. If you weren't so fat wouldn't look such a damned fool." It was to be regretted there was no longer an air of refinement about his intoxication, no suggestion of melancholy grace, no ghost of his usual high-bred suavity. With his laugh and stare and unsteady legs he was simply a more drunken lunatic than one generally sees. There was a rush at him from all sides, Major Beaufort, in his Turkish trousers, being the first to fall upon him and have his turban stamped upon in the encounter. He was borne across the room, shouting and struggling and indulging in profanity of the most frightful kind. Just as they got him to the door his black boy Neb appeared, looking ashen with fright. "De Lord o' Massey," he cried. "I ain't left him more'n a minute. He sent me down hisself. One o' his cunning ways to get rid o' me when he's at the worst. Opium and whiskey, dat's what gets him dis way. Both together a gwine ter kill him some des days, and de opium de vestest. For de Lord's sake some o' you gentlemen come and help me till I git him quieted down." It was all over in a few moments, but the effort made to return to hilariousness was a failure. The shock to the majority of the gay throng had been great. Mrs. Marvin, sitting in her special corner, was besieged with questions, and at length was prevailed upon through the force of circumstances to speak the truth as she knew it. "Has he ever done it before?" she said. "Yes, he has done it before. He has done it a dozen times since he has been here. Only tonight he was madder than usual and got away from his servant." "What is it?" "It is opium when it isn't whiskey, and whiskey when it isn't opium, and oftenest it is both together. He is the worst of a bad lot, and if you haven't understood that miserable angry boy before, you may understand him now. His mother died of a broken heart when he was 12 years old, and he watched her die of it and knew what killed her, and is proud enough to feel the shame that rests upon him. That's as much as I care to say, and yet it isn't the half." When those bearing the Colonel to his room turned into the corridor leading to it, they encountered his son, who met them with a white-lipped rage, startling to every man of them in its incongruous contrast to the boyish face and figure. "What?" he said, panting. "You've got him, have you?" "Yes," responded the Colonel hilariously. "Ve got me safe 'nough. Pick me up and calm me. If man won't go out, tote 'em out." They carried him into his rooms and laid him down, and more than one among them turned curiously to the boy as he stood near the bed looking down at the dishevelled, incoherent, gibbering object upon it. "Damn him," he said in a sudden outburst. "Damn him." "Hullo, youngster," said one of the party, "that's not the thing exactly." "Go to the devil," roared the lad, livid with wrath and shame. "Do you think I'll not say what I please? A nice one he is for a fellow to have for a father, to be tied to and dragged about by, drinking himself mad and disgracing himself after his palaver and sentiment and playing the gentleman. He ought to be a gentleman, he's got a gentleman's name, and, choking a little, all the rest of it. I hate him. He makes me sick. I wish he was dead. He's a liar and a bully and a fool. I'd kill him if he wasn't my father. I should like to kill him for being my father." Suddenly his voice faltered and his face turned white. He walked to the other side of the room, turning his back to them all, and, flinging himself into a chair, dropped his curly head on his arm on the windowsill and sobbed aloud with a weakness and broken-down fury pitiful to see. The Colonel burst into a frantic shriek of laughter. "Queer little devil," he said. "Prue little devil. Likes moth, don't like it. Moth used her cry. She didn't like it." Chapter X. As the Crossroads had regarded Tom as a piece of personal property to be proud of, so it fell into the habit of regarding his protégé. The romance of her history was considered to confer distinction upon the vicinity, and Tom's affection for her was approved of as a sentiment worthy of the largeness of the Crossroads nature. They kinda set one another off, it was frequently remarked, her being so little and him so big, and both of 'em stick into each other so clost. Lordy! Tain't no use trying to part 'em. Shbe, she ain't going now without Tom, and Tom, he ain't a going now or's thou'sh be. When the child was 5 years old, the changes which had taken place in the store were followed by still greater changes in the house. Up to her 5th birthday the experiences had balanced themselves between the store and the 3 back rooms with their bare floors and rough walls. She had had her corner, her small chair behind the counter or near the stove, and there she had amused herself with her playthings through long or short days, and in the evening Tom had taken her upon his shoulder and carried her back to the house, as it was called, leaving his careless, roistering gaiety behind him locked up in the store, ready to be resumed for the edification of his customers the next morning. "He don't have no poor folks's ways with that chilly," said Morning once to Mrs. Doty. "He don't never speak to her no other than gen'leman way. He's a raisin' her to be fitten fer de highs. He's mighty keerful ob her way ob speakin' and settin' to de table. Morning's got to stand hind her cheer and wait on her hustle, and since she was big 'nough to set dar, she's had a silver fork and spoon and napkin ring same's de president himself. Ah, he's a raisin' her keerful, is Mars D. Willoughby." "Well," said Mrs. Doty, "ef 'twarn't Tom D. Willoughby, I shed say it was a putting on airs, but thar ain't no airs 'bout Tom D. Willoughby." From the first Mr. Stamps's interest in Tom's protégé had been unfailing though quiet. When he came into the store, which he did some 3 times a week, it was his habit to fix his small, pale eyes upon her and follow her movements stealthily but with unflagging watchfulness. Occasionally this occupation so absorbed him that when she moved to her small corner behind the counter, vaguely oppressed by his surveillance, he sauntered across the room and took his seat upon the counter itself, persisting in his mild, furtive gaze, until it became too much for her and she sought refuge at Tom's knee. "He looks at me," she burst out distressedly on one such day. "Don't let him look at me." Tom gave a start and turned round, and Mr. Stamps gave a start also, at once mildly recovering himself. "Leave her alone," said Tom. "What are you looking at her for?" Mr. Stamps smiled. "Thar's no law agin it, Tom," he replied. "An' she's worth a looking at. She's that kind, an' it'll grow on her. 10 year from now thar ain't no law as'd keep 'em from looking at her, thout it was made and passed in Congress. She'll have to git reconciled to a being looked at." "Leave her alone," repeated Tom, quite fiercely. "I'll not have her troubled." "I didn't go to trouble her, Tom," said Mr. Stamps, softly, and he slipped down from the counter and sidled out of the store and went home. With Mr. Stamps Shper always connected her first knowledge of the fact that her protector's temper could be disturbed. She had never seen him angry until she saw Mr. Stamps rouse him to wrath on the eventful 5th birthday, from which the first exciting events of her life dated themselves. Up to that time she had seen only in his great strength and broad build a power to protect and shield her own fragility and smallness from harm or fear. When he took her in his huge arms and held her at what seemed to be an incredible height from the ordinary platform of existence, she had only felt the cautious tenderness of his touch and recognized her own safety, and it had never occurred to her that his tremendous voice, which was so strong and deep by nature, that it might have been a terrible one if he had chosen to make it so, could express any other feeling than kindliness in its cheery roar. But on this 5th birthday Tom presented himself to her childish mind in a new light. She had awakened early to find him standing at her small bedside and a new doll lying in her arms. It was a bigger doll than she had ever owned before, and so gaily dressed, that in her first rapture her breath quite forsook her. When she recovered it, she scrambled up, holding her new possession in one arm and clung with the other around Tom's neck. "Oh, the lovely, lovely doll," she cried, and then hid her face on his shoulder. "Hello," said Tom, hugging her. "What is she hiding her eyes for?" She nestled closer to him with a little sob of loving delight. Because of the doll," she answered, bewildered by her own little demonstration and yet perfect in her confidence that he would understand her. "Well," said Tom, cheerfully, "that's a queer thing, ain't it? Look here, did you know it was your birthday? 5 years old today, think of that." He sat down and settled her in her usual place on his knee, her doll in her arms. "To think," he said, "of her setting up a birthday on purpose to be 5 years old and have a doll given her. That's a nice business, ain't it?" After they had breakfasted together in state, the doll was carried into the store to be played with there. It was a wet day, and, the air being chilled by a heavy mountain rain, a small fire was burning in the stove, and by this fire the two settled themselves to enjoy the morning together, the weather precluding the possibility of their being disturbed by many customers. But in the height of their quiet enjoyment they were broken in upon by the sound of horses' hoofs splashing in the mud outside, and Mr. Stamps's hat appeared above the window-sill. It was Sheba who saw it first, and in the strength of her desire to avoid the wearer, she formed a desperate plan. She rose so quietly that Tom, who was reading a paper, did not hear her, and, having risen, drew her small chair behind the counter in the hope that, finding her place vacant, the visitor would not suspect her presence. In this she was not disappointed. Having brushed the mud from his feet on the porch, Mr. Stamps appeared at the doorway, and, after his usual precautionary glance about him, made his way to the stove. His manner was at once propitiatory and friendly. He drew up a chair and put his wet feet on the stove, where they kept up a comfortable hissing sound as they dried. "Howdy, Tom," he said, "howdy." And from her hiding place Sheba saw him rubbing his legs from the knee downwards as he said it, with an air of solid enjoyment which suggested that he was congratulating himself upon something he had in his mind. "Morning," responded Tom. Mr. Stamps rubbed his legs again quite luxuriously. "You're looking well, Tom," he remarked. "Lord, yes, you're looking powerful well." Tom laid his paper down and folded it on his knee. "Looking well, am I?" he answered. "Well, I'm a delicate weakly sort of fellow in general, I am, and it's encouraging to hear that I'm looking well." Mr. Stamps laughed rather spasmodically. I wouldn't be agin being the same kind o' weakly myself, he said, nor the same kind o' delicate. You're a powerful handsome man, Tom. Yes, replied Tom, dryly, I'm a handsome man. That's what carried me along this far. It's what I've always had to rely on, that and a knockdown intellect. Mr. Stamps rubbed his legs with his air of luxury again. Folks is fond o' saying beauty ain't but skin deep, he said, but I wouldn't have it no deeper myself, being so that it kivers. An' talking o' beauty, she's one, Lord, yes. She's one. Look here, said Tom, leave her alone. Tain't he a-gwine to harm her, Tom, replied Mr. Stamps, tain't he a-gwine to harm her none. What made me think of it was it a-being just 5 years since she was born, a-marking it her birthday and her just 5 years old. What, cried Tom, you've been counting it up, have you? No, replied Mr. Stamps, with true modesty of demeanor, I ain't been a-countin' of it up, Tom. And he drew a dirty memorandum book softly from his pocket. I set it down at the time as it happened. He laid the dirty book on his knee and turned over its pages carefully as if looking for some note. I ain't much on reading and writing, he said, and 'rithmetic it goes kinda hard with me now and agin, but a man's got to know suthin' on 'em if he lows to keep anyways even. I low to keep even, sorter, and I've give a good deal o' time to steadyin' of 'em. I never went to no school, but I've sot things down as I want to remember, and I kin count out money. I never was imposed on none, I reckon, and I never lost nothing. Yes, whore, I sot it down about her being born and the woman dying and him gwine away. Ye kindly read it, Meb. He bent forward, pointing to the open page and looking up at Tom as if he expected him to be interested. There it is, he added in his thin, piping, little voice, even to the time o' day. Morning, she told me that. 'Bout 3 o'clock in the morning in the little front room. If anyone shed ever want to know particular, there it is. The look in Tom's face was far from being a calm one. He fidgeted in his chair and finally rolled his paper into a hard wad and threw it at the counter as if it had been a missile. See here, he exclaimed, take my advice and let that alone. Mr. Stamps regarded his dirty book affectionately. Tain't he a-gwine to hurt nothing to have it down, he replied, with an air of simplicity. He shut it up, returned it to his pocket, and clasped his hands about his knees, while he fixed his eyes on the glimmer of red showing itself through a crack in a stove plate. It's kinda curious I should have happened along by there this morning, he remarked, reflectively. By where? Demanded Tom. Mr. Stamps hugged his knees as if he enjoyed their companionship. By there, he responded, cheerfully, the holler, Tom. And it 'peared to me it 'ed be kinda interestin' to take a look through, being as this was the day as the thing kinda started. So I hitched my mule and went in. He paused a moment as if to enjoy his knees again. Well, said Tom. Mr. Stamps looked up at him harmlessly. He enquired. I said, well, answered Tom, that's what I said. Oh, replied Mr. Stamps. Well, there wasn't nothing there, Tom. For the moment Tom's expression was one of relief. But he said nothing. There wasn't nothing there, Mr. Stamps continued. Then occurred another pause. Nothing, he added after it, nothing particular. The tenderness with which he embraced his knees at this juncture had something like fascination in it. Tom found himself fixing a serious gaze upon his clasping arms. I kinda looked round, he proceeded, and if there'd been anything there I'd have seed it. But there wasn't nothing but the empty rooms and a dead leaf or so's had blowed in through a broken window, and the pile o' ashes in the fireplace beat down with the rain as had fell down the chimney. Mighty lonesome and still them ashes looked, and there wasn't nothing but them and the leaves, and a bit of a envelope. Tom moved his chair back. Shpa thought he was going to get up suddenly. But he remained seated, perhaps because Mr. Stamps began again. There wasn't nothing but them and the bit of a envelope, he remarked. It was a stickin' in a crack o' the house, low down, like it had been swept or blowed there and overlooked. I shouldn't have seed it, modestly, if I hadn't been going round on my hands and knees. Then Tom rose very suddenly indeed, so suddenly that he knocked his chair over and amazed Shpa by kicking it violently across the store. For the moment he so far forgot himself as to be possessed with some idea of falling upon Mr. Stamps with the intent to do him bodily injury. He seized him by the shoulders and turned him about so that he had an excellent view of his unprepossessing back. What Mr. Stamps thought it would have been difficult to discover. Shpa fancied that when he opened his mouth he was going to utter a cry of terror. But he did not. He turned his neck about as well as he could under the circumstances, and looking up into Tom's face meekly smiled. Tom, he said, ye ain't gwine ter do a thing to me, not a dern thing. Yes, I am, cried Tom, furiously, I'm going to kick. If ye was jest half to let drive at me, ye'd break my neck, said Mr. Stamps, and ye ain't gwine ter do it. If ye was, Tom, ye'd be a bigger fool than I took ye fer. Lemme go. He looked so diminutive and weak-eyed, as he made these remarks, that it was no wonder Tom released him helplessly, though he was obliged to thrust his hands deep into his pockets and keep them under control. I thought I'd given you one lesson, he burst forth. I thought, Mr. Stamps interrupted him, continuing to argue his side of the question, evidently feeling it well worth his while to dispose of it on the spot. Ye weigh 300, Tom, he said. If ye weigh a pound, and I don't weigh but 90, and ye couldn't handle me careful enough not to leave me in a fix as wouldn't be no credit to ye when ye was done, and it 'ed look kinda bad for ye to meddle with me, anyhow. And the madder ye get, the more particular ye'll be not to. Thar's how ye are, Tom, and I ain't sick a fool as not to know it. His perfect confidence in the strength of his position, and in Tom's helplessness against it, was a thing to be remembered. Tom remembered it long afterwards, though at the moment it only roused him to greater heat. "Now then," he demanded, "let's hear what you're driving at." "What I want to know is what you're driving at." "Let's hear." Mr. Stamps's pale eyes fixed themselves with interest on his angry face. He had seated himself in his chair again, and he watched Tom closely as he rambled on in his simple, uncomplaining way. "Ye fond o' laughing at me round yer at the store, Tom," he remarked, "an' I ain't agin it. A man don't make nothing much by being laughed at, I reckon, but he don't lose nothing nuther, an' that's what I am agin. I reckon ye laugh 'cause I kinder look like a fool, an' I hain't nothing agin that, nuther, Lord. Not by a heap. A man ain't gwine to lose nothing by looking like a fool. I hain't never, not a cent, Tom. But I ain't as big a fool as I look, an' I don't low ye Arthur. Thar's whar I argy from. Ye ain't as big a fool as ye look, an' ye'd be in a bad fix ef ye was." "Go on," ordered Tom, "and leave me out." "I can't leave ye out, Tom," said Mr. Stamps, "fur ye in. Ye'd be as big a fool as ye look ef ye was doing all this yer fur nothing." "All what?" demanded Tom. "Gals," suggested Mr. Stamps, "is plenty. An' ef ye take to raisin' 'em as this UN's ben raised, ye ain't markin' much, an' ef thar ain't nothing to be made, Tom, what's your aim?" He put it as if it was a conundrum without an answer. "What's your aim, Tom?" he repeated, pleasantly, "ef thar ain't nothing to be made." Tom's honest face flamed into red, which was almost purple. The veins swelled on his forehead, his indignation almost deprived him of his breath. He fell into a chair with a concussion which shook the building. Good Lord," he exclaimed, "how I wish you weighed 500 pounds. It is quite certain that if Stamps had, he would have demolished him utterly upon the spot, leaving him in such a condition that his remains would hardly have been a source of consolation to his friends." He pointed to the door. "If you want to get out," he said, "start. This is getting the better of me, and if it does," Mr. Stamps rose. "Ye wouldn't do a darn thing, Tom," he said, peaceably, "not a darn thing." He sidled towards the door, and reaching it, paused to reflect, shaking his head. "Ef thar ain't nothing to be made," he said, "ye've got ter hev a aim, an' what is it?" Observing that Tom made a move in his chair, he slipped through the doorway rather hurriedly. Shpa thought he was gone, but a moment later the door reopened and he thrust his head in and spoke, not intrusively, simply as if offering a suggestion which might prove of interest. "It begun with a L," he said. "Thar was a name on it, and it begun with a L." Chapter 11. It was upon the evening after this interview with Mr. Stamps that Tom broached to his young companion a plan which had lain half developed in his mind for some time. They had gone into the back room and eaten together the supper morning had prepared with some extra elaboration to do honor to the day, and then Shpa had played with her doll Lucinda while Tom looked on, somewhat neglecting his newspaper and pipe in his interest in her small pretense of maternity. At last, when she had put Lucinda to sleep in the wooden cradle which had been her own, he called her to him. "Come here," he said, "I want to ask you a question." She came readily and stood at his knee, laying her hands upon it and looking up at him, as she had had a habit of doing ever since she first stood alone. "How would you like some new rooms?" he said, suggestively. "Like these," she answered, a pretty wonder in her eyes. "No," said Tom, "not like these, bigger and brighter and prettier. With flowers on the walls and flowers on the carpets, and all the rest to match." He had mentioned this bold idea to Molly Hollister the day before, and she had shown such pleasure in it, that he had been quite elated. "It's not that I need anything different," he had said, "but the roughness and bareness don't seem to suit her. I've thought it often when I've seen her running about. Seems like there ain't nothing you don't think of," Tom, said Molly, admiringly. "Well," he admitted, "I think about her a good deal, that's a fact. She seems to have given me a kind of imagination. I used to think I hadn't any." He had imagination enough to recognize at the present moment in the child's uplifted face some wistful thoughts she did not know how to express, and he responded to it by speaking again. "There'll be prettier rooms than these," he said. "What do you say?" Her glance wandered across the hearth to where the cradle stood in the corner with Lucinda in it. Then she looked up at him again. "Prettier than this," she repeated, "with flowers. But don't take this away." The feeling which stirred her flushed her childish cheek and made her breath come and go faster. She drew still nearer to him. "Don't take this away," she repeated, and laid her hand on his. "Why?" asked Tom, giving her a curious look. She met the look helplessly. She could not have put her vague thought into words. Don't take it away," she said again, and suddenly laid her face upon his great open palm. For a minute or two there was silence. Tom sat very still and looked at the fire. "No," he said at length, "we won't take it away." In a few days, however, it was well known for at least 15 miles around the crossroads that Tom D. Willoughby was going to build a new house, and that it was going to be fitted up with great splendor with furniture purchased at Brownsborough. "Store carpeting on every floor and paper on every wall," said Dave Hollister to Molly when he went home after hearing the news. "And Shb's going with him to choose 'em. He says he'll bet $50 she has her notions about things, and he's going to have 'em carried out, for it's all for her, and she's the one to be pleased." It was not many weeks before the rooms were so near completion that the journey to Brownsborough was made, and it was upon this day of her first journeying out into the world that Shb met with her first adventure. She remembered long afterwards the fresh brightness of the early morning when she was lifted into the buggy which stood before the door, while morning ran to and fro in the agreeable bustle attendant upon forgetting important articles and being reminded of them by shocks. When Tom climbed into his seat and they drove away, the store porch seemed quite crowded with those who watched their triumphant departure. Shb looked back and saw Morning showing her teeth and panting for breath, while Molly Hollister waved the last baby's sunbonnet, holding its denuded owner in her arms. The drive was a long one, but the travelers enjoyed it from first to last. Tom found his companion's conversation quite sufficient entertainment to while away the time, and when at intervals she refreshed herself from morning's basket and fell asleep, he enjoyed driving along quietly while he held her small, peacefully relaxed body on his knee, quite as much as another man might have enjoyed a much more exciting occupation. "There's an amount of comfort in it," he said, reflectively, as the horse plodded along on the shady side of the road, "an amount of comfort that's astonishing. I don't know, but I'd like to have her come to a standstill just about now and never grow any older or bigger. But I thought the same thing 3 years ago, that's a fact. And when she gets to blooming out and enjoying her bits of girl finery, there'll be pleasure in that too, plenty of it." She awakened from one of these light sleeps just as they were entering Brownsborough, and her delight and awe at the dimensions and business aspect of the place pleased Tom greatly, and was the cause of his appearing a perfect mine of reliable information on the subject of large towns and the habits of persons residing in them. Brownsborough contained at least 600 or 700 inhabitants, and, as court was being held, there were a good many horses to be seen tied to the hitching posts. Groups of men were sitting before the stores and on the sidewalks, while something which might almost have been called a crowd was gathered before the courthouse itself. Shpa turned her attention to the tavern they were approaching with a view to spending the night, and her first glance alighted upon an object of interest. "There's a big boy," she said. "He looks tired." He was not such a very big boy, though he was perhaps 14 years old and tall of his age. He stood upon the plank walk which ran at the front of the house, and leaned against the porch with his hands in his pockets. He was a slender, lithe boy, well dressed in a suit of fine white linen. He had a dark, spirited face, and long-lashed dark eyes, but, notwithstanding these advantages, he looked far from amiable as he stood lounging discontentedly and knitting his brows in the sun. But Shpa admired him greatly and bent forward that she might see him better, regarding him with deep interest. "He's a pretty boy," she said, softly. I like him." Tom scarcely heard her. He was looking at the boy himself, and his face wore a troubled and bewildered expression. His gaze was so steady that at length the object of it felt its magnetic influence and lifted his eyes. That his general air of discontent did not belie him, and that he was by no means an amiable boy, was at once proved. He did not bear the scrutiny patiently, his face darkened still more, and he scowled without any pretense of concealing the fact. Tom turned away uneasily. "He'd be a handsome fellow if he hadn't such an evil look," he said. "I must have seen him before. I wonder who he is." There were many strangers in the house, principally attenders upon the court being held. Court week was a busy time for Brownsborough, which upon such occasions assumed a bustling and festive air, securing its friends from less important quarters, engaging in animated discussions of the cases in hand, and exhibiting an astonishing amount of legal knowledge, using the most mystical terms in ordinary conversation, and secretly feeling its importance a good deal. Sparks's was the name of the establishment at which the travellers put up, and, being the better of the two taverns in which the town rejoiced, Sparks's presented indeed an enlivening spectacle. It was a large frame house with the usual long veranda at the front, upon which veranda there were always to be seen customers in rocking chairs, their boots upon the balustrade, their hands clasped easily on the tops of their heads. During court week these customers with their rocking chairs and boots seemed to multiply themselves indefinitely, and, becoming exhilarated by the legal business transacted around them, bestirred themselves to jocularity and argument, thus adding to the liveliness of the occasion. At such periods Mr. Sparks was a prominent feature. Attired in an easy costume seemingly composed principally of suspenders, and bearing a pipe in his hand, he permeated the atmosphere with a business-like air which had long stamped him in the minds of his rural guests as a person of administrative abilities rarely equalled and not at all to be surpassed. "He's ever I whore on the place," is Sparks had been said of him. "He's at dinner, en supper, en breakfast, en out on the porch, en in the bar, and kinda satiatin' through the whole thing. That thar tavern wouldn't be nothing ef he wasn't thar." It was not to be disputed that he appeared at dinner and breakfast and supper, and that on each appearance he disposed of a meal of such proportions as caused his countenance to deepen in color and assume a swelled aspect, which was, no doubt, extremely desirable under the circumstances, and very good for the business, though it could scarcely be said to lighten the labor of Mrs. Sparks and her daughters, who apparently existed without any more substantial sustenance than the pleasure of pouring out cups of coffee and tea and glasses of milk, and cutting slices of pie, of which they possibly partook through some process of absorption. To the care of Mrs. Sparks Tom confided his charge when, a short time after their arrival, he made his first pilgrimage for business purposes. "She's been on the road all day," he said, "and I won't take her out till tomorrow, so if you don't mind, I'll leave her with you until I come back. She'll be all right and happy, won't you, Shpa?" Secretly Shpa felt some slight doubt of this, but in her desire to do him credit, she summed up all her courage and heroically answered that she would, and so was borne off to the dining room, where two girls were cutting bread and slicing ham for supper. They were Mrs. Sparks's daughters, and when they saw the child, dropped their knives and made a good-natured rush at her, for which she was not at all prepared. "Now, mother," they cried, "who's she from, and who does she belong to?" Mrs. Sparks cast a glance at her charge, which Shpa caught and was puzzled by. It was a mysterious glance, with something of cautious pity in it. "Set her up in a chair, Luce," she said, "and give her a piece of cake. Don't ye want some, honey?" Shpa regarded her with uplifted eyes as she replied. The glance had suggested to her mind that Mrs. Sparks was sorry for her, and she was anxious to know why. "No," she answered, "no, thank you, I don't want any." She sat quite still when they put her into a chair, but she did not remove her eyes from Mrs. Sparks. "Who does she belong to, anyhow?" asked Luce. Mrs. Sparks lowered her voice as she answered, "She don't belong to nobody, gals," she said. "It's that little critter Big Tom D. Willoughby from Talbot's Crossroads took to raise." "Ye don't say?" "Poor little thing," exclaimed the girls. And while one of them stooped to kiss her cheek, the other hurriedly produced a large red apple, which she laid on the long table before her. But Shpa did not touch it. To hear that she belonged to nobody was a mysterious shock to her. There had never seemed any doubt before that she belonged to her Uncle Tom, but Mrs. Sparks had quite separated her from him in her statement. Suddenly she began to feel a little tired, and not quite so happy as she had been. But she sat still and listened, rendered rather tremulous by the fact that the speakers seemed so sure they had reason to pity her. "If ever there was a mystery," Mrs. Sparks proceeded, "that there was one, though Molly Hollister says D. Willoughby don't like it talked over. Nobody knowed 'em, not even their names, and nobody knowed where they come from. She died, and he went away, nobody knowed where, and the child wasn't 2 days old when he done it. Ye can't tell me there ain't a heap at the back o' that. They say D. Willoughby's jest give himself up to her ever since, and 'tain't no wonder, nuther, for she's a out-and-out beauty, ain't she, now? Just look at her eyes. Why don't ye eat your apple, honey?" Shpa turned towards the window and looked out on the porch. A bewildering sense of desolation had fallen upon her. "I don't want it," she said, and her small voice had a strange sound even in her own ears. "I want Uncle Tom. Let me go out on the porch and see if he's coming." She saw them exchange rapid glances and was troubled afresh by it. "Do ye reckon she understands?" the younger daughter said, cautiously. "Lordy, no," answered the mother, "we ain't said nothing." "Ye kin go ef ye want to," Shpa she added, cheerfully. "Thar's a little rocking chair that ye kin set in. Help her down, Luce." But she had already slipped down and found her way to the door opening out onto the street. The porch was deserted for a wonder, the reason being that an unusually interesting case was being argued in the courthouse across the street, where groups of men were hanging about the doors. The rocking chair stood in a corner, but Shpa did not sit down in it. She went to the steps and stood there, looking out with a sense of pain and loneliness still hanging over her, and at last, without knowing why, only feeling that they had a dreary sound and contained a mystery which somehow troubled her, she began to say over softly the words the woman had used. "She died and he went away, nobody knows where. She died and he went away, nobody knows where." Why those words should have clung to her and made her feel for the moment desolate and helpless, it would be difficult to say, but as she repeated them half unconsciously, the figures of the woman who had died and the man who had wandered so far away alone, that he seemed to have wandered out of life itself, cast heavy shadows on her childish heart. "I am glad," she whispered, "that it was not Uncle Tom that went away." And she looked up the street with an anxious sigh. Just at this moment she became conscious that she was not alone. In bending forward that she might see the better, she caught sight of someone leaning against the balustrades which had before concealed him, the boy, in short, who was standing just as he had stood when they drove up, and who looked as handsome in a darkling way as human boy could look. For a few seconds the child regarded him with bated breath. The boys she had been accustomed to seeing were not of this type, and were more remarkable for gifts less ornamental than beauty. This boy with his graceful limbs and haughtily carried head, filled her with awe and admiration. She admired him so much, that, though her first impulse was to run away, she did not obey it, and almost immediately he glanced up and saw her. When this occurred, she was greatly relieved to find that his gloom did not lead him to treat her unkindly. Indeed, he was amiable enough to address her with an air of one relenting and condescending somewhat to her youth. "Didn't you know I was here?" he asked. "No," Shpa answered, timidly. "Whom are you looking for?" "For my Uncle Tom." He glanced across the street, still keeping his hands in his pockets and preserving his easy attitude. "Perhaps he is over there," he suggested. "Perhaps he is," she replied, and added, shyly, "Are you waiting for anyone?" He frowned so darkly at first, that she was quite alarmed and wished that she had run away as she had at first intended, but he answered, after a pause, "No, yes," he said, "yes, I'm waiting for my father." He did not even speak as the boys at the crossroads spoke. His voice had a clear, soft ring, and his mode of pronunciation was one Tom had spent much time in endeavoring to impress upon herself as being more desirable than that she had heard most commonly used around her. Up to this time she had frequently wondered why she must speak differently from Morning and Molly Hollister, but now she suddenly began to appreciate the wisdom of his course. It was very much nicer to speak as the boy spoke. "I haven't any father," she ventured, "or any mother." "That's queer, isn't it?" And as she said it, Mrs. Sparks's words rushed into her mind again, and she looked up the street towards the sunset and fell into a momentary reverie, whispering them to herself. "What's that you are saying?" asked the boy. She looked at him with a rather uncertain and troubled expression. "It was only what they said in there," she replied, pointing towards the dining room. "What did they say?" She repeated the words slowly, regarding him fixedly, because she wondered if they would have any effect upon him. "She died and he went away, nobody knows where." "What does it mean?" "I don't know," he admitted, staring at her with his handsome, long-lashed eyes. "Lots of people die and go away." Then, after a pause, in which he dropped his eyes, he added, "My mother died 2 years ago." "Did she?" answered Shpa, wondering why he looked so gloomy again all at once. "I don't think I ever had any mother, but I have Uncle Tom." He stared at her again, and there was silence for a few minutes. This he broke by asking a question. "What is your name?" he demanded. "De Willoughby," she replied, "but I'm called Shpa." "Why, that's my name," he said, surprisedly. "My name is de Willoughby." "Hello, Neb." This last in a tone of proprietorship to a Negro servant, who was advancing towards them from a side door and who hurried up with rather a frightened manner. "Ye'd best get ready ter start right away, Mars Ralph," he said. "He's wake at las', and der's de debil to pay, a cussin' and roarin' and wanting opium, and he wants to know whoa ye been and what ye mean, and says de hosses mews be at de do in 10 minutes. Oh, de Cunnel he's in de vestest kino humor, dar's no doing nothing right fur him." "Tell him to go to H," burst forth the lad, flying into a rage and looking so wickedly passionate in a boyish way that Shb was frightened again. "Tell him I won't go until I'm ready. I've been dragged round till I'm sick of it," and, in the midst of his tempest he checked himself, turned about and walked suddenly into the house, the Negro following him in evident trepidation. His departure was so sudden that Shb fancied he would return and say something more to her. Angry as he looked, she wished very much that he would, and so stood waiting wistfully. But she was doomed to disappointment. In a few minutes the Negro brought to the front 3 horses, and almost immediately there appeared at the door a tall, handsome man, who made his way to the finest horse and mounted it with a dashing vault into the saddle. He had a dark aquiline face like the boy's, and wore a great sweeping mustache which hid his mouth. The boy followed, looking wonderfully like him, as he sprang into his own saddle with the same daredevil vault. No one spoke a word, and he did not even look at Shb, though she watched him with admiring and longing eyes. As soon as they were fairly in their seats the horses, which were fine creatures, needing neither whip nor spur, sprang forward with a light, easy movement, and so cantered down the street towards the high road which stretched itself over a low hill about a quarter of a mile away. Shb laid her cheek against the wooden pillar and looked after them with a return of the sense of loneliness she had felt before. "He went away," she whispered, "nobody knows where, nobody knows where." She felt Tom's hand laid on her shoulder as she said the words, and turned her face upward with a consciousness of relief, knowing she would not be lonely any longer. "Have I been gone long?" he asked. "Where's Mrs. Sparks?" "She's in there," Shb answered, eagerly, "and I've been talking to the boy." "To the boy," he repeated. "What boy?" "To the one we saw," she replied, holding his hand and feeling her cheeks flush with the excitement of relating her adventure. "The nice boy. His name is like mine, and his mother died. He said it was de Willoughby, and it is like mine. He has gone away with his father. See them riding." He dropped her hand and, taking a step forward, stood watching the receding travelers. He watched them until they reached the rising ground. The boy had fallen a few yards behind. Presently the others passed the top of the hill, and, as they did so, he turned in his saddle as if he had suddenly remembered something, and glanced back at the tavern porch. "He is looking for me," cried Shb, and ran out into the brightness of the setting sun, happy because he had not quite forgotten her. He saw her, waved his hand with a careless, boyish gesture and disappeared over the brow of the hill. Tom sat down suddenly on the porch step. When Shpa turned to him, he was pale and his forehead was damp with sweat. He spoke aloud, but to himself, not to her. "Good Lord," he said, "it's de Courcy and the boy." That was why I knew his face. When they went in to supper later on, there was a great deal of laughing and talking going on down the long table. Mr. Sparks was finishing a story as they entered, and he was finishing it in a loud voice. "They're pretty well known," he said, "and the Colonel's the worst o' the lot. The nigger told me there'd been a reg'lar flare-up at the Springs. There was a ball and he got on a tear and got away from 'em and bust right into the ballroom and played Hail Columbia. He's a poplar man among the ladies, is the Colonel, but a mixture of whiskey and opium is apt to spile his manners. Nigger says he's the drunkest man when he is drunk that the Lord ever let live. Ye can't do nothing with him. The boy was there, and they say 'twas a sight to see him. He's his daddy's son, and a bigger young devil never lived, they tell me. He's not got to the whiskey and opium yet, and he just takes his out in pride and temper. Nigger said he just raved and tore that night, went into the Colonel's room and cussed and dashed round like he was gone mad. Kinda shamed, I reckon. But Lord, he'll be at it himself in 10 years from now. It's in the blood." "Who's that you're talking of?" asked Tom from his end of the table. He had not recovered his color yet and looked pale as he put the question. "Colonel de Willoughby of Delhi Level," answered Mr. Sparks. "Any kin o' your name sorta like? He just left here this evening with his boy and nigger. They've been to Whitebury, and they're on their way home." "I saw them ride over the hill," said Tom. "I thought I wasn't mistaken in the man. I've seen him before. But he made a very poor supper, and a shadow seemed to have fallen upon his cheery mood of the morning." Shpa recognized this and knew, too, that her new friend and his father were in some vague way responsible for it, and the knowledge oppressed her so that when they sat out upon the porch together after the meal was over, she in her accustomed place on his knee, she grew sad under it herself and, instead of talking as usual, leaned her small head against his coat and watched the few stars whose brightness the moon had not shut out. She went to bed early, but did not sleep well, dreaming dreary dreams of watching the travelers riding away towards the sunset, and of hearing the woman talk again. One of the talkers seemed at last to waken her with her voice, and she sat up in bed suddenly and found that it was Tom, who had roused her by speaking to himself in a low tone as he stood in a flood of moonlight before the window. "She died," he was saying, "she died." Shpa burst into a little sob, stretching out her hands to him without comprehending her own emotion. "And he went away," she cried, "nobody knows where, nobody knows where," and even when he came to her hurriedly and sat down on the bedside, soothing her and taking her in his arms to sink back into slumber, she sobbed drearily 2 or 3 times, though, once in his clasp, she felt, as she had always done, the full sense of comfort, safety, and rest. Chapter 12. The New England town of Willowfield was a place of great importance. Its importance, religious, intellectual, and social, was its strong point. It took the liberty of asserting this with unflinching dignity. Other towns might endeavor to struggle to the front, and, indeed, did so endeavor, but Willowfield calmly held its place and remained unmoved. Its place always had been at the front from the first, and there it took its stand. It had, perhaps, been hinted that its sole title to this position lay in its own stately assumption, but this, it may be argued, was sheer envy and entirely unworthy of notice. Willowfield is not very large or very rich, its leading old lady said, but it is important and has always been considered so. There was society in Willowfield, society which had taken up its abiding place in 3 or 4 streets and confined itself to developing its importance in half a dozen families, old families. They were always spoken of as the old families, and, to be a member of one of them, even a second or third cousin of weak mind and feeble understanding, was to be enclosed within the magic circle outside of which was darkness, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. There were the Stornaways, who had owned the button factory for nearly a generation and a half, which was a long time, the Downings, who had kept the feed store for quite 30 years, and the Burtons, who had been doctors for almost as long, not to mention the Larkins, who had actually founded the Willowfield Times, and kept it going, which had scarcely been expected of them at the outset. Their moral, mental, and social gifts notwithstanding, there was nothing connected with the Stornaways, the Downings, the Burtons, and the Larkins of such importance as their antiquity. The uninformed outsider, on hearing it descanted upon, might naturally have been betrayed into the momentary weakness of expecting to see Mr. Downing moulder away, and little old Dr. Burton crumble into dust. They belong, it was said, with the temperateness of true dignity, to our old families, and that is something, you know, even in America. It has struck me, an observing male visitor once remarked, that there are a good many women in Willowfield, and that altogether it has a feminine tone. It was certainly true that among the Stornaways, the Downings, the Burtons, and the Larkins, the prevailing tone was feminine, and as the Stornaways, the Downings, the Burtons, and the Larkins comprised Willowfield society, and without its society Willowfield lost its significance, the observing male visitor may not have been far wrong. If mistakes were made in Willowfield society, they were always made by the masculine members of it. It was Mr. Stornaway who had at one time been betrayed into the blunder of inviting to a dinner party at his house a rather clever young bookkeeper in his employ, and it was Dr. Burton who had wandered still more glaringly from the path of rectitude by taking a weak, if amiable, interest in a little music teacher with a sweet, tender voice, even going so far as to request his family to call upon her and ask her to take tea with them. It was Mr. Downing, who, when this last incident occurred and created some sensation, had had the temerity to intimate that he thought the doctor was entirely in the right, though, to be sure, he had afterwards been led to falter in this opinion and subside into craven silence, being a little gentleman of timorous and yielding nature, and rather overborne by a large and powerful feminine majority in his own household. Mr. Larkin was, it is to be regretted, the worst of the recreant party, being younger and more unmanageable, having not only introduced to public notice certain insignificant though somewhat talented persons in the shape of young men and women who talked well, or sang well, or wielded lively pens, but had gone to the length of standing by them unflinchingly, demanding civility for them at the hands of his own family of women in such a manner as struck a deadly blow at the very foundations of the social structure. But Mr. Larkin, he was known as Jack Larkin to an astonishing number of people, was a bold man by nature and given to deeds of daring, from the fatal consequences of which nothing but the fact that he was a member of one of the old families could have saved him. As he was a part, and quite a large part, of one of these venerable households, and, moreover, knew not the fear of man, or woman, his failings could be referred to as eccentricities. Mr. Larkin, Mrs. Stornoway frequently observed, with long-suffering patience, is talented but eccentric. You are never quite sure what he will do next. Mrs. Stornoway was the head and front of all Willowfield's social efforts, and represented the button factory with a lofty grace and unbending dignity of demeanor which were the admiration and envy of all aspirants to social fame. It was said that Mrs. Stornoway had been a beauty in her youth, and there were those who placed confidence in the rumor. Mrs. Stornoway did so herself, and it had been intimated that it was this excellent lady who had vouched for the truth of the statement in the first instance, but this report having been traced to a pert young relative who detested and derided her, might have had its origin in youthful disrespect and malice. At present Mrs. Stornoway was a large blonde woman whose blondness was not fairness, and whose size was not roundness. She was the leader of all religious and charitable movements, presiding with great vigor over church matters, fairs, concerts, and sewing societies. The minister of her church submitted himself to her advice and guidance. All the modest members of the choir quailed and quavered before her, while even the bold ones, meeting her eye when engaged in worldly conversation between their musical efforts, momentarily lost their interest and involuntarily straightened themselves. Towards her family Mrs. Stornoway performed her duty with unflinching virtue. She had married her 6 daughters in a manner at once creditable to herself, themselves, and Willowfield. 5 of them had been rather ordinary, depressed-looking girls, who, perhaps, were not sorry to obtain their freedom. The 6th had narrowly escaped being dowered with all the charms said to have adorned Mrs. Stornoway's own youth. Agnes is very like what I was at her age, said her mother, with dignity, and perhaps she was, though no one had been able to trace any resemblance which had defied the ravages of time. Agnes had made a marriage which in some points was better than those of her sisters. She had married a brilliant man, while the other 5 had been obliged to make the best of things as far as brilliancy was concerned. People always said of John Baird that he was a brilliant man and that a great career lay before him. He was rather remarkable for a curious subtle distinction of physical good looks, He was not of the common, straight-featured, personable type. It had been said by the artistic analyst of form and line that his aspect did not belong to his period, that indeed his emotional, spirited face, with its look of sensitiveness and race, was of the type once connected with fine old steel engravings of young poets not quite beyond the days of powdered hair and frilled shirt bosoms. It is absurd that he should have been born in America and in these days a brilliant person had declared. He always brings to my mind the portraits in delightful old annuals, so-and-so, at 25. His supple ease of movement and graceful length of limb gave him an air of youth. He was one of the creatures to whom the passage of years would mean but little, but added charm and adaptability. His eyes were singularly living things, the eyes that almost unconsciously entreat and whose entreaty touches one. The fine, irregular outline of his profile was the absolute expression of the emotional at war with itself, the passionate, the tender, the sensitive, and complex. The effect of these things was almost the effect of peculiar physical beauty, and with this he combined the allurements of a compelling voice and an enviable sense of the fitness of things. He never lost a thought through the inability to utter it. When he had left college, he had left burdened with honors and had borne with him the enthusiastic admiration of his fellow students. He had earned and worn his laurels with an ease and grace which would be remembered through years to come. It's something, it was once said, to have known a fellow to whom things came so easily. When he had entered the ministry, there had been some wonder expressed among the men who had known him best, but when he preached his first sermon at Willowfield, where there was a very desirable church indeed, with whose minister Mrs. Stornoway had become dissatisfied, and who in consequence was to be civilly removed, the golden apple fell at once into his hand. Before he had arrived he had been spoken of rather slightingly as the young man, but when he rose in the pulpit on the eventful Sunday morning, such a thrill ran through the congregation as had not stirred it at its devotions for many a summer day. Mrs. Stornoway mentally decided for him upon the spot. "He is of one of our oldest families," she said. "This is what Willowfield wants." He dined with the Stornoways that day, and when he entered the parlor the first figure his eyes fell upon was that of Agnes Stornoway, dressed in white muslin, with white roses in her belt. She was a tall girl, with a willowy figure and a colorless fairness of skin, but when her mother called her to her side and Baird touched her hand, she blushed in such a manner that Mrs. Stornoway was a little astonished. Scarcely a year afterward she became Mrs. Baird, and people said she was a very fortunate girl, which was possibly true. Her husband did not share the fate of most ministers who had presided over Mrs. Stornoway's church. His power over his congregation increased every year. His name began to be known in the world of literature. He was called upon to deliver in important places the lectures he had delivered to his Willowfield audiences, and the result was one startling triumph after another. There was every indication of the fact that a career was already marked out for him. Willowfield looked forward with trepidation to the time when the great world which stood ready to give him fame would absorb him altogether, but in the meantime it exerted all its power of fascination, and was so far successful that the Reverend John Baird felt that his lines had indeed fallen in pleasant places. But after the birth of her little daughter his wife was not strong, and was so long in regaining vitality that in the child's second year she was ordered abroad by the physician. At this time Baird's engagements were such that he could not accompany her, and accordingly he remained in America. The career was just opening up its charmed vistas to him, his literary efforts were winning laurels, he was called upon to lecture in Boston and New York, and he never rose before an audience without at once awakening an enthusiasm. Mrs. Baird went to the south of France with her child and nurse and a party of friends, and remained there for a year. At the termination of that time, just as she thought of returning home, she was taken seriously ill. Her husband was sent for and went at once to join her. In a few months she had died of rapid decline. She had been a delicate girl, and a far-off taint of consumption in her family blood had reasserted itself. But though Mrs. Stornoway bewailed her with diffuse and loud pathos and for a year swathed her opulence of form in deepest folds and draperies of crape, the quiet fairness and slightness which for some 25 years had been known as Agnes Stornoway, had been a personality not likely to be a marked and long-lingering memory. The child was placed with a motherly friend in Paris. For a month after his wife's death Baird had been feverishly, miserably eager to return to America. Those about him felt that the blow which had fallen upon him might affect his health seriously. He seemed possessed by a desperate, morbid desire to leave the scene of the calamity behind him. He was restless and feverish in his anxiety, and scarcely able to endure the delay which the arrangement of his affairs made necessary. He had not been well when he had left Willowfield, and during his watching by his wife's bedside he had grown thin and restless-eyed. "I want to get home. I must get home," he would exclaim, as if involuntarily. His entire physical and mental condition were strained and unnatural. His wife's doctor, who had become his own doctor as his health deteriorated, was not surprised, on arriving one day, to find him prostrate with nervous fever. He was ill for months, and he rose from his sick-bed a depressed shadow of his former self and quite unable to think of returning to his charge, even if his old desire had not utterly left him with his fever. He was absent from Willowfield for 2 years, and when at length he turned his face homeward, it was with no eagerness. He had passed through one of those phases which change a man's life and being. If he had been a rich man he would have remained away and would have lived in London, seeing much of the chief continental cities. As it was, he must at least temporarily return to Willowfield and take with him his little girl. On the day distinguished by his return to his people, much subdued excitement prevailed in Willowfield. During the whole of the previous week Mrs. Stornoway's carriage had paid daily visits to the downtown stores. There was a flourishing New England thrift among the Stornoways, the Larkins, the Downings, and the Burtons, which did not allow of their delegating the ordering of their households to assistants. Most of them were rigorous housewives, keen at a bargain and sharp of tongue when need be, and there was rarely any danger of their getting less than their money's worth. To celebrate his arrival, Mrs. Stornoway was to give an evening party which was to combine congratulatory welcome with a touch of condolence for the past and assurance for the future. "We must let him see," said Mrs. Stornoway, "that Willowfield has its attractions." Its attractions did not present themselves as vividly to John Baird as might have been hoped, when he descended from the train at the depot. He had spent 2 or 3 days in Boston with a view to taking his change gradually, but he found himself not as fully prepared for Willowfield as he could have wished. He was not entirely prepared for Mrs. Stornoway, who hurried towards them with exultation on her large, stupid face, and, after effusive embraces, bustled with them towards an elderly woman who had evidently accompanied her. "See, here's Miss Amory Starkweather," she exclaimed. "She came with me to meet you. Just see how Annie's grown, Miss Amory." Miss Amory was a thin woman with a strong-featured countenance and deep-set, observing eyes. They were eyes whose expression suggested that they had made many painful discoveries in the course of their owner's life. John Baird rather lighted up for a moment when he caught sight of her. "I am glad to see you, Miss Amory," he said. "Thank you," she answered. "I hope you are as well as you look." "We're so delighted," Mrs. Stornoway announced, as if to the bystanders. "Everybody in Willowfield is so delighted to have you back again. The church has not seemed the same place. The man who took your place, Mr. Jeremy, you know, you haven't any idea how unpopular." "Excuse me," said Baird, "I must speak to Latimer." "Where is Latimer, Annie?" "Who is Latimer?" asked Mrs. Stornoway. "Excuse me," said Baird again, and turning back towards the platform, he disappeared among the crowd with Annie, who had clung to his hand. "Why, he's gone," proclaimed Mrs. Stornoway. "But where's he gone? Why didn't he stay?" "Who's Latimer?" "Latimer?" Miss Amory echoed. "You ought to know him. His family lives in Willowfield. He is the man who was coming home to take charge of the little church at Janway's Mills. He has evidently crossed the Atlantic with them." "Well, now, I declare," proclaimed Mrs. Stornoway. "It must be the man who took his sister to Europe. It was a kind of absurd thing. She died away, the girl did, and people wondered why he did not come back and how he lived. Why, yes, that must be the man." And she turned to look about for him. Miss Amory Starkweather made a slight movement. "Don't look," she said. "He might not like to be stared at." "They're quite common people," commented Mrs. Stornoway, still staring. "They live in a little house in a side street. They had very silly ideas about the girl. They thought she was a genius and sent her to the School of Art in Boston, but it wasn't long before her health failed her." "Ah. I guess that must be the man talking to Mr. Baird and Annie. He looks as if he would go off in a consumption." He was a tall, hollow-chested man, with a dark, sallow face and an ungainly figure. There were suggestions of both ill health and wretchedness in his appearance, and his manner was awkward and embarrassed. Two human beings more utterly unlike each other than himself and the man who held his hand could not possibly have been found. It was Bed who held his hand, not he Bed's, and it was Bed who seemed to speak while he listened, while with his free hand he touched the hair of the child Annie. "Well," remarked Mrs. Stornoway, "Mr. Bed seems to have taken a fancy to him. I don't think he's attractive myself." "Are they going to talk to him all day?" "No," said Miss Amory, "he is going now." He was going. Bed had released his hand and he was looking in a gloomy, awkward way at Annie, as if he did not know how to make his adieu. But Annie, who was a simple child creature, solved the difficulty for him with happy readiness. She flung both her small arms about his ungainly body and held up her face. "Kiss me 3 times," she said. 3 times. Latimer started and flushed. He looked down at her and then glanced rather timidly at Bed. "Kiss her," said Bed, "it will please her, and it will please me." Latimer bent himself to the child's height and kissed her. The act was without grace, and when he stood upright he was more awkward and embarrassed than ever. But the caress was not a cold or rough one, and when he turned and strode away the flush was still on his sallow cheek. Chapter 13. The Stornoway parlors were very brilliant that evening in a Willowfield sense. Not a Burton, a Larkin, or a Downing was missing, even Miss Amory Starkweather being present. Miss Amory Starkweather was greatly respected by the Stornoways, the Downings, the Larkins, and the Burtons, the Starkweathers having landed upon Plymouth Rock so early and with such a distinguished sense of their own importance as to lead to the impression in weak minds that they had not only founded that monumental cornerstone of ancestry, but were personally responsible for the Mayflower. This gentlewoman represented to the humorous something more of the element of comedy than she represented to herself. She had been born into a world too narrow and provincial for the development of the powers born with her. She had been an ugly girl and an ugly woman, marked by the hopeless ugliness of a long, ill-proportioned face, small eyes, and a nose too large and high, that ugliness which even love's eyes can scarcely ameliorate into good drawing. The temperament attached to these painful disabilities had been warm and strongly womanly. Born a century or so earlier, in a French court, or any great world vivid with picturesque living, she would in all probability have been a remarkable personage, her ugliness a sort of distinction, but she had been born in Willowfield, and had lived its life and been bound by its limits. She had been comfortably well off, she had a large square house with a garden, an income sufficient to provide for extremely respectable existence in Willowfield, but not large enough to allow of experiments with the outside world. She had never met a man whom she could have loved, who would have loved her, and she was essentially, though Willowfield would never have dreamed it, a woman who should have loved and mated. A lifetime of narrow, unstimulating years and thwarted instincts had made age treat her ill. She was a thin woman with burning eyes, and a personality people were afraid of. She had always found an interest in John Bed, When he had come to Willowfield, she had seen in him that element which her whole long life had lacked. His emotional potentialities had wakened her imagination. If she had been a young woman, she knew that she might have fallen tragically and hopelessly in love with him. As an old woman, she found it well worth her while to watch him and speculate upon him. When he had become engaged to Agnes Stornoway, she had watched him and secretly wondered how the engagement would end. When it had ended in marriage, she had not wondered, but she had seen many things other people did not see. He is not in love with her had been her mental decision, but he is emotional, and he is in love with her being in love with him. There is no foretelling what will come of it. Baird had found himself attracted by Miss Amory. He did not know that if she had been young she would, despite her ugliness, have had a powerful feminine effect on him. He used to go and talk to her, and he was not conscious that he went when he was made restless by a lack of something in the mental atmosphere about him. He could talk to her as he could not talk to the rest of Willowfield. She read and thought and argued with herself, and as a product of a provincial dogmatic New England town was a curious development. Were you once a brilliant, wicked, feminine mover of things in some old French court, he said to her once. They had been plunging deep into the solving of unsolvable problems, and she turned her burning old eyes on him as she answered. God knows what I was, she said, but it was nothing like this, and I was not wicked. No, Baird replied, you were not wicked, but you broke laws. Yes, I broke laws, she agreed, but they were hideous laws, better broken than kept. She had been puzzled by the fact that after his wife left him he had had a restless period and had seemed to pass through a miserable phase, such as a man suffering from love and longing might endure. Has he fallen in love with her because she has gone away? She wondered. Men are capable of it at times. But later she decided mentally that this was not his special case. She saw, however, that he was passing through some mental crisis which was a dangerous struggle. He was restless and often away from Willowfield for 2 or 3 days at a time. To provide the place with orthodox doctrine once a week is more than he can bear, and to be bored to extinction into the bargain makes him feel morbid, she said to herself. I hope he won't begin to be lured by things which might produce catastrophe. Once he came and spent a long, hot summer evening with her, and when he went away she had arrived at another decision, and it made her wretched. He is lured, she thought. I cannot help him, and God knows Willowfield could not. After this, perhaps the deluge. She saw but little of him for 2 months. And then he was called across the Atlantic by his wife's illness and left the place. Write to me now and then, he said, when he came to bid her goodbye. What can I write about from Willowfield to a man in Paris? She asked. About Willowfield, he answered, holding her hand and laughing a little gruesomely. There will be a thrill in it when one is 3,000 miles away. Tell me about the church, about the people, who comes, who goes, your own points of view will make it all worthwhile. Will you? Almost as if a shade anxiously. She felt the implied flattery just enough to be vaguely pleased by it. "Yes, I will," she answered. She kept her word, and the letters were worth reading. It was, as he had said, her points of view which gave interest to the facts that unexciting people had died, married, or been born. Her sketch of the trying position of the unpopular man who filled his pulpit and was unfavorably compared with him every Sunday morning was full of astute analysis and wit. Her little picture of the gloomy young theological student, Latimer, his efforts for his sister, and her innocent, pathetic death in a foreign land had a wonderful realism of touch. She had by pure accident made the child's acquaintance and had been strongly touched and moved. She did not write often, but he read her letters many times over. Upon this evening of his homecoming she thought he had sometimes the look of a man who felt that he walked in a dream. More than once she saw him involuntarily pass his hand with a swift movement over his eyes as if his own touch might waken him. It was true he did not greatly enjoy the festivities. His occasional views of Mrs. Stornoway as she rambled among her guests, talking to them about him in audible tones, were trying. She dispensed him with her hospitalities, as it were, and was diffuse upon the extent of his travels and the attention paid him, to each member of the company in turn. He knew when she was speaking of himself and when of her daughter, and the alternate decorous sentiment and triumphant pleasure marked on her broad face rasped him to the extent of making him fear lest he might lose his temper. "She is a stupid woman," he found himself saying half aloud once, "the most stupid woman I think I ever met." Towards the end of the evening, as he entered the room, he found himself obliged to pass her. She stood near the door, engaged in animated conversation with Mrs. Downing. She had hit upon a new and absorbing topic, which had the additional charge of savouring of local gossip. Why, he heard her say, "I mean to ask him. He can tell us, I guess." I haven't a doubt but he heard the whole story. You know he has a way of drawing people out. He's so much tact and sympathy. I used to tell Agnes he was all tact and sympathy. Feeling quite sure that it was himself who was all tact and sympathy, Baird endeavored to move by unobserved. But she caught sight of him and checked his progress. "Mr. Baird," she said, "we're just talking about you." "Don't talk about me," he said, lightly, "I am not half so culpable as I look." He often found small change of this order could be made useful with Mrs. Stornoway, and he bestowed this upon her with an easy air which she felt to be very delightful. "He's so ready," she observed, enraptured. I often used to say to Agnes, but Mrs. Downing was not to be defrauded. "We were talking about those people on Bank Street," she said, "the Latimers. Mrs. Stornoway says you crossed the Atlantic with the son, who has just come back. Do tell us something about him." "I am afraid I cannot make him as interesting to you as he was to me," answered Baird, with his light air again. "He does not look very interesting," said Mrs. Stornoway. "I never saw anyone so sallow. I can't understand Annie liking him." "He is interesting," responded Baird. Annie took one of her fancies to him, and I took something more than a fancy. We shall be good friends, I think. Well, I'm sure it's very kind of you to take such an interest, proclaimed Mrs. Stornoway. You are always finding something good in people. I wish people were always finding something good in me, said John Bed. It was not difficult to find good in this man. He is of the stuff they made saints and martyrs of in the olden times. What did the girl die of? Asked Mrs. Downing. What? Repeated Bed. The girl. I don't know. And where did she die? Added Mrs. Downing. I was just saying, put in Mrs. Stornoway, that you had such a sympathetic way of drawing people out that I was sure he had told you the whole story. There was not much story, Bed answered, and it was too sad to talk over. The poor child went abroad and died in some little place in Italy, of consumption, I think. I suppose she was sick when they went, commented Mrs. Downing. I heard so. It was a queer thing for them to go to Europe, as inexperienced as they were and everything. But the father and mother were more inexperienced still, I guess. They were perfectly foolish about the girl, and so was the brother. She went to some studio in Boston to study art, and they had an idea her bits of pictures were wonderful. I never saw her myself, said Mrs. Stornoway. No one seems to have seen anything of her but Miss Amory Starkweather. Miss Starkweather, exclaimed Bed. Oh, yes, in her letters she mentioned having met her. Well, it was a queer thing, said Mrs. Downing, but it was like Miss Amory. They say the girl fainted in the street as Miss Amory was driving by, and she stopped her carriage and took her in and carried her home. She took quite a fancy to her and saw her every day or so until she went away. It was not unnatural that at this juncture John Bed's eyes should wander across the room to where Miss Amory Starkweather sat, but it was a coincidence that as his eye fell upon her she should meet it with a gesture which called him to her side. It seems that Miss Amory wishes to speak to me, he said to his companions. He'll make himself just as interesting to her as he has made himself to us, said Mrs. Stornoway, with heavy sprightliness, as he left them. He never spares himself trouble. He went across the room to Miss Amory. Can you sit down by me? She said. I want to talk to you about Lucien Latimer. What is there in the atmosphere which suggests Latimer? He inquired. We have been talking about him at the other side of the room. Do you know him? I never saw him, she replied, but I knew her. Her, he repeated. The little sister. She leaned forward a little. What were the details of her death? She asked. I want to know, I want to know. Somehow the words sounded nervously eager. I did not ask him, he answered. I thought he preferred to be silent. He is a silent man. She sat upright again, and for a moment seemed to forget herself. She said something 2 or 3 times softly to herself. Bed thought it was poor child. Poor child. She was young to die, he said, in a low voice. Poor child, indeed. Miss Amory came back to him, as it were. The younger, the better, she said. Look at me. Her burning eyes were troubling and suggestive. Baird found himself trying to gather himself together. He assumed the natural air of kindly remonstrance. Oh, come, he said. Don't take that tone. It is unfair to all of us. Her reply was certainly rather a startling one. Very well then, she responded. Look at yourself. If you had died as young as she did, he looked at her, conscious of a little coldness creeping over his body. She was usually lighter when they were not entirely alone. Just now, in the midst of this commonplace, exceedingly middle-class evening party, with the Larkins, the Downings, and the Burtons chattering, warm, diffuse, and elate, about him, she stirred him with a little horror, not horror of herself, but of something in her mood. Do you think I am such a bad fellow? He said. No, she answered. Worse, poor thing. It is not the bad fellows who produce the crudest results. But I did not call you here to tell you that you were bad or good. I called you to speak about Lucien Latimer. When you go to him, you are going to him. Tomorrow. Then tell him to come and see me. I will tell him anything you wish, said Baird. Is there anything else? Tell him I knew her, she answered. Marjorie, Marjorie. Marjorie, Baird said slowly, as if the sound touched him. What a pretty, simple name. She was a pretty, simple creature, said Miss Amory. Tell me, he said, tell me something more about her. There is nothing more to tell, she replied. She was dying when I met her. I saw it, in her eyes. She could not have lived. She went away and died. John Baird heard a slight sharp choking sound in her throat. There, she said presently, I don't like to talk about it. I am too emotional for my years. Go to Mrs. Stornoway. She is looking for you. He got up and turned and left her without speaking, and a few minutes later, when Mrs. Stornoway wanted him to give an account of his interview with the Pope, she was surprised to see him approaching her from the door as if he had been out of the room. His story of the interview with the Pope was very interesting, and he was more brilliant than ever during the remainder of the evening, but when the last guest had departed, followed by Mrs. Stornoway to the threshold, that lady, on her return to the parlour, found him standing by the mantel looking at the fire with so profoundly wearied an air, that she uttered an exclamation. Why, she said, you look tired, I must say. But everything went off splendidly and I never saw you so brilliant. Thank you, he answered. I've just been saying with renewed spirit of admiration, that your crossing with that Latimer has quite brought him into notice. It will be a good thing for him. I heard several people speak of him tonight and say how kind it was of you to take him up. Baird stirred uneasily. I should not like to have that tone taken, he said. Why should I patronize him? We shall be friends, if he will allow it. He spoke with so much heat and impatience that Mrs. Stornoway listened with a discomfited stare. "But nobody knows anything about them," she said. "They're quite ordinary people. They live in Bank Street." "That may settle the matter for Willowfield," said Bed, "but it does not settle it for me. We are to be friends, and Willowfield must understand that." And such was the decision of his tone that Mrs. Stornoway did not recover herself and was still staring after him in a bewildered fashion when he went upstairs. "But it's just like him," she remarked, rather weakly, to the room's emptiness. "That's always the way with people of genius and mind. They're always humble." Chapter 14. She had renewed opportunity for remarking upon the generous humility the next morning when he left the house with the intention of paying his visit to Bank Street. "He's actually going," she said. "Well, I must say again it's just like him. There are very few men in his position who would think it worthwhile, but he treats everybody with just as much consideration as if he was nobody." The house on Bank Street was just what he had expected to find it: small, unornamental, painted white, and modestly putting forth a few vines as if with a desire to clothe itself, which had not been encouraged by nature. The vines had not flourished, and they, as well as the few flowers in the yard, were dropping their scant foliage, which turned brown and rustled in the autumn wind. Before ringing the bell, Baird stood for a few moments upon the threshold. As he looked up and down the street, he was pale and felt chilly, so chilly that he buttoned his light overcoat over his breast and his hands even shook slightly as he did it. Then he turned and rang the bell. It was answered by a little woman with a girlish figure and grey hair. For a moment John Baird paused before speaking to her, as he had paused before ringing the bell, and in the pause, during which he found himself looking into her soft, childishly blue eyes, he felt even chillier than at first. "Mrs. Latimer?" "I think," he said, baring his head. "Yes," she answered, "and you are Mr. Baird and have come to see Lucian, I'm sure." She gave him her small hand with a smile. "I am very glad to see you," she said, "and Lucian will be glad, too. Come in, please." She led the way into the little parlor, talking in a voice as soft and kindly as her eyes. Lucian had been out, but had just come in, she fancied, and was probably upstairs. She would go and tell him. So, having taken him into the room, she went, leaving him alone. When she was gone, Baird stood for a moment listening to her footsteps upon the stairs. Then he crossed the room and stood before the hearth looking up at a picture which hung over the mantel. He was still standing before it when she returned with her son. He turned slowly to confront them, holding out his hand to Latimer with something less of alert and sympathetic readiness than was usual with him. There was in his manner an element which corresponded with the lack of color and warmth in his face. "I've been looking at this portrait of he began. "Of Marjorie," put in the little mother. "Everyone looks at Marjorie when they come in. It seems as if the child somehow filled the room." and though her soft voice had a sigh in it, she did not speak in entire sadness. John Baird looked at the picture again. It was the portrait of a slight small girl with wistful eyes and an innocent face. "I felt sure that it was she," he said in a lowered voice, "and you are quite right in saying that she seems to fill the room." The mother put her hand upon her son's arm. He had turned his face towards the window. It seemed to Baird that her light touch was at once an appeal and a consolation. "She filled the whole house when she was here," she said, "and yet she was only a quiet little thing. She had a bright way with her quietness and was so happy and busy. It is my comfort now to remember that she was always happy, happy to the last, Lucian tells me." She looked up at her son's averted face as if expecting him to speak, and he responded at once, though in his usual mechanical way. "To the last," he said, "she had no fear and suffered no pain." The little woman watched him with tender, wistful eyes. 2 large tears welled up and slipped down her cheeks, but she smiled softly as they fell. She had so wanted to go to Italy, she said, and was so happy to be there. And at the last it was such a lovely day, and she enjoyed it so, and was propped up on a sofa near the window, and looked out at the blue sky and the mountains, and made a little sketch. "Tell him, Lucian," and she touched his arm again. "I shall be glad to hear," said Baird, "but you must not tire yourself by standing," and he took her hand gently and led her to a chair and sat down beside her, still holding her hand. But Latimer remained standing, resting his elbow upon the mantel and looking down at the floor as he spoke. "She was not well in England," the little mother put in, "but in Italy he thought she was better even to the very last." "She was weak," Latimer went on, without raising his eyes, "but she was always bright and happy. She used to lie on the sofa by the window and look out and try to make sketches. She could see the Apennines, and it was the chestnut harvest, and the peasants used to pass along the road on their way to the forests, and she liked to watch them. She used to try to sketch them too, but she was too weak, and when I wrote home for her, she made me describe them, in her bright way," said his mother. "I read the letters over and over again, and they seemed like pictures, like her little pictures. It scarcely seems as if Lucian could have written them at all." "The last day," said Latimer, "I had written home to say that she was better. She was so well in the morning that she talked of trying to take a drive, but in the afternoon she was a little tired, but only a little," interrupted the mother eagerly, "and quite happy." "Only a little, and quite happy," said Latimer. "There was a beautiful sunset, and I drew her sofa to the windows, and she lay and looked at it, and talked, and just as the sun went down, all in a lovely golden glory, as if the gates of heaven were open," the gentle voice added. Latimer paused for an instant. His sallow face had become paler. He drew out his handkerchief and touched his forehead with it and his lips. "All in a glow of gold," he went on a little more hoarsely. "Just as it went down, she turned on her pillow and began to speak to me. She said how beautiful it all is, and how glad, and her voice died away. I thought she was looking at the sky again. She had lifted her eyes to it and was smiling. The smile was on her face when I bent over her, a few moments after, and found that all was over. It was not like death at all, said his mother with a soft breathlessness. She never even knew. And though tears streamed down her cheeks, she smiled. Baird rose suddenly and went to Latimer's side. He wore the pale and bewildered face of a man walking in a dream. He laid his hand on his shoulder. No, it was not like death, he said. Try and remember that. I do remember, it was the answer. She escaped both death and life, said John Baird. Both death and life. The little mother sat wiping her eyes gently. It was all so bright to her, she said. I can scarcely think of it as a grief that we have lost her, for a little while. Her little room upstairs never seems empty. I could fancy that she might come in at any moment smiling as she used to. If she had ever suffered or been sad in it, I might feel as if the pain and sadness were left there, but when I open the door it seems as if her pretty smile met me, or the sound of her voice singing as she used to when she painted. She rose and went to her son's side again, laying her hand on his arm with a world of tenderness in her touch. Try to think of that, Lucian, dear, she said. Try to think that her face was never any sadder or older than we see it in her pretty picture there. She might have lived to be tired of living, and she was saved from it. Try to help him, she said, turning to bed. Perhaps you can. He has not learned to bear it yet. They were very near to each other, and perhaps he is too young to think of it as we do. Grief is always heavier to young people, I think. Try to help him. She went out of the room quietly, leaving them together. When she was gone, John Baird found himself trying, with a helpless feeling of desperation, to spur himself up to saying something, but neither words nor thoughts would come. For the moment his mind seemed a perfect blank, and the silence of the room was terrible. It was Latimer who spoke first, stiffly, and as if with difficulty. I should be more resigned, he said, I should be resigned. But it has been a heavy blow. Baird moistened his dry lips but found no words. She had a bright nature, the lagging voice went on, a bright nature, and gifts, which I had not. God gave me no gifts, and it is natural to me to see that life is dark and that I can only do poorly the work which falls to me. I was a gloomy, unhappy boy when she was born. I had learned to know the lack in myself early, and I saw in her what I longed for. I know the feeling is a sin against God and that His judgment will fall upon me, but I have no power against it. It is a very natural feeling, said Baird, hoarsely. We cannot resign ourselves at once under a great sorrow. A just God who punishes rebellion demands it of His servants. Don't say that. Baird interrupted, with a shudder, we need a God of mercy, not a God who condemns. Need, the dark face almost livid in its pallor, we need. It is not He who was made for our needs, but we for His. For His servants there is only submission to the anguish chosen for us. That is a harsh creed, said Bed, and a dark one. Try a brighter one, man. There is no brighter one for me, was the answer. She had a brighter one, poor child, and mine was a heavy trouble to her. Why should we deceive ourselves? What are we in His sight, in the sight of immutable, eternal God? We can only do His will and await the end. We have reason which we may not use, we can only believe and suffer. There is agony on every side of us which, if it were His will, He might relieve, but does not. It is His will, and what is the impotent rebellion of nature against that? What help have we against Him? His harsh voice had risen until it was almost a cry. The lank locks which fell over his sallow forehead were damp with sweat. He put them back with a desperate gesture. Such words of themselves are sin, he said, and it is my curse and punishment that I should bear in my breast every hour the crime of such rebellion. What is there left for me? Is there any labor or any pang borne for others that will wipe out the stain from my soul? John Baird looked at him as he had looked before. His usual ready flow of speech, his rapidity of thought, his knowledge of men and their necessities seemed all to have deserted him. He stammered, I am not fit, not fit. He had not known what he was going to say when he began, and he did not know how he intended to end. He heard with a passionate sense of relief that the door behind them opened, and turned to find that Mrs. Latimer stood upon the threshold as if in hesitancy. Lucian, she said, it is that poor girl from Janway's Mills. The one Marjorie was so sorry for, Susan Chapman. She wants to see you. I think the poor child wants to ask about Marjorie. Latimer made a movement forward, but checked himself. Tell her to come in, he said. Mrs. Latimer went to the front door, and in a few seconds returned. The girl was with her and entered the room slowly. She was very pale and her eyes were dilated and she breathed fast as if frightened. She glanced at John Baird and stopped. I didn't know anyone else was here, she said. I will go away, if you wish it, said Baird, the sympathetic tone returning to his voice. No, said Latimer. You can do her more good than I can. This gentleman, he added to the girl, is my friend, and a minister of God as well as myself. He is the Reverend John Baird. There was in his eyes, as he addressed her, a look which was like an expression of dread, as if he saw in her young yet faded face and figure something which repelled him almost beyond self-control. Perhaps the girl saw, while she did not comprehend it. She regarded him helplessly. I don't know, hardly, why I came, she faltered, twisting the corner of her shawl. She had been rather pretty, but the color and freshness were gone from her face and there were premature lines of pain and misery marking it here and there. Baird moved a chair near her. Sit down, he said. Have you walked all the way from Janway's Mills? She started a little and gave him a look, half wonder, half relief, and then fell to twisting the fringe of her poor shawl again. Yes, I walked, she answered, but I can't set down. I ain't but a minute to stay. Her clothes, which had been shabby at their best, were at their worst now, and, altogether, she was a figure neither attractive nor picturesque. But Baird saw pathos in her. It was said that one of his most charming qualities was his readiness to discover the pathetic under any guise. "You came to ask Mr. Latimer some questions, perhaps," he said. She suddenly burst into tears. "Yes," she answered, I couldn't help it." She checked herself and wiped her tears away with the shawl corner almost immediately. "I wanted to know something about her," she said. "Nobody seemed to know nothing, only that she was dead. When they said you'd come home, it seemed like I couldn't rest until I'd heard something." "What do you want to hear?" said Latimer. It struck Baird that the girl's manner was a curious one. It was a manner which seemed to conceal beneath its shamefaced awkwardness some secret fear or anxiety. She gave Latimer a hurried, stealthy look, and then her eyes fell. It was as if she would have read in his gloomy face what she did not dare to ask. "I'd be afraid to die myself," she stammered. "I can't bear to think of it. I'm afraid." "Was she?" "No," Latimer answered. The girl gave him another dull, stealthy look. "I'm glad of that," she said. "She can't have minded so much if she wasn't afraid. I'd like to think she didn't mind it so much, or suffer." "She did not suffer," said Latimer. "I never saw nothing of her after the last day she came to Janway's Mills," the girl began. Latimer lifted his eyes suddenly. "She went to the mills," he exclaimed. "Yes," she answered, her voice shaking. "I guess she never told. After that first night she stood by me. No one else did. Seemed like other folks thought I'd poison 'em. She'd come and see me and help me. She was sick the last day she came, and when she was going home she fainted in the street. I heard folks say, I never saw her after that." She brushed a tear from her face with the shawl again. "So as she didn't mind much, or suffer," she said, "'tain't so bad to think of. She wasn't one to be able to stand up against things. She'd have died if she'd been me. I'd be glad enough to die myself, if I wasn't afraid. She'd cry over me when I wasn't crying over myself. I've been beat about till I don't mind, like I used. They're a hard lot down at the mills." "And you," said Latimer, "what sort of a life have you been leading?" His voice was harsh and his manner repellent only because nature had served him the cruel turn of making them so. He was bitterly conscious as he spoke of having chosen the wrong words and uttered them with an appearance of relentless rigor which he would have made any effort to soften. Baird made a quick movement towards the girl. "Have you any work?" he asked. "Do you need help? Don't mind telling us. My friend is to take charge of your church at the mills." The girl interrupted him. She had turned miserably pale under Latimer's question. "'Tain't no church of mine," she said, passionately. "Ain't nothing to do with it. I never belonged to no church anyhow, and I'm led in the kind o' life any girl d lead that hadn't nothing nor nobody. I don't mean with a strangled sob, to even myself with her, but what you'd she ha done if she'd ha slipped like I did, and then had nothing nor nobody. Don't speak of her, cried Latimer, almost fiercely. "'Toon't he hurt her," said the girl, struggling with a sob again. "She's past being hurt even by such as me, and I'm glad of it. She's well out of it all." She turned as if she would have gone away, but Baird checked her. "Wait a moment," he said. "Perhaps I can be of some service to you." "You can't do nothing," she interrupted. "Nobody can't." "Let me try," he said. "Take a note to Miss Starkweather from me and wait at the house for a few minutes." "Come, that isn't much, is it?" "You'll do that much, I'm sure." She looked down at the floor a few seconds and then up at him. It had always been considered one of his recommendations that he was so unprofessional in his appearance. "Yes," she said, slowly, "I can do that, I suppose." He drew a notebook from his breast pocket and, having written a few words on a leaf of it, tore it out and handed it to her. "Take that to Miss Starkweather's house and say I sent you with it." When she was gone, he turned to Latimer again. "Before I go," he said, "I want to say a few words to you, to ask you to make me a promise." "What is the promise?" said Latimer. "It is that we shall be friends, friends." Baird laid his hand on the man's gaunt shoulder with a nervous grasp as he spoke, and his voice was unsteady. "I have never had a friend," answered Latimer, monotonously. "I should scarcely know what to do with one." "Then it is time you had one," Baird replied. "And I may have something to offer you. There may be something in my feeling which may be worth your having." He held out his hand. Latimer looked at it for a second, then at him, his sallow face flushing darkly. "You are offering me a good deal," he said. "I scarcely know why, myself." "But you don't take my hand," Latimer Baird said, and the words were spoken with a faint loss of color. Latimer took it, flushing more darkly still. "What have I to offer in return?" he said. "I have nothing." "You had better think again. I should only be a kind of shadow on your life." "I want nothing in return, nothing," Baird said. "I don't even ask feeling from you. Be a shadow on my life, if you will." "Why should I have no shadows? Why should all go smoothly with me, while others—" He paused, checking his vehemence as if he had suddenly recognized it. "Let us be friends," he said. Chapter 15. The respectable portion of the population of Janways Mills believed in church-going and on Sunday school attendance. In fact, the most entirely respectable believed that such persons as neglected these duties were preparing themselves for damnation. They were a quiet, simple, and unintellectual people. Such of them as occasionally read books knew nothing of any literature which was not religious. The stories they had followed through certain inexpensive periodicals were of the order which describes the gradual elevation of the worldly-minded or depraved to the plane of church-going and Sunday school. Their few novels made it their motif to prove that it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Any hero or heroine of wealth who found peace of mind and married happily, only attained these objects through the assistance of some noble though humble unsecular person whose example and instruction led them to adopt unsecular views. The point of view of Janway's Mills was narrow and far from charitable when it was respectable. Its point of view, when it was not respectable, was desperate. Even sinners, at Janway's Mills, were primitive and limited in outlook. They did not excuse themselves with specious argument for their crimes of neglecting church-going, using bad language, hanging about barrooms, and loose living. They were not brilliant wrongdoers and made no attempt at defending themselves or pretending that they did not know they were going to perdition. The New England mind is not broad or versatile, and, having begun life in a Puritan atmosphere, it is not quick to escape its influence. Society at the Mills recognized no social distinction which was not founded upon the respectability of church-going and the observance of social laws made by church-goers. It recognized none because it absolutely knew of none. The great world was not far from Janway's Mills, but they did not touch each other. Willowfield was near. Boston and New York themselves were not far distant, but the curious fact being that millions of human minds may work and grow and struggle as if they were the minds of dwellers upon another planet, though less than 100 miles may separate them, the actual lives, principles, and significances of the larger places did not seem to touch the smaller one. The smaller one was a village of a few streets of small houses which had grown up about the mills themselves. The mills gave employment to a village full of hands, so the village gradually evolved itself. It was populated by the uneducated laboring class. Some were respectable, some were dissolute and lived low and gross lives. But all were uneducated in any sense which implies more than the power to read, write, and make a few necessary calculations. Most of them took some newspaper. They read of the multimillionaires who lived in New York and Chicago and California. They read of the politicians in Washington. They found described to them the great entertainments given by millionaires' wives and daughters, the marvelous dresses they wore, the multifarious ways in which they amused themselves. But what they read seemed so totally unlike anything they had ever seen, so far apart from their own lives, that though they were not aware of the fact, the truth was that they believed in them with about the same degree of realization with which they believed in what they heard in the pulpit of the glories of the New Jerusalem. No human being exists without an ambition, and the ambition of Janway's millers of the high class was to possess a neat frame house with clean Nottingham lace curtains at the windows, fresh oilcloth on the floor of the front hall, furniture covered with green or red reps in the parlor, a tapestry Brussels carpet, and a few lithographs upon the walls. It was also the desire of the owners of such possessions that everyone should know that they attended one of the churches, that their house cleaning was done regularly, that no member of the family frequented barrooms, and that they were respectable people. It was an ambition which was according to their lights, and could be despised by no honest human being, however dull it might appear to him. It resulted oftener than not in the making of excellent narrow lives which brought harm to no one. The lives which went wrong on the street corners and in the barrooms often did harm. They produced discomfort, unhappiness, and disorder, but as it is also quite certain that no human being produces these things without working out his own punishment for himself while he lives on earth, the ends of justice were doubtless attained. If a female creature at the mills broke the great social law, there was no leaning towards the weakness of pity for her. Janways was not sufficiently developed, mentally, to deal with gradations or analysis of causes and impelling powers. The girl who brought forth a child without the pale of orthodox marriage was an outcast and a disgraced creature, and nobody flinched from pronouncing her both. "It's disgusting, that's what I call it," it was the custom for respectable wives and mothers to say. "It's disgusting. A nice thing she's done for herself. Ain't no patience with girls like her, with no fear o' God or religion in them and no modesty and decency. She deserves whatever comes to her." Usually every tragedy befell her which could befall a woman. If her child lived, it lived the life of wretchedness and was an outcast also. The outcome of its existence was determined by the order of woman its mother chanced to be. If the maternal instinct was warm and strong within her and she loved it, there were a few chances that it might fight through its early years of struggle and expand into a human being who counted as one at least among the world's millions. Usually the mother died in the gutter or the hospital, but there had been women who survived, and when they did so it was often because they made a battle for their children. Sometimes it was because they were made of the material which is not easily beaten, and then they learned as the years went by that the human soul and will may be even stronger than that which may seem at the outset overwhelming fate. When the girl Susan Chapman fell into misfortune and disgrace, her path was not made easy for her. There were a few months when the young mill hand who brought disaster upon her, made love to her, and hung about her small home, sometimes leaning upon the rickety gate to talk and laugh with her, sometimes loitering with her in the streets or taking her to cheap picnics or on rather rowdy excursions. She wore the excited and highly pleased air seen in young women of her class when the masculine creature is paying court. She spent her wages in personal decoration. She bought cheap feathers and artificial flowers and remnants on bargain days and decked herself with them. Her cheap, good looks reached their highest point because she felt the glow of a promotive triumph and her spirits were exhilarated. She was nearer happiness than she had ever been before. The other girls, who were mill hands like herself, were full of the usual rather envious jokes about her possible marriage. To be married was to achieve a desirable distinction and to work at home instead of at the mills. The young man was not an absolute villain, he was merely an ignorant, foolish young animal. At first he had had inchoate beliefs in a domestic future with the girl. But the time came when equally inchoate ideas of his own manhood led him to grow cool. The New England atmosphere which had not influenced him in all points, influenced him in the matter of feeling that the woman a man married must have kept herself respectable. The fact that he himself had caused her fall from the plane of decency was of comparatively small moment. A man who married a woman who had not managed to keep straight, put himself into a sort of ridiculous position. He lost masculine distinction. This one ceased to lean on the gate and talk at night, and went to fewer picnics. He was in less high spirits, and so was the girl. She often looked pale and as if she had been crying. Then Jack Williams gave up his place at the mill and left the village. He did not tell his sweetheart. The morning after he left, Susan came to her work and found the girls about her wearing a mysterious and interested air. "What are you whispering about?" she asked. "What's the secret?" "Tiny no secret," was the answer. "Most everybody's heard it, and I guess it ain't no secret to you. I guess he told you when he made up his mind to go." "Who?" she asked. "Jack Williams. He's gone out to Chicago to work somewhere there. He kept it pretty dark from us, but when he went off on the late train last night, Joe Evans saw him, and he said he'd had the offer of a first-rate job and was going to it." "How you stare, Sue. Your eyes look as if they'd pop out o' your head." She was staring and her skin had turned blue-white. She broke into a short hysteric laugh and fell down. Then she was very sick and fainted and had to be taken home trembling so that she could scarcely crawl as she walked, with great tears dropping down her cold face. Janways Mills knew well enough after this that Jack Williams had deserted her, and had no hesitation in suggesting a reason for his defection. The months which followed were filled with the torments of a squalid inferno. Girls who had regarded her with envy, began to refuse to speak to her or to be seen in her company. Jack Williams's companions were either impudent or disdainful. The married women stared at her and commented on her as she passed. There were no more picnics or excursions for her. Her feathers became draggled and hung broken in her hat. She had no relatives in the village, having come from a country place. She was thankful that she had not a family of aunts on the spot, because she knew they would have despised her and talked her over more than the rest. She lived in a bare little room which she rented from a poor couple, and she used to sit alone in it, huddled up in a heap by the window, crying for hours in the evening as she watched the other girls go by laughing and joking with their sweethearts. One night when there was a sociable in the little frame Methodist church opposite, and she saw it lighted up and the people going in dressed in their best clothes and excited at meeting each other, the girls giggling at the sight of their favorite young men, just as she had giggled 6 months before. Her slow tears began to drip faster and the sobs came one upon another until she was choked by them and she began to make a noise. She sobbed and cried more convulsively, until she began to scream and went into something like hysterics. She dropped down on her face and rolled over and over, clutching at her breast and her sides and throwing out her arms. The people of the house had gone to the sociable and she was alone, so no one heard or came near her. She shrieked and sobbed and rolled over and over, clutching at her flesh, trying to gasp out words that choked her. "Oh, Lord," she gasped, wild with the insensate agony of a poor, hysteria-torn, untaught, uncontrolled thing. "I don't know what I've done. I don't. Tain't fair. I didn't go to. I can't bear it. Ain't got nothing to bear, he ain't. Oh, Lord God, look down on me." She was the poor, helpless outcome of the commonest phase of life, but her garret saw a ghastly tragedy as she choked through her hysterics. Who is to blame for and who to prevent such tragedies? Let deep thinkers strive to tell. The day after this was the one on which little Marjorie Latimer came into her life. It was in the early spring, just before the child had gone to Boston to begin her art lessons. She had come to Janway's Mills to see a poor woman who had worked for her mother. The woman lived in the house in which Susan had her bedroom. She began to talk about the girl half fretfully, half contemptuously. "She's the one Jack Williams got into trouble and then left to get out of it by herself as well as she could," she said. "She might ha' known it. Gals is fools. She can't work at the mills any more, and last night when we was all at the sociable, she seems to ve had a spasm o' some kind. She can't get out o' bed this morning and lies there looking like death and moanin'. I can't tend to her, I've got work o' my own to do. Lansy, how she was moanin' when I passed her door. Seemed like she'd kill herself." "Oh, poor thing," cried Marjorie, "let me go up to her." She was a sensitive creature, and the color had ebbed out of her pretty face. "Law, no," the woman cried, "she ain't the kind o' gal you'd oughter be doing things for. She was a lass right down common, and she's sunk down 'bout as low as a gal can." But Marjorie went up to the room where the moaning was going on. She stood outside the door on the landing for a few moments, her heart trembling in her side before she went in. Her life had been a simple, happy, bright one up to this time. She had not seen the monster life close at hand. She had large, childish eyes which were the color of harebells and exquisitely sympathetic and sweet. There were tears in them when she gently opened the door and stood timidly on the threshold. "Let me, please let me come in," she said. "Don't say I mayn't." The moaning and low choking sobs went on, and in a very few moments they so wrought upon her, that she pushed the door farther open and entered the room. What she saw was a barren, common little place, and on the bed a girl lying utterly prostrated by an hysteric tempest which had lasted hours. Her face was white and swollen and covered with red marks, as if she had clutched and torn it with her fingers. Her dress was torn open at the bosom, and her hair tumbled, torn, and loose about the pillow. There was a discolored place upon her forehead which was settling into a bruise. Her eyes were puffed with crying until they were almost closed. Her breast rose with short, exhausted, but still convulsive sobs. Marjorie felt as if she was drawn into a vortex of agony. She could not resist it. She went to the bed, stood still a second, trembling, and then sank upon her knees and put her face down upon the wretched hand nearest and kissed it with piteous impulsive sympathy. "Oh, don't cry like that," she said, crying herself. "Oh, don't. Oh, don't. I'm so sorry for you, I'm so sorry for you." She did not know the girl at all, she had never even heard of her before, but she kissed her hand and cried over it and fondled it against her breast. She was one of those human things created by nature to suffer with others, and for them, and through them. She did not know how long it was before the girl became sufficiently articulate to speak to her. She herself was scarcely articulate for some time. She could only try to find words to meet a need so far beyond her ken. She had never come in contact with a woman in this strait before. But at last Susan was lying in the bed instead of on its tossed and tumbled outside. Marjorie had done the nearest, simple things for her. She had helped her to bathe her face with cold water, to undress and put on her nightgown. She had prepared her narrow bed for her decently, and smoothed and wound up her hair. Then she had gone downstairs, got her a cup of tea, and sat by her and made her drink it. Then she set the room in order and opened the window to air it. "There is a bruise on your forehead," she had said, as she was arranging the torn hair. "You must have struck it against something when you were ill last night." "I struck it against the wall," Susan answered, in a monotonous voice. "I did it on purpose. I banged my head against the wall until I fell down and was sick." Marjorie's face quivered again. "Don't think about it," she said. "You ought not to have been alone. Some friend ought to have been with you." "I haven't got any friends," Susan answered. "I don't know why you came up to me. I don't guess you know what's the matter with me." "Yes, I do," said Marjorie. "You are in great trouble." "It's the worst kind o' trouble a woman can get into," said Susan, the muscles of her face beginning to be drawn again. "I don't see why Jack Williams can skip off to Chicago to a new, big job that's a stroke o' luck, and me left lie here to bear everything, and be picked at, and made fun of, and druv mad with the way I'm kicked in the gutter. I don't see no right in it. There ain't no right in it. I don't believe there's no God anyhow. I won't never believe it again. No one can't make me. If I've done what gives folks a right to cast me off, so's Jack Williams. You haven't pretended to love a person and then run away and left them to suffer," said little Marjorie, on the verge of sobs again. "No, I haven't," said the girl, her tears beginning to stream anew. "I'm not your kind. I'm not educated. I'm only a common mill hand, but I did love Jack Williams all I knew how. He had such a nice way with him, kind of affectionate, and he was real good looking too when he was fixed up. If I'd been married to him, no one would have said nothing, tain't nothing but a minister reading something anyhow, marryin' ain't." Chapter 16. This was before Marjorie went to Boston to try to develop her gift for making pretty sketches. Her father and mother and her brother strained every nerve to earn and save the money to cover her expenses. She went away full of innocent, joyous hope in the month of May. She boarded in a plain, quiet house, and had 2 rooms. One was her workroom and studio. She worked under a good-natured artist, who thought her a rather gifted little creature and used to take her to look at any pictures that were on exhibition. Taking into consideration her youth and limited advantages, she made such progress as led him to say that she had a future before her. She had never deserted Sue Chapman after that first morning in which she had gone to her rescue. Janways Mills was bewildered when it found that the Reverend Lucien Latimer's sister went to see Jack Williams' deserted sweetheart, and did not disdain to befriend her in her disgrace. The church-going element, with the Nottingham lace curtains in its parlour windows, would have been shocked, but that it was admitted that the Latimers has always been a well-thought-of family, and all of M's members in good standing. They are greatly respected in Willowfield, even the old families speak to M when they meet M in the street or at church. Not that I'd be willin' for my Elma Ann to associate with a girl that's gone wrong. Maybe it's sorta different with a minister's sister. Ministers' families has to associate out o' charity and religion, go to pray with them, and that, and read the scripture to make 'em sense their sinfulness and the danger they are in. But Marjorie did not pray with Susan Chapman, or read the Bible to her. The girl held obstinately to her statement of unbelief in a God, and Marjorie did not feel that her mood was one to which reading the Gospel would appeal. If she could have explained to her the justice of the difference between Jack Williams' lot and her own, she felt they might have advanced perhaps, but she could not. She used to go to see her and try to alleviate her physical discomfort and miserable poverty. She saved her from hunger and cold when she could no longer work at all, and she taught her to feel that she was not utterly without a friend. What I'd have done without you, God knows, or what ought to be God, Sue said. He didn't care, but you did. If there is one, he's got a lot to learn from some of the people he's made himself. After his own image created he them, that's what the Bible says, but I don't believe it. If he was as good and kind-hearted as the best of us, he wouldn't sit upon his throne with angels singing round and playing on harps, and him too much interested to see how everything's suffering down below. What did he make us for, if he couldn't look after us? I wouldn't make a thing I wouldn't do my best by, and I ain't nothing but a factory girl. This poor thing that's going to be born and hain't he no right to, I'll do my level best by it, I will. It shan't he suffer, if I can help it, her lips jerking. Sometimes Marjorie would talk to her a little about Jack Williams, or, rather, she would listen while Susan talked. Then Susan would cry, large, slow-rolling tears slipping down her cheeks. I don't know how it happened like this, she would say. It seems like a kind o' awful dream. I don't know nothing. He was common, just like I am, and he didn't know much, but it didn't seem like he was a bad fella, and I do believe he liked me. Seemed like he did, anyways. They say he's got a splendid job in Chicago. He won't never know nothing about what happens. Marjorie did not leave her unprovided for when she went to Boston. It cost very little to keep her for a few months in her small room. The people of the house promised to be decently kind to her. Marjorie had only been away from home 2 weeks when the child was born. The hysterical paroxysms and violent outbreaks of grief its mother had passed through, her convulsive writhings and clutchings and beating of her head against the walls had distorted and exhausted the little creature. The women who were with her said its body looked as if it were bruised in spots all over, and there was a purple mark on its temple. It breathed a few times and died. Good thing, too, said the women. There's too many in the world that's got a right here. It'd have had to go to ruin. Good thing for it, said Susan, weakly but sullenly, from her bed. But if it's God as makes 'em, how did he come to go to the trouble of making this one and sending it out, if it had no right to come? He does make 'em all, doesn't he? You wouldn't dast to say he didn't, you, Mrs. Hop, that's a church member. And her white face actually drew itself into a ghastly, dreary grin. Lawsy. He's kept pretty busy. When she was able to stand on her feet, she went back to the mill. She was a good worker, and hands were needed. The girls and women fought shy of her, and she had no chance of enjoying any young pleasures or comforts, even if she had not been too much broken on the rack of the misery of the last year to have energy to desire them. No young man wanted to be seen talking to her, no young woman cared to walk with her in the streets. She always went home to her room alone, and sat alone, and thought of what had happened to her, trying to explain to herself how it had happened and why it had turned out that she was worse than any other girl. She had never felt like a bad girl. No one had ever called her one before this last year. 3 months after the child was born and died, Marjorie came back to Willowfield to spend a week at home. She came to see Susan, and they sat together in the tragic little bedroom and talked. Though the girl had been so delicately pretty before she left home, Susan saw that she had become much prettier. She was dressed in light, softly tinted summer stuffs, and there was something about her which was curiously flower-like. Her long-lashed, harebell blue eyes seemed to have widened and grown lovelier in their innocent look. A more subtle mind than Susan Chapman's might have said that she seemed to be looking farther into life's spaces, and that she was trembling upon the verge of something unknown and beautiful. She talked about Boston and the happiness of her life there, and of her work and her guileless girlish hopes and ambitions. I am doing my very best, she said, a spot of pink flickering on her cheek. I work as hard as I can, but you see I am so ignorant. I could not have learned anything about art in Willowfield. But people are so good to me, people who know a great deal. There is one gentleman who comes sometimes to see Mr. Burnett at the studio. He is so wonderful, it seems to me. He has traveled, and knows all about the great galleries and the pictures in them. He talks so beautifully that everyone listens when he comes in. Nobody can bear to go on with work for fear of missing something. You would think he would not notice a plain little Willowfield girl, but he has been lovely to me, Susan. He has even looked at my work and criticized it for me, and talked to me. He nearly always talks to me a little when he comes in, and once I met him in the gardens, and he stopped and talked there, and walked about looking at the flowers with me. They had been planting out the spring things, and it was like being in fairyland to walk about among them and hear the things he said about pictures. It taught me so much. She referred to this friend 2 or 3 times, and once mentioned his name, but Susan forgot it. She was such a beautiful, happy little thing, and seemed so exquisite an expression of spring-like, radiant youth and its innocent joy in living that the desolate and stranded creature she had befriended could think of nothing but her own awkward worship and the fascination of the flower-like charm. She used to sit and stare at her. "Seems so queer to see anyone as happy and pretty as you," she broke out once. "Oh, lawsy, I hope nothing won't ever come to spoil it." It hadn't ought to be spoiled. A month or so later Marjorie paid a visit to her home again. She stayed a longer time, but Susan only saw her once. She had come home from Boston with a cold and had been put to bed for a day or 2. One morning Susan was in Willowfield and met her walking in a quiet street. She was walking slowly and looking down as she went, as if some thought was abstracting her. When Susan stopped before her, she looked up with a start. It was a start which revealed that she had been brought back suddenly from a distance, as it were a great distance. "Oh, Susan," she said. "Oh, Susan." She held out her hand in her pretty, affectionate way, but she was actually a little out of breath. "I'm sorry I came on you so sudden," Susan said. "I startled you." "Yes," she answered, I was thinking of things that seem so far off. When I'm in Willowfield it seems as if they can't be true." "Does anything ever seem like that to you, Susan?" "Yes," said Susan. One of her hopeless looks leaped into her eyes. She did not say what the things were, but she stared at Marjorie in a helpless, vacant way for a moment. "Are you well, Susan, and have you got work?" asked Marjorie. "I am coming to see you tomorrow." They spoke of common things for a few minutes, and then went their separate ways. Why it was that when she paid the promised visit the next day and they sat together in their old way and talked, Susan felt a kind of misery creeping slowly upon her, she could not in the least have explained. She was not sufficiently developed mentally to have been capable of saying to herself that there was a difference between this visit and the last, between this Marjorie and the one who had sat with her before. Her dull thoughts were too slow to travel to a point so definite in so short a length of time as one afternoon afforded. "Your cold was a pretty bad one, wasn't it?" she asked, vaguely, once. "Yes," was the answer. "It made me feel weak. But it has gone now. I am quite well again." After that Susan saw her but once again. As time went on, she heard a vague rumor that the Latimers were anxious about Marjorie's health. Just at that time the mill hands gossiped a good deal about Willowfield, because the Reverend John Baird was said to be going to Europe. That led to talk on the subject of other Willowfield people, and the Latimers among them. In the rare, brief letters Marjorie wrote to her protégé, she did not say she was ill. Once she said her brother Lucian had quite suddenly come to Boston to see how she was, because her mother imagined she must have taken cold. She had been in Boston about a year then. One afternoon Susan was in her room, standing by her bed forlornly, and, in a vacant, reasonless mood, turning over the few coarse little garments she had been able to prepare for her child, a few common little shirts and nightgowns and grey flannels, no more. She heard someone at the door. The handle turned and the door opened as if the person who came in had forgotten the ceremony of knocking. Susan laid down on the bed the ugly little night-dress she had been looking at. It lay there stiff with its coarseness, its short arms stretched out. She turned about and faced Marjorie Latimer, who had crossed the threshold and stood before her. Susan uttered a low, frightened cry before she could speak a word. The girl looked like a ghost. It was a ghost Susan thought of this time, and not a flower. The pure little face was white and drawn, the features were sharpened, the harebell-colored eyes had almost a look of wildness. It was as if they had been looking at something frightening for a long time, until they could not lose the habit of expressing fear. "Susan," she said, in a strange, uncertain voice, "you didn't expect to see me." Susan ran to her. "No, no," she said, "I didn't know you was here. I thought you was in Boston." "What's the matter?" "Oh, lawsy, Marjorie, what's happened to make you look like this?" "Nobody knows," answered Marjorie. "They say it's the cold. They are frightened about me. I'm come to say goodbye to you, Susan." She sank into a chair and sat there, panting a little. "Lucian's going to take me to Europe," she said, her voice all at once seeming to sound monotonous, as if she was reciting a lesson mechanically. "I always wanted to go there, to visit the picture galleries and study. They think the climate will be good for me. I've been coughing in the mornings, and I can't eat." "Do they think you might be going into a consumption?" Susan faltered. "Mother's frightened," said Marjorie. "She and the doctor don't know what to think. Lucian's going to take me to Europe. It's expensive, but he has managed to get the money. He sold a little farm he owned." "He's a good brother," said Susan. Suddenly Marjorie began to cry as if she could not help it. "Oh," she exclaimed. "No one knows what a good brother he is, nobody but myself. He is willing to give up everything to save me, and to save poor mother from awful trouble. Sometimes I think he is something like Christ, even like Christ. He is willing to suffer for other people, for their pain, and weakness, and sin." It was so evident that the change which had taken place in her was a woeful one. Her bright loveliness was gone, her simple, lovable happiness. Her nerves seemed all unstrung. But it was the piteous, strained look in her childlike eyes which stirred poor Susan's breast to tumult. "Marjorie," she said, almost trembling, if you was to go in a consumption and die, you're not like me, you needn't be afraid." The next moment she was sorry she had said the crude thing. Marjorie burst into a passion of weeping. Susan flew to her and caught her in her arms, kneeling down by her. "I oughtn't to have said it," she cried. "You're too ill to be made to think of such things. I was a fool not to see, Marjorie, Marjorie, don't." But Marjorie was too weak to be able to control her sobbing. "They say that God forgives people," she wept. "I've prayed and prayed to be forgiven for my sins. I've never meant to be wicked. I don't know how." "Hush," said Susan, soothing and patting her trembling shoulder. "Hush, hush. If there is a God, Marjorie, he's a heap sight better than we give him credit for. He don't make people a purpose, so they can't help things somehow, and don't know, and then send 'em to burning hell for being the way he made 'em. We wouldn't do it, and he won't. You hain't no reason to be afraid of dying." Marjorie stayed with her about half an hour. There was a curious element in their conversation. They spoke as if their interview was a final one. Neither of them actually expressed the thought in words, but a listener would have felt vaguely that they never expected to meet each other again on earth. They made no references to the future. It was as if no future could be counted upon. Afterwards, when she was alone, Susan realized that she had never once said "when you come back from Europe." As she was leaving the room, Marjorie passed the bed on which the small, coarse garments lay. The little nightgown, with its short sleeves stiffly outstretched, seemed to arrest her attention specially. She caught at Susan's dress as if she was unaware that she made the movement or of the sharp shudder which followed it. "Those are its things, aren't they, Susan?" she said. "Yes," Susan answered, her sullen look of pain coming back to her face. "I don't know how people bear it," exclaimed Marjorie. It was an exclamation, and her hand went quickly up to her mouth almost as if to press it back. "They don't bear it," said Susan, stonily. "They have to go through it, that's all. If you was standing on the gallows with the rope round your neck and the trapdoor under your feet, you wouldn't be bearing it, but the trapdoor would drop all the same, and down you'd plunge, into the blackness." It was on this morning, on her way through the streets, that Marjorie dropped in a dead faint upon the pavement, and Miss Amory Starkweather, passing in her carriage, picked her up and carried her home. Susan Chapman never saw her again. Some months afterwards came the rumor that she had died of consumption in Italy. Chapter 17. When, in accordance with Baird's instructions, Susan Chapman took the note to Miss Starkweather, she walked through the tree-shaded streets, feeling as if she had suddenly found herself in a foreign country. To the inhabitants of Janway's Mills, certain parts of Willowfield stood for wealth, luxury, and decorous splendor. The Mills, which lived within itself, was easily impressed. Its, occasionally resentful, respect for Willowfield was enormous. It did not behold it as a simple provincial town, whose business establishments were primitive, and whose frame houses, even when surrounded by square gardens with flower beds adorning them, were merely comfortable middle-class abodes of domesticity. It was awed by the Willowfield times, it revered the button factory, and bitterly envied the carriages driven and the occasional festivities held by the families of the representatives of these monopolies. The carriages were sober and middle-aged, and so were the parties, but to Janway's Mills they illustrated wealth and gaiety. People drove about in the vehicles and wore fine clothes and ate cakes and ice cream at the parties, neither of which things had ever been possible or ever would become possible to Janway's. And Susan, who had been a pariah and an outcast at the Mills, was walking through the best streets, carrying a note from the popular minister to the rich Miss Starkweather, who had an entire square white frame house and garden, which were her own property. The girl felt a little sullen and a little frightened. She did not know what would happen to her, she did not know how she would be expected to carry herself in a house so representative of wealth and accustomedness to the good things of life. Perhaps if she had not been desperate, and also, if she had not known that Miss Starkweather had been fond of Marjorie, she would have evaded going to her. I wonder what she'll say to me, she thought. They say she's queer. She still felt uncertain and resentful when she stood upon the threshold and rang the bell. She presented a stolid countenance to the maid-servant who opened the door and received her message. When she was at last taken to Miss Amory, she went with an unresponding bearing, and, being led into a cheerful room where the old woman sat, stood before her waiting, as if she had really nothing to do with the situation. Miss Amory looked rather like some alert old hawk, less predatory by instinct than those of his species usually are. "You are Susan Chapman, and come from Mr. Baird," she said. Susan nodded. "He says he met you at Mr. Latimer's." "Yes. I went there to ask something. I couldn't bear not to know, no more than I did." "About?" asked Miss Amory. "About Marjorie," her voice lowering unconsciously. "How much did you know?" Miss Amory asked again. "Nothing," rather sullenly, "but that she was ill, and went away and died." "In Italy, they say," put in Miss Amory, lying on a sofa before an open window, on a lovely day, when the sun was setting. Susan Chapman started a little, and her face changed. The unresponsiveness melted away. There was something like a glow of relief in her look. She became human and lost sight of Miss Amory's supposed grandeur. "Was it like that?" she exclaimed. "Was it? I'm thankful to you for telling me. Somehow I couldn't ask properly when I was face to face with her brother." "You can't talk to him?" "I never knew where, or how, it was. I wanted to find out if it was all right with her. I wanted to know she hadn't suffered." "So did I," Miss Amory answered. And that was what they told me. She passed her withered hand across her face. I was fond of her, she said. I'd reason to be, returned Susan. She was only a delicate little young thing, but she came and stayed by me when I was in hell, and no one else would give me a drop of water to cool my tongue. I know something about that, said Miss Amory. I have heard it talked of. Where's your child? Susan did not redden, but the hard look came back to her face for a moment. It didn't live but a few minutes, she answered. What are you doing for your living? A faint red showed itself on the girl's haggard cheeks, and she stared at her with indifferent blankness. I worked in the mill till my health broke down for a spell, and I had to give up. I'm better now, but I've not got a cent to live on, and my place was filled up right away. Where's the man? Miss Amory demanded. I don't know. I've never heard a word of him since he slid off to Chicago. Humph, said Miss Amory. For a moment or so she sat silent, thinking. She held her chin in her hand and pinched it. Presently she looked up. Could you come and live with me for a month? She enquired. I believe we might try the experiment. I dare say you would rub me when I want rubbing, and go errands and help me up and down stairs and carry things for me. It just happens that my old Jane has been obliged to leave me because she's beginning to be as rheumatic as I am myself, and her daughter offers her a good home. Would you like to try? I don't promise to do more than make the experiment. The girl flushed hot this time, as she looked down on the floor. You may guess whether I'm likely to say yes or not, she said. I ain't had a crust today. I believe I could learn to suit you. But I never expected anything as good as this to happen to me. Thank you, May I? When must I come? Take off your bonnet and go and have your dinner, and stay now, answered Miss Amory. When John Baird called later in the day, Miss Amory was walking in the sun in her garden and Susan was with her, supporting her stiff steps. She had been fed, her dress had been changed for a neat print, and the dragged lines of her face seemed already to have relaxed. She no longer wore the look of a creature who is hungry and does not know how long her hunger may last and how much worse it may become. I am much obliged to you, Miss Amory Baird said when he joined her, and he said it almost impetuously. Today he was in the state of mind when even vicarious good deeds are a support and a consolation. To have been a means of doing a good turn even to this stray creature was a comfort. Miss Amory removed her hand from Susan's arm and allowed Baird to place it on his own. The girl went away in obedience to a gesture. She will do, said Miss Amory, and it is a home for her. She's not stupid. If she fulfills the promise of her first day, I may end by interesting myself in developing her brains. She has brains. The grey matter is there, but it has never moved much so far. It will be interesting to set it astir. But it was not that I thought of when I took her. You took her out of the kindness of your heart, said Baird. I took her for that poor, dead child's sake, returned Miss Amory. For, Baird began. For Marjorie's sake, put in Miss Amory. Marjorie Latimer. When Susan was in trouble, the child was a tender little angel to her. Lord! What a pure little heart it was! As pure as young Eve's in the Garden of Eden, as pure as young Eve's murmured bed. Just that, said Miss Amory, rather sharply. How do you know it? And she turned and looked at him. You have heard her brother say a good deal of her. Yes, yes, Baird answered. She seems to have been the life of him. Well, well, with emotional abruptness. I took this girl for her sake. Her short life was not wasted if another's is built upon it. That's one of my fantastic fancies, I suppose. Stop a minute. The old woman paused a few moments on the garden walk and turned her face upward to look at the blue height and expanse of sky. There was a shade of desperate appeal or question on her uplifted, rugged countenance. When the world gets too much for me, she said, and I lose my patience with the senselessness of the tragedy of it, I get a sort of courage from looking up like this, into the height and the still, clear blueness. It sends no answer back to me, that my human brain can understand, but it makes me feel that perhaps there is no earth at all. I get out of it and away. I know, though I am not like you, Baird said, slowly. Miss Amory came back to earth with a curious look in her eyes. Yes, she answered, I should think that perhaps you are one of those who know. But one has to have been desperate before one turns to it as a resource. It's a last one, and the unmerciful powers only know why we should feel it a resource at all. As I said, it does not answer back. And we want answers, answers. Then they went on walking. That poor thing has been a woman at least, said Miss Amory. I have been a sort of feminine automaton. I have been respectable and she has not. All good women are not respectable and all respectable women are not good. That's a truism so absolute that it is a platitude, and yet there still exist people to whom it would appear a novel statement. That poor creature has loved and had her heart broken. She has suffered the whole gamut of things. She has been a wife without a name, a mother without a child. She is full of crude tragedy. And I have found out already that she is good, good. What is goodness? Asked Baird. Miss Amory gave him another of her sharp looks. You are drawing me out, she said. I'm not really worth it. Goodness is quite different from respectability. Respectability is a strict keeping of the laws men have made to oblige other men to do or not to do the things they want done or left undone. The large meaning of the law is punishment. No law, no punishment, no punishment, no law. And man made both for man. If you keep man's law you will be respectable, but you may not be good. Jesus Christ was not respectable, no one will deny that. Goodness, after all, means doing all kindness to all creatures, and, above all, doing no wrong to any. That's all. Are you good? No, he answered, I am not. You would probably find it more difficult to be so than I should, she responded. And I find it hard enough, without being handicapped by beauty and the pleasure-loving temperament. You were started well on the road to the devil when you were born. Your very charms and virtues were ready to turn out vices in disguise. But when such things happen, and she shrugged her lean shoulders, as we have no one else to dare to blame, we can only blame ourselves. In a scheme so vague every man must be his own brake. Baird drew a sharp breath. If one only knew that early enough, he exclaimed. Miss Amory laughed harshly. Yes, she said, part of the vagueness of the scheme, if it is a scheme, is that it takes half a lifetime to find it out. Before that, we are always either telling ourselves that we are not going to do any harm, or that we are under the guidance of a merciful providence. That we are not going to do any harm, Baird repeated, that we are not going to do any harm. And suddenly it's done. And can't be undone, Miss Amory added. That's it. The girl, Susan Chapman, was watching them from a window as they walked and talked. She bit her lips anxiously as she stood behind the curtain. She was trying to imagine what they might be saying to each other. Suppose it was something which told against her. And why should it not be so? What good could be said? Janway's Mills had borne in upon her the complete sense of her outcast state. While professing a Republican independence of New England spirit, the place figuratively touched its forehead to the earth before Miss Starkweather. She lived on an income inherited from people who had owned mills instead of working them, who employed, and discharged, hands. She would have been regarded as an authority on any subject, social or moral. And yet it was she who had spoken the first lenient word to a transgressor of the unpardonable type. Susan had been dumbfounded at first, and then she had begun to be afraid that the leniency arose from some mistake Miss Amory would presently discover. Perhaps he's heard and he's telling her now, she said, breathlessly, as she looked into the garden. Maybe she'll come in and order me out. She looked down at her clean dress, and a sob rose in her throat at the realization of the mere physical comfort she had felt during the last hour or two, the comfort of being fed and clothed and enclosed within four walls. If she was to be cast back into outer darkness again, it would be better to know at once. When Baird had gone away and Miss Amory was sitting by her window, Susan appeared before her again with an ashen complexion and a set look. She stood a moment, hesitating, her hands clasping her elbows behind her back. You want to say something to me, said Miss Amory. Yes, the girl answered. Yes, I do, and I don't know how. Are you sure, Are you sure you know quite how bad I have been? No, said Miss Amory, sit down and tell me, Susan. She said it with an impartiality so serenely free from condemnation that Susan's obedient sitting down was almost entirely the result of not being able to stand up. She, so to speak, fell into a chair and leaned forward, covering her face with her hands. I don't believe you know, she whispered. By experience I know next to nothing, Miss Amory answered, but my imagination and my reason tell me a great deal. You were not married and you had a child. You lost your health and your work. I would have worked, said the girl from behind her hands, sobbingly, but without tears. Oh, I would have worked till I dropped. I did work till I dropped. I kept fainting. Oh, I would have been glad and thankful and grateful. Yes, said Miss Amory, life got worse and worse. They all treated you as if you were a dog. Those common virtuous people are like the torturers of the Inquisition. You were hungry and cold, cold and hungry. You don't know what it's like, Susan moaned. You don't know. When you get sick and hollow and cramped, and stagger about in your bedroom, and call out to yourself to ask what made you and where is it. And the wind's like ice, and you huddle in a heap, and there are lights in the streets, said Miss Amory, and it seems as if there must be something there to be given to you by somebody. And you go out. Susan got up, panting, and stared at her. You do know, she cried, almost with passion. Somehow you've found out what it's like. I wanted you to know. I don't want you not to understand and then of a sudden to send me away. I'm so afraid of you sending me away. I shall not send you away for anything you have done in the past, said Miss Amory. I don't know what I should have done in the future, if you hadn't taken me in, Susan said. Perhaps I should have thrown myself under a train. But, oh, with starting dampness in her skin, which she wiped off with a sick gesture, I did hate to let myself think of it. It wasn't the being killed, that's nothing, but feeling yourself crushed and torn and twisted. I used to stand and shake all over thinking of it. And I couldn't have gone on. I hated myself, I hated everything, most of all I hated the thing that made me. What right had it? I hadn't done nothing to it before I was born. Seemed like it had made me just for the fun of pushing me under them wheels and seeing them tear and grind me. Oh, how I hated it. So have I, said Miss Amory, her steady eyes looking more like a hawk's than ever. Susan stared more than before. I suppose I ought to have hated Jack Williams, she went on, her throat evidently filling, but I never did. I loved him. Seemed like I was just his wife, that it did. I believe it always will. That's the way girls get into trouble. Some man that's got an affectionate way makes 'em believe they're as good as married. And then they find out it's all a lie. Perhaps someday you may see Jack Williams again, said Miss Amory. He wouldn't look at me, answered Susan. Perhaps you wouldn't look at him, Miss Amory remarked, with speculative slowness. Yes, I would, said Susan, yes I would. I couldn't trust him same as I did before, 'cause he's proved he ain't to be trusted. But if he wanted me to marry him I couldn't hold out, Miss Starkweather. Couldn't you? Miss Amory said, still speculative. No, perhaps you couldn't. The girl wiped her eyes and added, slowly, almost as if she was thinking aloud, I'm not one of the strong ones, I'm not one of the strong ones, no more than little Marjorie was. She said the last words with a kind of unconscious consciousness. While she uttered them, her mind had evidently turned back to other times, not her own, but little Marjorie's. Miss Amory drew a deep breath. She took up her knitting. She asked a question. You knew her very well, Marjorie. Susan drew her chair closer and looked in the old face with uncertain eyes. Miss Starkweather, she said, do you think that a girl's being, like me, would make her evil-minded? Would it make her suspicion things, and be afraid of them, when there wasn't nothing? I should think that it would, quite wistfully. It might, answered Miss Amory, her knitting needles flying, but for God's sake don't call yourself evil-minded. You'd be evil-minded if you were glad to suspect, not if you were sorry and afraid. Glad, with a groan. Oh, Lord, I guess not. But I might be all wrong all the same, mightn't I? Yes, you might. I loved her, oh, Lord, I did love her. I'd reason to, the girl went on, and her manner had the effect of frightened haste. I've suffered awful sometimes, thinking in the night and prayin' there wasn't nothing. She was such a delicate, innocent little thing. It would have killed her. What were you afraid of? Oh, I don't know, Susan answered, hysterically. I don't. I only knew she couldn't bear nothing like lying awake nights gaspin' and fightin' with awful fear. She couldn't. But there are girls, women, who have to bear it, said Miss Amory. Good God, who have to? Yes, cried Susan. She drew her hand across her brow as if suddenly it felt damp, and for a moment her eyes looked wild with a memory of some awful thing. I told her so, she said. Miss Amory Starkweather turned in her chair with something like a start. You told her so, she exclaimed. Susan stared out of the window and her voice fell. I didn't go to, she answered. It was like this. That last time she came to see me, to tell me how ill she was and how Lucian was going to take her away, I'd been looking at the little clothes I'd got ready for it. The tears began to roll fast down her cheeks. Oh, Miss Starkweather, they was lying on the bed, and she saw 'em and turned as white as a sheet. Ah, the sound broke from Miss Amory like a short, involuntary groan. She said she didn't know how people could bear it. Susan hurried on, and I said, just like you did, that they had to bear it. She suddenly hid her face in her arms. You were thinking of yourself, said Miss Amory. She felt and looked a little sick. Yes, said Susan, I was thinking of how it is when a girl's going to have a child and can't get away from it, can't. She's got to go through with it, and no one can't save her. But I suppose it made her think of her death that was coming, her death that I believe she knowed she was struck for. When I'd said it, she looked like some little hunted animal dogs was after, that had run till its breath was gone and its eyes was starting from its head. Her little chest went up and down with pantin'. I didn't wonder when I heard after that she'd dropped in the street in a dead faint. Was that the day I picked her up as she lay on the pavement?" Miss Amory asked. Susan nodded, her face still hidden. Old Miss Starkweather put out her hand and laid it on the girl's shoulder. "She has had time to forget," she said, rather as if she was out of breath, "forget and grow quiet. She is dust by now, peaceful dust. Let us, my good girl, let us remember that happy story of how she died." "Yes," answered Susan, "in Italy, lying before the open window, with the sunset all rosy in the sky." But her head rested on her folded arms upon her knee, and she sobbed a low, deep sob. Chapter 18. Just before the breaking out of the Civil War, Delhi had been provided with a sensation in a piece of singularly unexpected good fortune which befell one of its most prominent citizens. It was indeed good fortune, wearing somewhat the proportions of a fairy tale, and that such things could happen in Delhi and to a citizen who possessed its entire approval was considered vaguely to the credit of the town. One of the facts which had always been counted as an added dignity to the de Willoughbys had been their well-known possession of property in land. Land was always felt to be dignified, and somehow it seemed additionally so when it gained a luxuriously superfluous character by merely lying in huge, uncultivated tracts, and representing nothing but wide areas and taxes. The big de Willoughbys of Delhi owns thousands of acres as never brings a cent. Mr. Stamps had said to his friends at the crossroads at the time Big Tom had first appeared among them. It was Mr. Stamps who had astutely suggested that the stranger was possibly kin to the Delhi family, and in his discreet pursuit of knowledge he had made divers discoveries. "Twantigage de Willoughby bought the land," he went on to explain, "and it seems like he would have been a fool to have done it, being as tiny worked and brings in nothing. But ye never know how things may turn out. 'Twas the Jidge's grandfather, old Isham de Willoughby, bought it for a kinder joke. Some said he was blind drunk when he done it, but he warn't he so drunk but what he got a CLR title, and he got it mighty cheap too. Folks says as he used to laugh and say he war going to find gold on it, but he never dug for none, nor for crops nother, and there it lies today in the mountains, and no one going nigh it." In truth, Judge de Willoughby merely paid his taxes upon it from a sense of patriarchal pride. "My ancestor bought it," he would say. "I will hand it to my sons." In England it would be an estate for an earldom, here it means merely tax paying. "Still, I shall not sell it." Nobody, in fact, would have been inclined to buy it in those days. But there came a time when its value increased hour by hour in the public mind, until it was almost beyond computation. A chance visitor from the outside world made an interesting discovery. On this wild tract of hill and forest was a vein of coal so valuable that, to the practical mind of the discoverer, the judge's unconsciousness of its existence was amazing. He himself was a practical, driving, business schemer from New York. He knew the value of what he saw, and the availability of the material in consequence of a certain position in which the mines lay. Before he left Delhi Level he had explained this with such a presenting of facts that the judge had awakened to an enthusiasm as southern as his previous indifference had been. He had no knowledge of business methods. He had practiced his profession in a magnificent dilettante sort of way which had worn an imposing air and impressed his clients, and, as he was by inheritance a comparatively rich man, he had not been driven by necessity to alter his methods. The sudden prospect of becoming a multimillionaire excited him. He made Napoleonic plans, and was dignified and eloquent. "Why should I form a company?" he said. "If I am willing to make the first ventures myself, the inevitable returns of profit will do the rest, and there will be no complications. The de Willoughby mine will be the de Willoughby mine alone. I prefer that it should be so." The idea of being sole ruler in the scheme made him feel rather like a king, and he privately enjoyed the sensation. He turned into money all the property he could avail himself of. His library table was loaded with books on mining. He invested in tons of machinery, which were continually arriving from the north, or stopping on the way when it should have been arriving. He sent for engineers from various parts of the country and amazed them with the unprofessional boldness of his methods. He really indulged in a few months of dignified riot, of what he imagined to be a splendidly executive nature. The plans were completed, the machinery placed, the engineers and cohorts of workmen engaged in tremendous efforts. The judge was beginning to reflect on the management of his future millions, when the first gun was fired on Fort Sumter. That was the beginning, and apparently the end. Suddenly the storm of war broke forth, and its tempest, surging through the land, swept all before it. The country was inundated with catastrophes. Capitalists foundered, schemes were swamped, the armies surged to and fro. The de Willoughby land was marched and fought over, scores of hasty, shallow graves were dug in it and filled, buildings and machinery were destroyed as if a tornado had passed by. The judge was a ruined man. His realizable property he had allowed to pass from his hands. His coal remained in the bowels of the earth. The huge income he was to have drawn from it had melted into nothingness. Nothing could have altered the aspect of this tragedy, but there was a singular fact which added to its intensity and bitterness. In such a hotbed of secession as was Delhi Level, the fact in question was indeed not easily explainable, except upon the grounds either of a quixotic patriotism or upon those of a general disposition to contradictoriness. A Southern man, the head of a Southern family, the judge opposed the rebellion and openly sided with the government. That he had been a man given to argument and contradiction, and always priding himself upon refusing to be led by the majority was not to be denied. He is fancying himself a Spartan hero, and looking forward to laurels and history, one of his neighbors remarked. It is like de Willoughby after all. He would have been a secessionist if he had lived in Boston. The Union General George Washington fought for and handed down to us. I will protect, the judge said loftily himself. But there was no modifying the outburst of wonder and condemnation which overwhelmed him. To side with the Union, in an aristocratic southern town, was to lose social caste and friends, to be held a renegade and an open, degraded traitor to home and country. At that period, to the southerner the only country was the south, in the north reigned outer darkness. Had the judge been a poor white, there would have been talk of tar and feathers. As a man who had been a leader among the aristocratic classes, he was ostracized. In the midst of his financial disasters he was treated as an outlaw. He had been left a widower a few years before. During the war his son de Courcy died of fever, Romain fell in battle, and his sole surviving daughter lost her life through diphtheria contracted in a soldier's hospital. The family had sunk into actual poverty. The shock of sorrows and disappointment broke the old man's spirit. On the day that peace was finally declared he died in his room in the old house which had once been so full of young life and laughter and spirit. The only creature with him at the time was his grandson, young Rupert de Willoughby, who was de Courcy's son. The sun was rising, and its first beams shone in at the open window rosily. The old judge lay rubbing his hands slowly together, perhaps because they were cold. "Only you left, Rupert," he said, "and there were so many of us. If Tom had not been such a failure, don't know whether he's alive, or dead. If Tom—" His hands slowly ceased moving and his voice trailed off into silence. 10 minutes later all was over, and Rupert stood in the world entirely alone. For the next 2 years the life the last de Willoughby lived in the old house, though distinctly unique, was not favourable to the development of youth. Having been prepared for the practice of the law, after the time-honoured de Willoughby custom, and having also for some months occupied a corner in the small, unbusinesslike, tree-shaded, brick building known as the judge's office, Rupert sat now at his grandfather's desk and earned a scant living by endeavouring to hold together the old man's long-diminished practice. The profession at the time offered nothing in such places as Delhi level, even to older and more experienced men. No one had any money to go to law with, few had any property worth going to law about. Both armies having swept through it, Delhi level wore in those days an aspect differing greatly from its old air of hospitable well-being and inconsequent good spirits and good cheer. Its broad verandahed houses had seen hard usage, its pavements were worn and broken, and in many streets tufted with weeds, its fences were dilapidated, its rich families had lost their possessions, and those who had not been driven away by their necessities were gazing aghast at a future to which it seemed impossible to adjust their ease-loving, slave-attended, luxurious habits of the past. Houses built of wood, after the southern fashion, do not well withstand neglect and ill fortune. Porticos and pillars and trellis work which had been picturesque and imposing when they had been well cared for, and gleamed white among creepers and trees, lost their charm drearily when paint peeled off, trees were cut down, and vines were dragged away and died. Over the whole of the once gay little place there had fallen an air of discouragement, desolation, and decay. Financial disaster had crippled the boldest even in centres much more energetic than small, unbusinesslike southern towns. The country lay, as it were, prostrate to recover strength, and all was at a standstill. Finding himself penniless, Rupert de Willoughby lived in a corner of the house he had been brought up in. Such furniture as had survived the havoc of war and the entire dilapidation of old age, he had gathered together in 3 or 4 rooms, which he occupied with the one servant good fortune brought to his door at a time when the forlornness of his changed position was continually accentuated by the untidy irregularity of his life and surroundings. He was only able to afford to engage the shiftless services of a slatternly Negro girl, rendered insubordinate by her newly acquired freedom, and he had begun to feel that he should never again find himself encompassed by the decorous system of a well-managed household. It was at this juncture that Uncle Matthew arrived and presented his curious petition, which was that he should be accepted as general servant, with wages or without them. He had not belonged to Judge de Willoughby, but to a distant relative, and, as he was an obstinate and conservative old person, he actually felt that to be a free nigger was rather to drop in the social scale. "Whar's a man stand, sir, if he ain't got no family?" he said to Rupert when he came to offer his services to him. "He stan now, or that's whar he stan. I've got to own up to it, Mas Rupert. I se aristocrat born and bred, and I low to stay one, long's my head's hot. Ef my old Mars's fambly hadn't a gone for ten been scattered to de 4 winds of de university, I'd a helt on, but when de last of 'em went to that Europe, dey couldn't afford to take me, and I had ter stay. And when I heared as all yo' kin was gone and you was gwine to live alone like dis year, I come to ax yo' to take me to wait on yo', as a faviour, Mas Rupert, as a faviour. Tinety pay I wants, sir, it's a fambly name and a fambly circle." "It's not much of a circle, Uncle Matt," said Rupert, looking round at the bareness of the big room he sat in. "Tinety much fur you, sir," answered Uncle Matthew, "but it's a powfle deal fur me in des yer days. Ef yo' don't take me, fust thing I knows I'll be driving or waiting on some Mr. Nobody from New York or Boston, and seems like I shouldn't know how to stand it. Scus me a recommendin' myself, sir, I look ole, but I ain't as ole as I look. I aren't to cook, sir, from 3 women's what I was married to, and I knows my place and how to keep house like it ought to be kep'. Will you try me a morn, Master Willoughby? Will you try me a week?" Rupert tried him and never regretted the venture. In fact, Uncle Matt's accomplishments were varied for practical reasons. He had been in his time first house servant, then coachman. He had married at 20 a woman of 40, who had been a sort of female mulatto Vatel. When she had died, having overheated herself and caught cold on the occasion of a series of great dinners given at a triumphant political crisis, he had taken for his second wife the woman whose ambition it had been to rival her in her culinary arts. His third marriage had been even more distinguished. His wife had been owned by some extravagantly rich Creoles in New Orleans, and had even lived with them during a year spent in France, thereby gaining unheard of culinary accomplishments. Matthew had always declared that he loved her the best of the 3. Those matrimonial ventures had been a liberal education to him. He had learned to cook almost as well as his first, and from his second and third he had inherited methods and recipes which were invaluable. He seemed to have learned to do everything. He dismissed the slatternly Negro girl and took upon himself the duties of both man and woman servant. The house gradually wore a new aspect, dust disappeared, windows were bright, the scant furniture was arranged to the best possible advantage, the scant meals were marvels of perfect cookery and neat serving. Having prepared a repast, Uncle Matt donned an ancient but respectable coat and stood behind his young master's chair with dignity. The dramatic nature of his race was strongly appealed to by the situation in which he found himself. A Negro of his kind is perfectly capable of building a romance out of much smaller materials. The amiable vanity which gave such exalted value to all the belongings of their masters in their days of slavery, and which so delighted in all picturesqueness of surrounding, is the best of foundations for romances. From generation to generation certain circumstances and qualities had conferred a sort of distinction upon their humbleness, to be owned by an aristocrat, to live in a great house, to wait upon young masters who were handsome and accomplished and young mistresses who were beautiful and surrounded by worshippers, to be indispensable to de Gige or de Cunel or to travel as attendant because some brilliant young son or lovely young daughter could find no one who would wait on them as Uncle Matt or Aunt Prissy could. These things made life to be desired and filled it with excitement and importance. To the halcyon days in which such delights were possible Uncle Matt belonged. He was too old to look forward, he wanted his past again, and to find himself the sole faithful retainer in a once brilliant household, with the chance of making himself indispensable to the one remaining scion of an old name, assisted him to feel that he was a relic of departed grandeur. His contrivances were numberless. In a corner of what he called the back garden he constructed an enclosure for chickens. He bought 2 or 3 young fowls, and by marvels of management founded a family with them. The family once founded, he made exchanges with friendly colored matrons of the vicinity, with such results in breeding that Uncle Matt's chickens became celebrated fowls. He displayed the same gifts in the management of the garden. In a few months after his arrival, Rupert began to find himself sitting down before the kind of meal he had not expected to contemplate again. "Uncle Matt," he said, "where do I get fried chicken and vegetables like these, and honey and fresh butter and cream? I don't pay for them." "Yes, you do, sir. Yo property pays for 'em. That our garden, sir, is black with richness, jest black. It's a forkin for a pusson what kin contrive and make friends, and trade, and kin flourish a spade. Dar's fruit trees and grapevines dar, and room enough to plant anything, and richness enough to make peas and taters and beets and cabbages jest jump out o' the yarth. I've took the liberty of markin' a truck patch, and I've got me a chicken coop, and I've had mighty good luck with my eggs and my truck, and I've got things to trade with the women folks for what I ain't got. The ladies likes tradin', and dey's mighty neighborly about ye, member in Yo Farmbly, sir. Rupert leaned back in his chair and broke into a hearty, boyish laugh, which it was very good both to see and hear. He very seldom laughed. "I wish I was a genius like you, Matt," he said. "What luck I'm in to have you. Raising chickens and vegetables, and negotiating with your lady friends for me. I feel like a caliph with a grand vizier. I never tasted such chicken or such waffles in my life. I'm settin' some tucky eggs now, under de yoller hen," said Matt, with a slyly exultant grin. "She's a good mother, the yoller hen, and a way dem fruit trees is gwine ter be loaded is a sight. Aunt Mary Field, she's treadin' with me a-ready agin fruit putting up time." Rupert got up from his chair. He caught old Matt's dusky, yellow-palmed paw in his hand and shook it hard. His gloomy young face had changed its aspect, his eyes suddenly looked like his mother's, and Delia Van Newcombe had been said to have the loveliest soft eyes in all the South. "Matt," he said, "I couldn't do without you. It isn't only that," with a gesture towards the table, "it's almost as if you had come to save me." "Ole nigger man like me, Mas Rupert," said Uncle Matt, "savin' of a fine young gentleman like what you is. How's I gwine ter do it?" But his wrinkled face looked tremulous with emotion. "Times is gwine ter change for you, they is, an' Matt's gwine ter stay by your till that come to pass." Mas Rupert looking at him curiously, "I 'clar to good you look like yo young mammy did. Yo ain't always, but Jay's dish your minute yo does, an' your did Jay's now when your laugh." "Do I look like her?" said Rupert. "I'm glad of it. I want to be like her. Say, Uncle Matt, whenever I look or speak or act like her, you tell me." When in the course of neighborly conversation Matt mentioned this to his friend Aunt Mary Fields, she put a new color upon it. He worshipped his more, and she jest dored down on him. She said, "But Tinty only he won't look like her, he doan want look like his paw. Everyone know what cun elder course he was, and that Chilly jest spies him. He was a lusser Monzaus proud Chilly, and when de cun broke loose and went on one o' his TRs, it mos stroyed that boy wid de disgracefulness. Das Chilly as doan care or notice, but that boy, it most stroyed him." The big, empty-sounding house was kept orderly and spotless. The back garden exhibited such vegetables as no one else owned. The fruit trees and grapevines throve. In time the flower beds began to bloom brilliantly. The rose bushes and shrubs were trimmed. The paths swept, and people began to apply to Uncle Matt for slips and seeds. He himself became quite young again, so inspired was he by his importance and popularity. When he went into the town upon errands, people stopped to talk to him. The young business or professional men called him into their offices to have a chat with him. He was such a respectable relic of the times which had been better days to all of them, that there were those who were almost confidential with him. Uncle Matt would always understand their sentiments and doctrines, and he was always to be relied on for any small service. Such a cocktail or julep no one else could prepare, and there were numerous subtle accomplishments in the matter of mixing liquid refreshments which would have earned a reputation for any man. There was no more familiar figure than his in the market or business streets of the hot, sunshine-flooded little town, which the passing armies had left so battered and deserted. Uncle Matt knew all the stories in Delhi Level. He knew how one house was falling to pieces for lack of repairs. He heard of the horses that had been sold or had died of old age and left their owners without a beast to draw their rickety buggies or carriages. He was deeply interested in the failing fortunes of what had once been the most important store in the town, and whose owner had been an aristocratic magnate, having no more undignified connection with the place than that of provider of capital. As he walked up Main Street on his way to market, with his basket on his arm, he saw who had been able to lay in new stock and who had not. He saw the new signboards hung outside small houses which had been turned into offices. He knew what young scion of a respectable family had begun doctoring or set up as a lawyer. Sometimes he even dropped in and made brief visits of respectful congratulation. But he said privately to his young master, "De Arab de atmosphere, it's just full of dem young lawyers and doctors. Dar don't seem to be nothing else for a gentleman's sons to do but to cure people or go to law for 'em. Of course they oughtn't to have to work, gentlemen oughtn't to. They didn't usen to have to, but now they is gotta. Lordy, Mas Rupert, you'll have to scus me, but the young lawyers, and the young doctors, they is scattered about dish your Delhi Level." There were certain new signboards which excited him to great interest. There was one he never passed without pausing to examine and reflect upon it. When he came within range of it on his way up the street, his pace would slacken, and when he reached it he would stop at the edge of the pavement and stand with his basket on his arm, gazing at the lettering with an absorbed air of interest and curiosity. It read, "Milton January, Claim Agent." He could not read, but he had heard comments made upon the profession of the owner of this signboard which had filled him with speculative thought. He shared the jealousy of strangers who came from the north to Delhi Level and set up offices, which much more intelligent persons than himself burned with. He resented them as intruders, and felt that their well-dressed air and alert, business-like manner was an insult to departed fortunes. "What they come for," he used to grumble. "Taking away trade and business when they ain't none left for the proper people now. How's we gwine to live if all New York City and Boston and Philadelphia pours in?" "They are not pouring in very fast," Uncle Matt Rupert answered him once. "Perhaps it would be better for us if they did. They bring some money, at any rate. There are only one or two of them, and one is a claim agent." "That's just what I wants to know," said Matt. "What's they laying claim to? What right they got to claim anything? Good knows dar ain't much to claim." Rupert laughed and gave him a friendly, boyish slap on the back. "They are not claiming things from people, but for them. They look up claims against the government and try to get indemnity for them. They prove claims to back pay, and for damages and losses, and try to make the government refund. Uncle Matt rubbed his head a minute, then he looked up eagerly. "Cun Elder Willoughby, now," he said, "doen you suppose there's some back pay owing to him for the damage that yellow fever done him what he done cotch from the army?" Rupert laughed a little bitterly. "No," he said, "I'm afraid not." "What dey gwine to refund, den?" said Matt. "That's what I'd like ter fin out. Dis higher day of refundin' please me mightily. I'd be powfle glad to come bang up agin some refundin' myself." From that time his interest in Milton January, claim agent, increased week by week. He used to loiter about talking groups if he caught the sound of his name, in the hope of gathering information. He was quite shrewd enough to realize his own entire ignorance of many subjects, and he had the pride which prevented his being willing to commit himself. "I ain't nothing but a ole nigger," he used to say. "I ain't had no education like some des smarties what kin read and cipher and do de double shuffle in de copybook. Matt ain't never rub his back gin no college wall. Biggest thing he knows is that he doan know nothing. That's a powfle useful piece o' learning to help a man, black or white, from markin' a fool o' hisself bigger dan what the good Lord tended him fur ter be." Matt he graduated in that knowledge and got his certificate. When the good Lord turn a man out a fool, he got ter be a fool, but he needn't ter be a bigger fool den what he gotta. So he listened in the market, where he went every morning to bargain for his bit of beefsteak, or fish, or butter, and where the men and women who kept the stalls knew him as well as they knew each other. They all liked him and welcomed him as he approached in his clean old clothes, his market basket on his arm, his hat set rather knowingly upon his grizzled wool. He was, in fact, rather a flirtatious old party, and was counted a great wit, and was full of a shrewd humor as well as of grandiloquent compliment. "I has a jokelder way o' talking, I ain't gwine ter deny," he would say when complimented upon his popularity with the fair sex, "and dey ain't nothing de ladies likes mo dan a man what's jokelder. Dey loves joking and dey loves to laugh. It's de way o' de sect. A man what kind he be jokelder with em, he hain't he no show." "What dis higher claim agent in I's hearin' so much talk about?" he enquired of a group one morning. "What I wants is ter get inter de innards of de teeing, and den I gwine to claim some pen fer myself. If de's claimin' gwine on, I a genlemon what's gwine to be on de camp meeting ground, and foremost 'mong de shouters." "What did ye lose by the war, Uncle Matt?" said a countryman, who was leaning against his market wagon of produce and chewing tobacco. "If ye kin hunt up suthin' ye lost, ye kin put in a claim fer the value of it, and meb get government to give ye indemnity. Meb ye kin and meb ye kain't. They ain't keen to do it, but meb ye could work it through a smart agent like January. They say he's as smart as they make 'em." It was a broiling July morning, only the people who were obliged to leave their houses for some special reason were to be seen in the streets. The market wagons which had come in from the country laden with vegetables and chickens and butter were drawn up under the shadow of the market house, that their forlorn horses or mules might escape the glaring hot sun. The liveliest business hour had passed, and about the wagons a group of market men and women and 2 or 3 loiterers were idling in the shade, waiting for chance belated customers. There was a general drawing near when Uncle Matt began his conversation. They always wanted to hear what he had to say, and always responded with loud, sympathetic guffaws to his jocular remarks. "He's sick a case, Uncle Matt is," the women would say. "I never seen sick a case." When the countryman spoke, Uncle Matt put on an expression of dignified thoughtfulness. It was an expression his audience were entirely familiar with and invariably greeted with delight. "Endurin' of de war," he said, "I lost several things. Fust thing I 'member is of losin' was a pair of boots. Dar was a regiment passin' at de time, and the members of that regiment had been foot in it long enough to have wo out a good deal o' shoe leather. They was dusty and hungry, and come to de halt near my cabin to require if dar warn't no victuals lying round loose for de good o' de country. When day was gone, my new boots was gone, what I'd jest brung home from de cobbler." His audience broke into a shout of enjoyment. That incident stirred up my patriotic feelings considerable at the moment. I couldn't seem to see it in the light what p'raps I oughter seen it in. I read round a good deal, and for a moment or two, I didn't seem to mind which side beat the oder. Jest that occasion. I doan say the sentiment continued on, but jest that occasion seemed to me like dar was a yank some wars s I wouldn't have been agin seeing taking a whoppin' from some UN, secesh or no secesh. "What else did ye lose, Unc Matt?" someone said when the laugh died down. "Well, I lose a wife, kinda cook that dar ain't no demnity kin make up fur when the Lords removed 'em. An' 'pears to me right dar, that if I wasn't here to ch member, I shed be led on to say that, considerin' what a scaceness a good cooks dar is, seems like the good Lord's almost wasteful and stravagant, the way he lets 'em die off. 3 he moved from me to a better world. Not as I'm a man what'd want to be sacrilegious, but 'pears to me dar was movig for 'em to do in dis higher dark world sin dan in the realms o' glory. I may be wrong, but that's how it seemed to a poor nigger like me." "The government won't pay for your wife," Matt said, the owner of the market wagon. "That day won't, that day kind," he said Matt. "That last woman's gumbo soup warn't a thing to be demnified for, that it warn't he. But what I'm aimin' at is to fin out what they will pay for, how much. Dar was one mornin' I sot at my do reflectin' on de gospel, and de Yanks come jest a tarrin' down de road, lickety switch, yellin' like de bill let loose, firin' of dear pistols, an' I got a fess I loss a heap o' courage that time, an' I loss a heap o' breath running way from out o' sight. Now I know the government not gwine ter pay me furloughs and dem things, but what is dey gwine pay for losen? Property, they say, crops en houses, en barns, en truck with money. Uncle Matt removed his hat, and looked into the crown of it as if for instruction before he wiped his forehead and put it on again. "Aye. Day is day," he said. "Property, en houses, en barns, en truck with money. Dey'll have a plenty to pay, if dey begins that game, won't dey? Dey'll have ter dig down inter de government breeches pocket pretty deep, that dey will. Doan see how de President gwine ter do it out en what dey lose him, less en dey lose him mighty big pocket money." "T'ain't he the President?" Matt said, one of the crowd. "It's the nation." "Oh, it's the nation," said Matt. "The nation. Well, Mr. Nation gwine fin he got plenty ter do, early en late." This was not the last time he led the talk in the direction of government claims, and in the course of his marketings and droppings into various stores and young lawyers' offices, he gathered a good deal of information. Claims upon the government had not been so far exploited in those days as they were a little later, and knowledge of such business and its processes was not as easily obtainable by unbusinesslike persons. One morning, as he stood at the street corner nearest the claim agent's office, a little man came out of the place, and by chance stopped to cool himself for a few moments under the shade of the very maple tree Uncle Matt had chosen. He was a very small man, wearing very large pantaloons, and he had a little countenance whose expression was a curious combination of rustic vacancy and incongruous slyness. He was evidently from the country, and Uncle Matt's respectable, in fact, rather aristocratic air, apparently attracted his attention. "'Scuse me, sir," said Matt, "'scuse me addressin' of you, but dem are claim agents." "Have ye got a claim?" said the little man in words that were slow, but with an air that was sharp. "I mean, has anyone ye work fer got one?" "Well, sir," answered Matt, "I ain't sartin, but ye'd better make sartin," said the little man. "Being as the thing's started the way it he's, anyone else might have a claim and lets it lie, is a derned fool. I come from over the mountain. My name's Stamps, and I've got one." Uncle Matt regarded him with interest, not exactly with respect, but with interest. Stamps took off his battered broad-brimmed hat, wiped his moist forehead and expectorated, leaning against the tree. "Thar's people in this town as is derned fools," he remarked, sententiously. "Thar's people in most every town in the Union as is derned fools. Most everybody's got a claim to suthin', if they'd only got the common horse sense ter look it up. Why, look at that Yoko oxen o' mine, the finest Yoko steers in Hamlin County. Would have took fust ticket at any agricultural fair in the United States. I ain't going to sacrifice them steers to no stars and stripes as ever floated. The government's got to pay me the worth of 'em down to the last cent." He gave Matt a sharp look with a hint of inquiry in it, as if he was asking either his hearer or himself a question, and was not entirely certain of the answer. "Now thar's D. Willoughby," he went on. "Big Tom D. Willoughby lost enough, the Lord knows. Fust one army, and then another laying holt on his stock as it come over the road from one place and another, eating of it up and wearing his goods made up into shirts and the like, and him left most cleaned out o' everything." "Why, Tom D. Willoughby, scuse me, sir," interrupted Matt, "but did you say de Willoughby?" "I said D. Willoughby," answered Mr. Stamps. "That's what he's called at the crossroads." There he stopped and stared at Matt a moment. "My young master's name's de Willoughby, sir," Matt said, "and de name sounds mighty simulious when dey's spoke quick. My young mas, Rupert de Willoughby, he de grandson er Jidge de Willoughby, and de son and heir Colonel de Courcy de Willoughby what died yallow fever at Nashville." "Well, I'm doggoned," the little man remarked, "I'd oughter thought that. This year's Delhi level, and I recollect hearin' when fust he come to Hamlin that he was some kin to some big bugs down ter Delhi level, and his father was a jidge, doggoned if I didn't." Chapter 19. Rupert de Willoughby was lying upon the grass in the garden under the shade of a tree. The office had been stifling hot, and there had been even less to suggest any hope of possible professional business than the blankness of most days held. There never was any business, but at rare intervals someone dropped in and asked him a question or so, his answers to which, by the exercise of imagination, might be regarded as coming under the head of advice. His clients had no money, however, nobody had any money, and his affairs were assuming a rather desperate aspect. He had come home through the hot streets with his straw hat pushed back, the moist rings of his black hair lying on a forehead lined with a rather dark frown. He went into the garden and threw himself on the grass in the shade. He could be physically at ease there, at least. The old garden had always been a pleasure to him, and on a hot summer day it was full of sweet scents and sounds he was fond of. At this time there were tangles of honeysuckle and bushes heavy with mock orange. An arbor near him was covered by a multiflora rose, weighted with masses of its small, delicate blossoms. Within a few feet of it a bed of mignonette grew, and the sun-warmed breathing of all these fragrant things was a luxurious accompaniment to the booming of the bees, blundering and buzzing in and out of their flowers, and the summer languid notes of the stray birds which lit on the branches and called to each other among the thick leaves. At 23 a man may be very young. Rupert was both young and old. His silent resentment of the shadow which he felt had always rested upon him, had become a morbid thing. It had led him to seclude himself from the gay little Delhi level world and cut himself off from young friendships. After his mother, who had understood his temperament and his resentment, had died, nobody cared very much for him. The youth of Delhi level was picturesque, pleasure-loving, and inconsequent. It had little parties at which it danced, it had little clubs which were vaguely musical or literary, and it had an ingenuous belief in the talents and graces displayed at these gatherings. The feminine members of these societies were sometimes wonderfully lovely. They were very young, and had soft eyes and soft southern voices, and were the owners of the tiniest arched feet and the slenderest little, supple waists in the world. Until they were married, which usually happened very early, they were always being made love to and knew that this was what God had made them for, that they should dance a great deal, that they should have many flowers and bonbons laid at their small feet, that beautiful youths with sentimental tenor voices should serenade them with guitars on moonlight nights, which last charming thing led them to congratulate themselves on having been born in the South, as such romantic incidents were not a feature of life in New York and Boston. The masculine members were usually lithe and slim, and often of graceful height. They frequently possessed their share of good looks, danced and rode well, and could sing love songs. As it was the portion of their fair companions to be made love to, it was theirs to make love. They often wrote verses, and they also were given to arched insteps and eyes with very perceptible fringes. For some singular reason, it seems that Southern blood tends to express itself in fine eyes and lashes. But with this simply emotional and happy youth young de Willoughby had not amalgamated. Once he had gone to a dance, and his father the Colonel had appeared upon the scene as a spectator in a state of exaggeratedly graceful intoxication. He was in the condition when he was extremely gallant and paid flowery compliments to each pair of bright eyes he chanced to find himself near. When he first caught sight of him, Rupert was waltzing with a lovely little creature who was a Vanucum and was not unlike the Delia Tom de Willoughby had fallen hopelessly in love with. When he saw his father, a flash of scarlet shot over the boy's face, and, passing, left him looking very black and white. His brow drew down into its frown, and he began to dance with less spirit. When the waltz was at an end, he led his partner to her seat and stood a moment silently before her, glancing under his black lashes at the Colonel, who had begun to quote Thomas Moore and was declaiming the young May Moon to a pretty creature with a rather alarmed look in her uplifted eyes. It was the first dance at which she had appeared since she had left school. Suddenly Rupert turned to his partner. He made her a bow. He was a graceful young fellow. "Thank you, Miss Vanucum. Thank you for the dance. Good night. I am going home." "Are you?" exclaimed little Miss Vanucum. "But it is so early, Mr. de Willoughby." "I have stayed just 10 minutes too long now," said Rupert. "Thank you again, Miss Vanucum. Good night." He walked across the room to Colonel de Willoughby. "I am going home," he said, in a low, fierce voice. "You had better come with me." "No such thing," answered the Colonel, gaily. "Only just come. Don't go to Rouge with chickens." Just quoting Tom Moore to Miss Baxter. "Best of all ways to lengthen our days is to steal a few hours from the night, my dear." The little beauty, who had turned with relieved delight to take the arm of a new partner, looked at her poetic admirer apologetically. "Mr. Gaines has come for me, Colonel de Willoughby," she said. "I am engaged to him for this dance." And she slipped away, clinging almost tenderly to the arm of her enraptured escort, who felt himself suddenly transformed into something like a hero. "Colonel de Willoughby is so flattering," she said, "and he has such a queer way of paying compliments. I'm almost frightened of him." "I will see that he does not speak to you again," said her partner, with an air of magnificent courage. "He should not have been allowed to come in. You, of course, could not understand, but the men who are here will protect the ladies who are their guests." Rupert gave his father a long look and turned on his heel. He went home, and the next time the Terpsichorean Society invited him to a dance he declined to go. "Nice fellow I am to go to such places," he said to himself. "Liable to bring a drunken lunatic down upon them at any minute. No, the devil take it all, I'm going to stay at home." He stayed at home, and gradually dropped out of the young, glowing, innocently frivolous and happy world altogether, and it carried on its festivities perfectly well without him. The selfishness of lovely youth is a guileless, joyous thing, and pathetic inasmuch as maturity realizes the undue retribution which befalls it as it learns of life. When poverty and loneliness fell upon him, the boy had no youthful ameliorations, even though he was so touchingly young. Occasionally some old friend of his grandfather's encountered him somewhere and gave him rather florid good advice. Some kindly matron, perhaps, asked him to come and see her, but there was no one in the place who could do anything practical. Delhi Level had never been a practical place, and now its day seemed utterly over. Its gentlemanly pretense at business had received blows too heavy to recover from until times had lapsed. In some of the streets tiny tufts of grass began to show themselves between the stones. As he had walked back in the heat, Rupert had observed these tiny tufts of green with a new sense of their meaning. He was thinking of them as he lay upon the grass, the warm scent of the mock orange blossoms and roses, mingled with honeysuckle in the air. The booming of the bees among the multiflora blooms was in his ears. "What can I do?" he said to himself. "There is nothing to be done here. There never was much, and now there is nothing. I can't loaf about and starve. I won't beg from people, and if I would, I haven't a relation left who isn't a beggar himself, and there are few enough of them left." He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a well-worn greenback. He straightened out its creases cautiously and looked at it. "I've got $2," he said, "and no prospect of getting any more. Even Matt can't make $2 last long." The latch of the side gate clicked and the gate opened. Presently Uncle Matt appeared round the rose bushes. He had his market basket on his arm and wore a thoughtful countenance. "Uncle Matt," Rupert called out to him, "I wish you would come here." Notwithstanding his darkling moods, he was in a subtle way singularly like Delia Van Newcombe. He needed love and tenderness, and he was boy enough yet to be unhappy and desolate through lack of them, though without quite knowing why. He knew Uncle Matt loved him, and the affectionate care the old man surrounded him with was like a warm robe wrapped about a creature suffering from chill. He had not analyzed his feeling himself, he only knew that he liked to hear his footsteps as he pottered about the house, and when he was at his dreariest, he was glad to see him come in, and to talk a little to him. Uncle Matt came towards him briskly. He set his basket down and took off his hat. "Mas Rupert," he said, "dis hires a POWFLE scorcher of a mornin'. Dem young lawyers as shays up day office and comes home to lie in de grass in de shade. Dey is follerin' up dey profession in de profitablest way, what'll be likely to bring em de most clients, cause, shows yo born, dere's sunstroke concussion or de brain just lopin' round dis town. A little hot brick office ain't no place for a young man what got any respect fer his next birthday." "That's so. I haven't much respect for mine," said Rupert. "I've had 22 too many, just 22. Scusin me saying it, sir, but that ain't no way ter talk. A man bound to have some respect for his birthday, he bound to. Birthday's gotta be took care on. Who's a man when he runs out of 'em? He'd better run out of them before he runs out of everything else," said Rupert. "Matt, I've just made $2 this month." He looked at the old man with a restless appeal in his big, deer-like eyes. "I'm very sorry, Matt," he said, "I'm terribly sorry, but you know, we can't go on." Uncle Matthew looked down at the grass with a reflective air. "Mas Rupert, did you never hear nothing 'bout your uncle Mas Thomas de Willoughby?" Rupert was silent a moment before he answered, but it was not because he required time to search his memory. "Yes," he said, and then was silent again. He had heard of poor Tom of the Big Heart from his mother, and there had been that in her soft speech of him which had made the great, tender creature very real. Even in his childhood his mother had been his passion, as he had been hers. Neither of them had had others to share their affection, and they were by nature creatures born to love. His first memory had been of looking up into the soft darkness of the tender eyes which were always brooding over him. He had been little more than a baby when he had somehow known that they were very sorrowful, and had realized that he loved them more because of their sorrow. He had been little older when he found out the reason of their sadness, and from that time he had fallen into the habit of watching them, and knowing their every look. He always remembered the look they wore when she spoke of Tom de Willoughby, and it had been a very touching one. "Yes," he said to Uncle Matt, "I have heard of him. Dar was a time, a long way back, Mas Rupert, 'fore you was borned, when I seemed to hear a good deal 'bout Mas Thomas. That was when he went away in that curious fashion. Nobody knowed where he went, and nobody knowed quite why. It was jays afore ye more'n Paul was married. Some said him and a jidge quarrelled cause Mas Thomas he said he warn't he gwine ter be no medical student, and some said he was in love with some young lady that wouldn't sept of him." "Did they?" said Rupert. "That day did," Matt said, "and a lot mo'. But everybody think it mighty strange him a gwine, and no one never huntin' him up afterwards. Seemed most like they didn't care nothing 'bout him." "They didn't, damn them," said Rupert, with sudden passion. "And he was worth the whole lot." "That what make I say what I gwine ter," said Matt, with some eagerness. What I heard about Mas Thomas make me think he must be a mighty fine gentleman, and one what'd be a good friend to anyone. And this very morning I heard some pen mo about him. Rupert raised himself upon his elbow. About Uncle Tom, he exclaimed. You have heard something about Uncle Tom today. I found out where he went, Mas Rupert said Matt, much roused. I found out where he is this very instep. He's in Hamlin County, keeping Stone Post Office at Talbot's Crossroads, and, from what I hear, Mas Tom de Willoughby de Mos popularist gentleman and Mos looked up ter in the county. Who did you hear it from? Demanded Rupert. Uncle Matt put his foot upon a rustic seat near and leaned forward, resting his elbow on his knee and making impressive gestures with his yellow-palmed old hand. It was Dishia Clayman that brung it about, he said. Dishia Clayman indemnification what's been a set in POWFLE heavy on my min for long enough. Soon's I you'd tell on it, Mas Rupert, it set me ter steadyin'. I been a watching out and axin' questions for weeks, and when I fin out, but what has that to do with Uncle Tom? Cried Rupert. A heap, Mas Rupert. Him and you the onlyest heirs to the Willoughby estate, and if a little Hoosier what's loss a yoke o' oxen kin come down on the government for demnification, why can't the heirs of a gentleman that lost what was gwine ter be the biggest fortune in the South End states? What's come o' dem gold mines, Mas Rupert, that was gwine ter make yo grandpa a millionaire, whar is dey? What the Yankees done with dem gold mines? They weren't gold mines, Uncle Matt said Rupert. They were coal mines, and the Yankees didn't carry them away. They only smashed up the machinery and ruined things generally. But he laid back upon the grass again with his hands clasped behind his head and his brow drawn down thoughtfully. Coal mines are gold mines, said Uncle Matt. Government gotta demnify if things are managed right, that what make me think Mas Thomas de Willoughby when that little Stamps fella said some pen that sound like his name. Now DAR's D. Willoughby he says, Big Tom D. Willoughby I just jumped on him. Did you say de Willoughby, sir? I says, and from that I found out the rest. I should like to see him, said Rupert. I always thought I should like to know where he was, if he was alive. Why don't you go and see him, den? Said Matt. Just take yo foot in yo hand and start out. Hamlin County ain't fur, Mas Rupert, and a Crossroads POS office mighty easy to fin, and when you fin it and yo uncle set in the do, you just talk ter him bout dem gold mines and that claimin' business and ax his devise bout em. And if you're doin' fin yo sef marchin' on ter Washington City and a talking to the president and the senators, the whole kit and bilin' of em, Mas Thomas ain't the business gentleman what I believe he is. Rupert lay still and looked straight before him, apparently at a bluebird balanced on a twig, but it was not the bird he was thinking of. Young, Mas Rupert, and it you'd be purty dangerous for one experienced young gentleman ter land down in the midst all dem on principle Yankees with a claim to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mas Thomas, he's a settled, steady man, from what I hears, I guess he's got a mighty established looking parents. I should like to see him, Rupert reflected aloud. I should like to see him. Chapter XX. The years had passed for the child so sweetly, and had been so full of simple joys and pleasures, that they seemed a panorama of lovely changing seasons, each a thing of delight. There was the spring, when she trotted by Tom's side into the garden and he showed her the little, pale green points of the crocuses, hyacinths, and tulips pushing their way up through the moist brown earth, and when he carried her in his big arms into the woods on the hillsides, and they saw the dogwood covered with big white flowers and the wild plum trees snowed over with delicate blooms, and found the blue violets thick among the wet grass and leaves, and the frail white wind flowers quivering on their stems. As they went about in this new fairyland, which came every year, and which still seemed always a surprise, it was their habit to talk to each other a great deal. The confidences they had exchanged when the child had not been able to speak, and which Tom had nevertheless understood, were enchanting things when she became older and they strayed about together or sat by the fire. Her child thoughts and fancies might have been those of some little faun or dryad. She grew up among green things, with leaves waving above and around her, the sun shining upon her, and the mountains seeming to stand on guard, looking down at her from day to day, from year to year. From behind one mountain the sun rose every morning, and she always saw it, and behind another it sank at night. After the spring came the summer, when the days were golden and drowsy and hot, and there were roses and other flowers everywhere, wild roses in the woods and by the waysides, heavy-headed beauties in their own garden, and all the beds and vines a fine riot of color. After these there were blackberries thick on their long brambles, and wild grapes in the woods, and presently a delicious snap of cold in the clear air night and morning, and the trees were dropping golden, amber, and scarlet leaves, while under the pale yellow ones which rustled beneath the chestnut trees, there were brown, glossy nuts, which fell one by one with a delightful suddenness of sound at irregular intervals. There were big chestnut trees in the woods near their house, and Tom and Shpa used to go before breakfast to look for the nuts which had fallen in the night. Hamlin County always rose at sunrise, or before it, and to go out in the heavenly fresh morning air and walk through the rustling, thickly fallen yellow leaves under the trees, making little darts of joy at the brown, glossy things bursting through their big burrs, was a delicious, exciting thing. Morning's hot breakfast held keen delights when they returned to it. When the big wood fires were lighted and there was snow and rain outside, and yams and chestnuts to roast in the ashes, and stories to be told and talked over in the glow of the red birch log and snapping, flaming hickory sticks, the child used to feel as if she and Uncle Tom were even nearer together and more comfortable than at any other time. Uncle Tom, she said to him, as she was standing in the circle of his arm on one such night, when she was about 10 years old. Uncle Tom, we do love each other in the winter, don't we? Yes, we do, Shpa answered Tom. And we're pretty partial to each other even in the summer. We love each other at all the times, she said. and every morning that I get up I love you more than I did when I went to bed, every morning, Uncle Tom." Tom kissed her. He remembered what he had said one morning in the cabin in Blair's Hollow 10 years before. "Perhaps, if there's no one to come between us, she may be fond of me." She was fond of him. He was her very little life itself. No one had ever come between, nothing ever could. She had by that time shot up into a tall, slender slip of a girl child. She was passing, even with a kind of distinction, through the stage of being all long, slim legs and big eyes. The slim legs were delicately modeled and the big eyes were like pools of gold-brown water, fringed with rushes. "I never seen a young un at that thar young colty ages was s handsome s that child o' Big Tom's," Miss Doty often remarked. By the frequenters of the Crossroads post office she was considered, as was her protector, a county institution. When she had reached 3 years old, she had been measured against the wall, and each year her increase of inches was recorded amid lively demonstrations of interest. The smallness of her feet had also been registered, and the thickness and growth of her curling hair ranked as a subject of discussion only second in interest to the development of crops. But this affection notwithstanding, a curious respect for her existed. She had played among them in the store in her little dusty pinafore, one and all of them had given her rustic offerings, bringing her special gifts of yellow popcorn ears, or abnormal yams unexpectedly developed in their own gardens, or bags of hickory nuts, but somehow they did not think or speak of her as they did of each other's children. Tom had built a comfortable white house, over whose veranda honeysuckles and roses soon clambered and hung. In time the ground enclosed about it had a curious likeness to the bowery unrestraint of the garden he had played in during his childhood. It was a pleasure to him to lay it out on the old plan and to plant japonicas, flowering almonds, and syringa bushes, as they had grown in the days when he had played under them as a child, or lounged on the grass near them as a boy. He and Shpa planted everything themselves, or, rather, Shpa walked about with him or stood by his side and talked while he worked. In time she knew almost as well as he did the faraway garden he took as his model. She learned to know the place by heart. "Were you a little boy then, Uncle Tom?" she would say, when there was a mock orange and a crepe myrtle next to the big yellow rose bush. There were even times when he found her memory was better than his own, and she could correct him. "Ah, no, Uncle Tom," she would say, "the pansies were not in the little heart-shaped bed, they were all round the one with the pink harp flower in the middle." When she was 6 years old he sent for some books and began seriously to work with a view to refreshing his memory on subjects almost forgotten. "I'm preparing myself for a nursery governess, Shpa," he said. "What we want is a nursery governess, and I don't know where to find one. I shouldn't know how to manage her if I did find her, so I've got to post up for the position myself." The child was so happy with him in all circumstances, that it was easy to teach her anything. She had learned to read and write before she discovered that the process she went through to acquire these accomplishments was not an agreeable pastime specially invented by Tom for her amusement. At 11 years old she had become so interested in her work that she was quite an excited little student. By the time she was 12, Tom began to shake his head at her. "If you go on like this," he said, "I shan't be able to keep up with you, and what I've got to do is to keep ahead. If I can't, I shall have to send you to the academy at Ralston, and how should we stand that?" She came and sat upon his big knee, a slim little thing, as light as a bird. "We couldn't stand it, Uncle Tom," she said. "We have to be together. We always have been, haven't we?" And she rubbed her ruffled head against his huge breast. "Yes, we always have been," answered Tom, "and it would go pretty hard with us to make a change." She was not sent to Ralston. The war broke out and altered the aspect of things even at the crossroads. The bank in which Tom's modest savings were deposited was swept away by misfortune. The primitive resources of Hamlin County were depleted, as the resources of all the land were. But for the existence of the white, vine-embowered house and the garden full of scents and bloom, Tom's position at the close of the rebellion was far less fortunate than it had been at the time the mystery of Blair's Hollow had occurred. In those old, happy-go-lucky days, the 3 rooms behind the store and the 3 meals morning cooked for him had been quite sufficient for free and easy peace. He had been able to ensure himself these primitive comforts with so little expenditure that money had scarcely seemed an object. He had taken eggs in exchange for sugar, bacon in exchange for tea, and butter in exchange for everything. Now he had no means of resource but the store, and the people were poorer than they had been. Farms had gone to temporary ruin through unavoidable neglect during the absence of their masters. More than one honest fellow had marched away and never returned, and their widows were left to struggle with the land and their children. The Crossroads store, which had thriven so wonderfully for a year or two before the breaking out of the war, began to wear a less cheerful aspect. As far as he himself was concerned, Tom knew that life was a simple enough thing, but by his side there was growing up a young goddess. She was not aware that she was a young goddess. There was no one in the vicinity of the crossroads who could have informed her that she presented somewhat of that aspect, and that she was youth and happiness and nature's self at once. Tom continually indulged in deep reflection on his charge after she was 12 years old. She shot up into the tall suppleness of a lovely young birch, and she was a sweetly glowing thing. A baby had been a different matter. The baby had not been so difficult to manage. But when he found himself day by day confronting the sweetness of child womanhood in the eyes that were gold-brown pools, and the softening grace of the fair young body, he began to be conscious of something like alarm. He was not at all sure what he ought to do at this crisis, and whether life confining its experiences entirely to Talbot's Crossroads was all that was required. "I don't know whether it's right, by thunder," he said. "I don't know whether it's right, and that's what a man who's taken the place of a young mother ought to know. There came a Sunday when one of the occasional preachings was to be held at the log cabin church a few miles distant, and they were going together, as they always did. It was a heavenly, warm spring morning, and Shpa, having made herself ready, wandered into the garden to wait among the flowers. The rapturous first scents of the year were there, drawn by the sun and blown by vagrant puffs of wind from hyacinths and jonquils, white narcissus and blue violets. Shpa walked among the beds, every few minutes kneeling down upon the grass to bury her face in pink and yellow and white clusters, inhaling the breath of flowers and the pungent freshness of the sweet brown earth at the same time. She had lived among leaves and growing things until she felt herself in some unexplainable way a part of the world they belonged to. The world beyond the mountains she knew nothing of, but this world, which was the brown earth springing forth into green blades and leaves and little streaked buds, warming into bloom and sun-drenched fragrance, setting the birds singing and nest building, giving fruits and grain, and yellow and scarlet leaves, and folding itself later in snow and winter sleep. This world she knew as well as she knew herself. The birds were singing and nest building this morning, and, as she hung over a bed of purple and white hyacinths, kneeling on the grass and getting as close to them as she could, their perfume mounted to her brain and she began to kiss them. "I love you," she said, dwelling on their sweet coolness with her lips. "I love and love you." And suddenly she made a little swoop and kissed the brown earth itself. And, "Oh, I love you, too," she said. "I love you, too." She looked like young Spring's self when she stood up as Tom came towards her. Her smile was so radiant a thing that he felt his heart quake with no other reason than this sight of her happy youth. "What are you thinking of, Shpa?" he asked. "I am thinking," she said, as she glanced all about her, the smile growing more entrancing, "I am thinking how happy I am, and how happy the world is, and how I love you, and," with a pretty laugh, "the flowers, and the sun, and the earth, and everything in the world." "Yes," said Tom, looking at her tenderly. "It's the spring, Shpa." She caught his arm and clung to it, laughing again. "Yes," she answered, "and when it isn't the spring, it is the summer, and when it isn't the summer, it is the autumn, and when it isn't the autumn, it is the winter, and we sit by the fire and know the spring is making its way back every day. Everything is beautiful, everything is happy, Uncle Tom." "Good Lord," exclaimed Tom. "Why do you say that?" Shpa asked. "Why do you look so puzzled, Uncle Tom?" "Well," said Tom, holding her out at arm's length before him, "the truth is, I've suddenly realized something. I'd like to know what I'm to do with this." "This?" laughed Shpa. "Am I this? You look at me as if I was this. You are," Tom answered, ruefully. "Here you suddenly change to a young woman on a man's hands. Now, what am I to do with a grown-up young woman? I'm used to babies, and teething, and swallowing kangaroos out of Noah's arks, and I know something of measles and letting tucks out of frocks, but when it comes to a beautiful young woman, there you have me." He shook his head as he ended, and, though his face wore the affectionate, humorous smile which had never failed her, there was a new element in its kindness which, it must be confessed, bordered on bewilderment. "A beautiful, grown-up young woman," he said, glancing reflectively over her soft, swaying slimness, her white frock with its purple ribbon and golden jonquils, and up to her tender cheek. Shpa blushed with sweet delight. "Am I beautiful, Uncle Tom?" she inquired, with a lovely anxiousness in her eyes. "Yes, you are," admitted Tom, "and it isn't a drawback to you, Shpa, but it's likely to make trouble for me." "But why?" she said. "In novels, and poetry, and sometimes in real life, beautiful young women are fallen in love with, and then trouble is liable to begin," explained Tom with amiable gravity. "There is no one to fall in love with me at the crossroads," said Shpa, sweetly. "I wish there was." "Good Lord!" exclaimed Tom, devoutly. "Come along to church, Shpa, and let's go in for fasting and prayer." He took her to the preaching in the log cabin and noticed the effect of her entry on the congregation as they went in. There were a number of more or less awkward and raw-boned young male creatures whose lives were spent chiefly in cornfields and potato patches. They were uncomely hewers of wood and drawers of water, but they turned their heads to look at her, and their eyes followed her as she went to her seat. When she had sat down, those who could catch glimpses of her involuntarily craned their necks and sat in discomfort until the sermon was over. Tom recognized this fact, and in secret reflected upon it in all its bearings. Yes, he found himself saying, mentally, "I'd like to know how I'm going to do my duty by this. I don't believe there's a darned thing about it in advice to young mothers." The day wore on to its lovely end, and lost itself in one of the sunsets which seemed to flood the sky with a tide of ripples of melted gold, here and there tipped with flame. When this was over, a clear, fair moon hung lighted in the heavens, and, flooding with silver what had been flooded with gold, changed the flame tips to pearl. Shpa strayed in the garden among the flowers. Tom, sitting under the vines of the porch, watched her white figure straying in and out among the shrubbery. At last he saw her standing on the grass in the full radiance of the moonlight, her hands hanging clasped behind her and her face turned upward to the sky. As she had wandered about, she had done a fanciful thing. She had made a wreath of white narcissus and laid it on her hair, and she had twisted together a sort of long garland of the same blossoms and cast it loosely round her waist. "She never did that before," Tom said, as he watched her. "Good Lord, what a picture she is, standing there with her face lifted. I wonder what she's thinking of." "Uncle Tom," she said, when she sauntered back to him, "does the moonlight make you feel sad without being unhappy at all?" "That is what it does to me." "It's the spring, Shpa," he said, as he had said it in the morning, "it's the spring." She saw that he was looking at her flower garlands, and she broke into a shy little laugh. "You see what you have done to me, Uncle Tom," she said. "Now you have told me I am a beautiful young woman, I shall always be doing things to make myself look prettier." She came onto the veranda to him, and he held out his hand to her. That's the spring, too, Shpa, he said. She yielded as happily and naturally to the enfolding of his big arm in these days as she had done when she was a baby. No one but themselves knew what they were to each other. They had always talked things over together, their affection, their pleasures, their simple anxieties and responsibilities. They had discussed her playthings in the first years of their friendship and her lessons when she had been a little girl. Tonight the subject which began to occupy them had some seriousness of aspect. The changes time and the tide of war had made were bringing Tom face to face with a difficulty his hopeful, easygoing nature had never contemplated with any realizing sense: the want of money, even the moderate amount the requirements of their simple lives made necessary. "It's the taxes that a man can't stand up against," Tom said. "You may cut off all you like, and wear your old clothes, but there's a liveliness about taxes that takes the sand out of you. Talk about the green bay tree flourishing and increasing, all a tax wants is to be let alone a few years. It'll come to its full growth without any sunning or watering. Mine have had to be left alone for a while. And, well, here we are, another year, and, will the house be taken?" Shpa asked. "If I can't pay up, it'll all go, house and store and all," Tom answered. "Then we shall have to go too." He turned and looked ruefully at the face beneath the wreath of white narcissus. "I wish it hadn't come on us just now," he said. "There's no particular season that trouble adds a charm to, but it seems to me that it's not entitled to the spring." When she went upstairs she did not go to bed. The moonlight lured her out into the night again. Outside her window there was a little balcony. It was only of painted wood, as the rest of the house was, but a multiflora rose had climbed over it and hung it with a wonderful drapery, and, as she stood upon it, she unconsciously made herself part of a picture almost strange in its dramatic quality. She looked out over the sleeping land to the mountains standing guard. "Where should we go?" she said. "The world is on the other side." She was not in the mood to observe sound, or she would have heard the clear stroke of a horse's hoofs on the road. She did not even hear the opening of the garden gate. She was lost in the silver beauty of the night, and a vague dreaming which had fallen upon her. On the other side of the purple of the mountains was the world. It had always been there and she had always been here. Presently she found herself sighing aloud, though she could not have told why. "Ah," she said as softly as young Juliet. "Ah, me." As she could not have told why she sighed, so there was no explanation of the fact that, having done so, she looked downward to the garden path, as if something had drawn her eyes there. It is possible that some attraction had so drawn them, for she found herself looking into a young, upturned face, the dark, rather beautiful face of a youth who stood and looked upward as if he had stopped involuntarily at sight of her. She drew back with a little start and then bent her narcissus-crowned head forward. Who is it?" she exclaimed. He started himself at the sound of her voice. She had indeed looked scarcely a real creature a few moments ago. He took off his hat and answered, "I am Rupert de Willoughby," he said. "I beg pardon for disturbing you. It startled me to see you standing there. I came to see Mr. Thomas de Willoughby." It was a singular situation. Perhaps the moonlight had something to do with it, perhaps the spring. They stood and looked at each other quite simply, as if they did not know that they were strangers. A young dryad and faun meeting on a hilltop or in a forest's depths by moonlight might have looked at each other with just such clear, unstartled eyes, and with just such pleasure in each other's beauty. For, of a truth, each one was thinking the same thing, innocently and with a sudden gladness. As he had come up the garden path, Rupert had seen a vision and had stopped unconsciously that instant. And Shpe, looking down, had seen a vision too, a beautiful face as young as her own, and with eyes that glowed. "You don't know what you looked like standing there," said Rupert, as simply as the young faun might have spoken. "It was as if you were a spirit. The flowers in your hair looked like great white stars." "Did they?" she said, and stood and softly gazed at him. How the boy looked up at her young loveliness! He had never so looked at any woman before. And then a thought detached itself from the mists of memory and he seemed to remember. "Are you Shpe?" he asked. "Yes, I am Shpe," she answered, rather slowly. "And I remember you, too. You are the boy." He drew nearer to the balcony, laying his hand upon the multiflora rose creeper. "Yes, yes," he said, almost tremulous with eagerness. "You bring it all back. You were a little child, and you rode away," she said, "over the hill." "Will you come down to me?" he said. "Yes," she answered, and that moment disappeared. He stood in the moonlight, his head bared, his straw hat in his hand. He felt as if he was in a dream. His face had lost its gloom and yearning, and his eyes looked like his mother's. When he heard a light foot nearing him, he went forward, and they met with strange young smiles and took each other's hands. Nearer than the balcony, she was even a sweeter thing, and the scent of her white flowers floated about her. As they stood so, smiling, Tom came and joined them. Shpe had called him as she passed his door. Rupert turned round and spoke, vaguely conscious, as he did so, that his words sounded somewhat like words uttered in a dream and were not such as he had planned. "Uncle Tom," he said, Delia Van Newcombe was my mother." Chapter XXI. The moment ceased to be so fanciful and curiously exalted when his hand was grasped and a big, kind palm laid on his shoulder, though Tom's face was full of emotion. "I think I should have known it," he said. "Welcome to you." "Yes," looking at him with an affection touched with something like reverence. "Yes, indeed, Delia Van Newcombe." "I've come to you," the young fellow said, with fine simplicity, "because I am the only de Willoughby left except yourself. I am young and I'm lonely, and my mother always said you had the kindest heart she ever knew. I want you to advise me." "Come into the porch," said Tom, "and let us sit down and talk it over." He put his arm about Shpe and kept his hand on Rupert's shoulder, and walked so, with one on either side, to the house. Between their youthful slimness he moved like a protecting giant. "Where did you come from?" he asked when they sat down. "From Delhi Level," Rupert answered. "I did not think of coming here so late tonight, but it seems I must have missed my road. I was going to ask for lodgings at a place called Willett's Farm. I suppose I took the wrong turning, and when I saw this house before me, I knew it must be yours from what I had heard of it. It seemed as if fate had brought me here. And when I came up the path I saw Shba. She was standing on the little veranda in the moonlight with the roses all around her, and she looked so white that I stopped to look up at her. Uncle Tom said, "Shba, we knew each other." "Did you?" said Tom. "That's right." His middle-aged heart surprised him by giving one quick, soft beat. He smiled to himself after he had felt it. "The first moment or so I only stood and looked," Rupert said. "I was startled." "And so was I," said Shba. "But when she leaned forward and looked down on me," he went on, "I remembered something." "So did I," said Shba. "I leaned forward like that and looked down at you from the porch at the tavern, all those years ago, when I was a little child. And I looked up at you, and afterwards I asked about you," said Rupert. "It all came back when you spoke tonight, and I knew you must be Shba. You knew my name, but I did not know yours," said Shba. "But, after all," rather as if consoling herself, "Shba is not my real name. I have another one." "What is it?" asked the young fellow, quite eagerly. His eyes had scarcely left her face an instant. She was standing by Tom's chair and her hands were on his shoulders. "It is Felicia," she said. "Uncle Tom gave it to me, because he wanted me to be happy." And she curved a slim arm round Tom's neck and kissed him. It was the simplest, prettiest thing a man could have seen. Her life had left her nature as pure and translucent as the clearest brook. She had had no one to compare herself with or to be made ashamed or timid by. She knew only her own heart and Tom's love, and she smiled as radiantly into the lighting face before her as she would have smiled at a rose, or at a young deer she had met in the woods. No one had ever looked at her in this way before, but being herself a thing which had grown like a flower, she felt no shyness, and was only glad. Eve might have smiled at Adam so in their first hours. Big Tom, sitting between them, saw it all. A man cannot live a score of years and more, utterly cut off from the life of the world, without having many a long hour for thought in which he will inevitably find himself turning over the problems which fill the life he has missed. Tom de Willoughby had had many of them. He had had no one to talk to whose mind could have worked with his own. On winter nights, when Shba had been asleep, he had found himself gazing into the red embers of his wood fire and pondering on the existence he might have led if fate had been good to him. There must be happiness on the earth somewhere, he would say. Somewhere there ought to have been a woman I belonged to, and who belonged to me. It ought all to have been as much nature as the rain falling and the corn ripening in the sun. If we had met when we were young things, on the very brink of it all, and smiled into each other's eyes and taken each other's hands, and kissed each other's lips, we might have ripened together like the corn. What is it that's gone wrong? All the warm normal affections of manhood, which might have remained undeveloped and been cast away, had been lavished on the child Shpe. She had represented his domestic circle. You mayn't know it, Shpe, he had said once to her, but you're a pretty numerous young person. You're a man's wife and family, and mother and sisters, and at least half a dozen boys and girls. All his thoughts had concentrated themselves upon her, all his psychological problems had held her as their center, all his ethical reasonings had applied themselves to her. She's got to be happy, he said to himself, and she's got to be strong enough to stand up under unhappiness, if I should be taken away from her. When the great thing that's the meaning of it all, and the reason of it, comes into her life, it ought to come as naturally as summer does. If her poor child of a mother, good Lord. Good Lord. And here he sat in the moonlight, and Delia Van Newcomb's son was looking at her with ardent, awakened young eyes. How she listened as Rupert told his story, and how sweetly she was moved by the pathos of it. Once or twice she made an involuntary movement forward, as if she was drawn towards him, and uttered a lovely low exclamation which was a little like the broken coo of a dove. Rupert did not know that there was pathos in his relation. He made only a simple picture of things, but as he went on Tom saw all the effect of the hot little town left ruined and apathetic after the struggle of war, the desolateness of the big house empty but for its 3 rooms, its bare floors echoing to the sound of the lonely pair of feet, the garden grown into a neglected jungle, the slatternly Negro girl in the kitchen singing wild camp meeting hymns as she went about her careless work. It sounds so lonely, Shpe said, with tender mournfulness. That was what it was, lonely, Rupert answered. It's been a different place since Matt came, but it has always been lonely. Uncle Tom, putting his hand on the big knee near him, as impulsively as a child, I love that old Matt, I love him. Ah, so do I, burst forth Shpe. Don't you, Uncle Tom? And she put her hand on the other knee. Rupert looked down at the hand. It was so fair and soft and full of the expression of sympathy, such an adorably womanly little hand, that one's first impulse was to lay one's own upon it. He made a movement and then remembered, and looked up, and their eyes met and rested on each other gently. When the subject of the claim was broached, Shpe thought it like a fairy tale. She listened almost with bated breath. As Rupert had not realized that he was pathetic in the relation of the first part of his story, so he did not know that he was picturesque in this. But his material had strong color. The old man on the brink of splendid fortune, the strange, unforeseen national disaster sweeping all before it and leaving only poverty and ruin, the untouched wealth of the mines lying beneath the earth on which battles had been fought, all the possibilities the future might hold for one penniless boy, these things were full of suggestion and excitement. You would be rich, said Shpe. So would Uncle Tom, Rupert answered, smiling, and you, too. Tom had been listening with a reflective look on his face. He tilted his chair back and ran his hand through his hair. At all events, we couldn't lose money if we didn't gain any, he said. That's where we're safe. When a man's got to the place where he hasn't anything to lose, he can afford to take chances. Perhaps it's worth thinking over. Let's go to bed, children. It's midnight. When they said good night to each other, the two young hands clung together kindly and Shpa looked up with sympathetic eyes. Would you like to be very rich? She asked. Tonight I am rich, he answered. That is because you and Uncle Tom have made me feel as if I belonged to someone. It is so long since I have seemed to belong to anyone. But now you belong to us, said Shpa. He stood silently looking down at her a moment. Your eyes look just as they did when you were a little child, he said. He lifted her hand and pressed his warm young lips to it. Chapter XXII. He awoke the next morning with a glow in his heart which should not be new to youth, but was new to him. He remembered feeling something rather like it years before when he had been a little boy and had wakened on the morning of his birthday and found his mother kissing him and his bed strewn with gifts. He went downstairs and, strolling onto the porch, saw Shpa in the garden. As he went to join her, he found himself in the midst of familiar paths and growths. Why, he exclaimed, stopping before her, it is the old garden. Yes, Shpa answered, Uncle Tom made it like this because he loved the other one. You and I have played in the same garden. Good morning, laughing. Good morning, he said. It is a good morning. Somehow I have been thinking that when I woke I felt as I used to do when I was a child and woke on my birthday. That morning she showed him her domain. To the imaginative boy she led with her, she seemed like a strange young princess, to whom all the land belonged. She loved it so and knew so well all it yielded. She showed him the cool woods where she always found the first spring flowers, the chestnut and walnut trees where she and Tom gathered their winter supply of nuts, the places where the wild grapes grew thickest, and those where the ground was purple carpeted with violets. They wandered on together until they reached a hollow in the road, on one side of which a pine wood sloped up a hillside, looking dark and cool. I come here very often, she said, quite simply. My mother is here. Then he saw that a little distance above the road a deserted log cabin stood, and not far from it 2 or 3 pine trees had been cut down so that the sun could shine on a mound over and about which flowers grew. It was like a little garden in the midst of the silent wildness. He followed her to the pretty spot, and she knelt down by it and removed a leaf or a dead flower here and there. The little mound was a snowy mass of white blossoms standing thick together, and for a yard or so about the earth was starred with the same flowers. You see, she said, Uncle Tom and I plant new flowers for every month. Everything is always white. Sometimes it is all lilies of the valley or white hyacinths, and then it is white roses, and in the autumn white chrysanthemums. Uncle Tom thought of it when I was a little child, and we have done it together ever since. We think she knows." She stopped, and, still kneeling, looked at him as if suddenly remembering something. "You have not heard," she said. "She died when I was born, and we do not even know her name." "Not her name," Rupert said, but the truth was that he had heard more of the story than she had. "My father was so stunned with grief that Uncle Tom said he seemed to think of nothing but that he could not bear to stay. He went away the very night they laid her here." "I suppose," she said slowly, and looking at the mass of white narcissus instead of at him, "I suppose when people love each other, and one dies, the other cannot." Rupert saw that she was unconsciously trying to explain something to herself, and he interposed between her and her thoughts with a hurried effort. Yes, he said, "it must be so. When they love each other and one is taken, how can the other bear it?" Then she lifted her eyes from the flowers to his again, and they looked very large and bright. "You see," she said, in an unsteady little voice, "I had only been alive a few hours when he went away." Suddenly the brightness in her eyes welled up and fell in two large crystal drops, though a smile quivered on her lips. "Don't tell Uncle Tom," she said. "I never let him know that it hurts my feelings when I think I had only been alive such a few hours, and there was nobody to care. I must have been so little." If there had been no Uncle Tom, he knelt down by her side and took her hand in his. "But there was," he said, "there was." "Yes," she answered, her sweet face trembling with emotion, "and, oh, I love him so. I love him so." She put her free hand on the earth among the white flowers on the mound. "And I love her, too," she said. "Somehow I know she would not have forgotten me." No, she would not," Rupert cried, and they knelt together, hand in hand, looking into each other's eyes as tenderly as children. "I have been lonelier than you," he said. "I have had nobody." "Your mother died, too, when you were very young." "Yes," Shpa, hesitating a moment. "I will tell you something." "Yes." Uncle Tom loved her. He left his home partly because he could not stay and see her marry a man who did not deserve her. "Did she marry someone like that?" she asked. His forehead flushed. "She married my father," he said, "and he was a drunken maniac and broke her heart. I saw it break. When I first remember her, she was a lovely young girl with eyes like a gazelle's, and she cried all their beauty away, and grew tired and old and haggard before I was 12. He is dead, but I hate him." "Oh," she said, "you have been lonely." "I have been something worse than that," he answered, and the gloom came back to his face. "I have been afraid." "Afraid," said Shpa. "Of what?" "That I might end like him." "How do I know?" "It is in my blood." "Oh, no," she cried. "We have nearly all been like that," he said. He was the maddest of them all, but he was only like many of the others. "We grow tall, we do Willoughbys, we have black eyes, we drink and we make ourselves insane with morphine. It's a ghastly thing to think of, he shuddered. When I am lonely, I think of it night and day. You must not, she said. I will help you to forget it. I have often wondered if there was anyone who could, he answered. I think perhaps you might. When they returned to the crossroads, there were several customers loitering on the post office porch, awaiting their arrival, and endeavoring to wear an air of concealing no object whatever. The uneventful lives they led year after year made men and women alike avid for anything of the nature of news or incident. In some mysterious way the air itself seemed to communicate to them anything of interest which might be impending. Big Tom had not felt inclined to be diffuse on the subject of the arrival of his nephew, but each customer who brought in a pail of butter or eggs, a roll of jeans or a pair of chickens, seemed to become enlightened at once as to the position of affairs. "You see," Tom heard Doty confiding to a friend as they sat together outside a window of the store, "you see, it's this way, the de Willoughbys was born aristocrats. I dunno as ye de think it to look at Tom. Thar's a heap to Tom, but he ain't my idea of aristocrat. My idea is that meb he let out from de level case he warn't aristocratic enough for 'em. Thar was a heap of property in the family, pairs like. And now the hull lot of 'em's dead 'cept this yer boy that come last night. Stamps he's seen him in de level, and he says he's a staven-looking young fella, and that thar's something about a claim on the government that ef Tom and him don't follow up, they are blamed fools. Now Tom, he ain't no blamed fool. Fer not being a blamed fool, I'll back Tom agin any man in Hamlin." So, when the two young figures were seen sauntering along the road towards the store, there were lookers-on enough to regard them with interest. "Now he's my idea of aristocrat," remarked Mr. Doty, with the manner of a connoisseur. "Kinda tall and slim, and high-spirity looking, she's a gal, but she's got it too, that thar sorta race horse look. Now, hain't he she? I want you to see the store and the people in it," she was saying. "It's my home, you know. Uncle Tom took me there the day after I was born. I used to play on the floor behind the counter and near the stove, and all those men are my friends." Rupert had never before liked anything so much as he liked the simple lovingness of this life of hers. As she knew the mountains, the flowers, and the trees, she knew and seemed known by the very cows and horses and people she saw. "That's John Hutton's old grey horse," she had said as she caught sight of one rider in the distance. "That is Billy Neal's yoke of oxen at another time. Good morning, Mrs. Stebbins," she called out, with the prettiest possible cheer, to a woman in an orange cotton skirt as she passed on the road. "It seems to me sometimes," she said to Rupert, "as if I belonged to a family that was scattered over miles and lived in scores of houses. They all used to tell Uncle Tom what would disagree with me when I was cutting my teeth. They mounted the steps of the porch, laughing the light, easy laugh of youth, and the loiterers regarded them with undisguised interest and admiration. In her pink cotton frock, and blooming like a rose in the shade of her frilled pink sunbonnet, she was fair to see. Rupert presented an aspect which was admirably contrasting. His cool pallor and dense darkness of eyes and hair seemed a delightful background to her young tints of bloom. That the white linen suit o' his Mr. Doty said, might have been put on a purpose to kinder set off her looks as well as his It was to Mr. Doty she went first. Jake, she said, this is my cousin Mr. Rupert de Willoughby from Level. Mighty glad to be made quaint, sir, said Jake. Tom's mightily sot up at your coming. They all crowded about him and went through the same ceremony. It could scarcely be called a ceremony, it was such a simple and actually affectionate performance. It was so plain that his young good looks and friendly grace of manner reached their hearts at once, and that they were glad that he had come. They are glad you have come, Shpa said afterwards. You are from the world over there, you know, waving her hand towards the blue of the mountains. We are all glad when we see anything from the outside. Would you like to go there? Rupert asked. Yes, she answered, with a little nod of her head. If Uncle Tom will go, and you. They spent almost an hour in the store holding a sort of levee. Every newcomer bade the young fellow welcome and seemed to accept him as a sort of boon. He's a mighty good-looking young fellow, they all said, and the women added, them black eyes o' his and the way his hair kinks is mighty purty. Their feelings will be hurt if you don't stay a little, said Shpa. They want to look at you. You don't mind it, do you? No, he answered, laughing, it delights me. No one ever wanted to look at me before. But I should hardly think they would want to look at me when they might look at you instead. They have looked at me for 18 years, she answered. They looked at me when I had the measles, and saw me turn purple when I had the whooping cough. As they were going away, they passed a little man who had just arrived and was hitching to the horse rail a raw-boned clay-bank mare. He looked up as they neared him and smiled peacefully. Howdy, he said to Rupert. Ye hain't seen me afore, but I seen you when I was to Level. It was me as told your nigger ye'd be a fool if ye didn't get Tom to help you to look up that dar claim. Ye showed horse sense by coming. Wish ye luck. Uncle Tom, said Shpa, as they sat at their dinner and morning walked backwards and forwards from the kitchen stove to the dining room with chicken fried in cream, hot biscuits, and baked yams. We saw Mr. Stamps and he wished us luck. He has a claim himself, hasn't he? Said Rupert. He told Matt it was for a yoke of oxen. Tom broke into a melodious roar of laughter. Well, he said, if we can do as well by ours as Stamps will do by his, we shall be in luck. That yoke of oxen has grown from a small beginning. If it thrives as it goes on, the government's in for a big thing. It has grown from a calf, said Shpa, and it wasn't 6 weeks old. A government mule kicked it and broke its leg, said Tom. Stamps made veal of it, and in 2 months it was that heifer o' mine. In 6 months it was a young steer, now it's a yoke of oxen, said Rupert, and they were the pride of the county. Lord! Lord, said Tom, the United States has got something to engineer. Chapter 23. It was doubtless Stamps who explained the value of the de Willoughby claim to the crossroads. Excited interest in it mounted to fever heat in a few days. The hitching rail was put to such active use that the horses shouldered each other and occasionally bit and kicked and enlivened the air with squeals. No one who had an opportunity neglected to appear at the post office, that he or she might hear the news. Judge de Willoughby's wealth and possessions increased each time they were mentioned. The old de Willoughby place became a sort of princely domain. The good looks of the judge's sons and daughters and the splendor of their gifts were spoken of almost with bated breath. The coal mines became gold mines, the money invested in them something scarcely to be calculated. The government at Washington, it was even inferred, had not money enough in its treasury to refund what had been lost and indemnify for the injury done. "And to think o' Tom settin' gas in yer with us fellers," they said, admiringly, "jest same as if he warn't nothing. A settin' in his shirt sleeves and treadin' for eggs and butter. Why, ef he puts that thar claim through, he kin buy up Hamlin. I'd like ter see the way he'd fix up Shby," said Miss Doty. "He'd hev her dressed in silks and satins, and diamond earrings soon as look. Ye'll hev to go ter Washington City sure enough," Tom was the remark made oftenest. "When do ye lo to start?" But Tom was not as intoxicated by the prospect as the rest of them. His demeanor was thoughtful and unexhilarated. "How do ye lo to build your house when ye come into your money, Tom?" he was asked, gravely. "Shall ye hev a cupolly? How'll ye buy your land?" The instinct of Hamlin County tended towards expressing any sense of opulence by increasing the size of the house it lived in, or by building a new one, and invariably by purchasing land. Nobody had ever become rich in the neighborhood, but no imagination would have found it possible to extend its efforts beyond a certain distance from the crossroads. The point of view was wholly primitive and patriarchal. Big Tom was conscious that he had become primitive and patriarchal also, though the truth was that he had always been primitive. As he sat on the embered porch of his house in the evening and thought things over, while the two young voices murmured near him, his reflections were not greatly joyful. The years he had spent closed in by the mountains and surrounded by his simple neighbors had been full of peace. Since Shba had belonged to him they had even held more than peace. The end had been that the lonely unhappiness of his youth had seemed a thing so far away that it was rather like a dream. Only Delia Van Newcombe was not quite like a dream. Her pitying girlish face and the liquid darkness of her uplifted eyes always came back to him clearly when he called them up in thought. He called them up often during these days in which he was pondering as to what it was best to decide to do. "It's the boy who brings her back," so he told himself. "Good Lord, how near she seems! The grass has been growing over her for many a year, and I'm an old fellow, but she looks just as she did then." The world beyond the mountains did not allure him. It was easier to sit and see the sun rise and set within the purple boundary than to face life where it was less simple, and perhaps less kindly. It was from a much less advanced and concentrated civilization he had fled in his youth, and the years which had passed had not made him more fitted to combat with what was more complex. Trading for butter and eggs over the counter of a country store, and discussing Dotis' corn crop and Hayworth's pigs hasn't done anything particular towards fitting me to shine in society, he said. It suits me well enough, but it's not what's wanted at a ball or a cabinet minister's reception. And he shook his head. I'd rather stay where I am, a darned sight. But the murmuring voices went on near him, and little bursts of laughter rang out, or two figures wandered about the garden, and his thoughts always came back to one point, a point where the sun seemed to shine on things and surround them with a dazzling radiance. Yes, it's all very well for me, he concluded more than once. It's well enough for me to sit down and spend the rest of my life looking at the mountains and watching summer change into winter, but they are only beginning it all, just beginning. So one night he left his chair and went out and walked between them in the moonlight, a hand resting on a shoulder of each. See, he said, I want you two to help me to make up my mind. About going away? Asked Rupert, looking round at him quickly. Yes. Do you know we may have a pretty hard time? We've no money. We should have to live scant enough, and, unless we had luck, we might come back here worse off than we left. But we should have tried, and we should have been on the other side of the mountains, said Shpo. So we should, said Tom, reflectively. And there's a good deal in seeing the other side of the mountains when people are young. Shpo put her hand on his and looked at him with a glowing face. Uncle Tom, she said, oh, let us go. Uncle Tom, said Rupert, I must go. The line showed itself between his black brows again, though it was not a frown. He put his hand in his pocket and held it out, open, with a solitary $20 bill lying in it. That's all I've got, he said, and that's borrowed. If the claim is worth nothing, I must earn enough to pay it back. All right. We'll all three go, said Tom. The next day he began to develop the plans he had been allowing to form vaguely as a background to his thoughts. They were not easy to carry out in the existing condition of general poverty. But at Lucasville, some 40 miles distant, he was able to raise a mortgage on his land. If the worst comes to the worst, he said to Shpo, after we have seen the other side of the mountains, do you think you could stand it to come back and live with me in the rooms behind the store? Shpo sat down upon his knee and put her arms round his neck, as she had done when she was 10 years old. I could live with you anywhere, she said. The only thing I couldn't stand would be to have to live away from you. Tom laughed and kissed her. He laughed that he might smother a sigh. Rupert was standing near and looking at her with the eyes that were so like Delia Van Newcomb's. Chapter XIV. For an imaginative or an untravelled person to approach the city of Washington at sunrise on a radiant morning, is a thing far from unlikely to be remembered, since a white and majestic dome, rising about a white structure set high and supported by stately colonnades, the whole gleaming fair against a background of blue sky, forms a picture which does not easily melt away. Those who reared this great temple of white stone and set it on a hilltop to rule and watch over the land, builded better than they knew. To the simple and ardent idealist, its white stateliness must always suggest something symbolic, and, after all, it is the ardent and simple idealist whose dreams and symbols paint to prosaic human minds the beautiful impossibilities whose unattainable loveliness so allures as to force even the unexalted world into the endeavor to create such reproductions of their forms as crude living will allow. Tom leaned against the side of the car window and watched the great dome with an air of curious reflection. Shper and Rupert leaned forward and gazed at it with dreaming eyes. "It looks as the capital of a great republic ought to look," Rupert said. "Spotless and majestic, and as if it dominated all it looks down upon with pure laws and dignity and justice." "Just so," said Tom. In the various crises of political excitement in Hamlin County he had taken the part of an unbiased but humorous observer, and in that character had gained much experience of a primitive kind. What he had been led chiefly to remark in connection with the great republic was that the majesty and spotlessness of its intentions were not invariably realized by mere human units. "Well," he said, as he took down his valise from the rack, "we're coming in here pretty well fixed for leaving the place millionaires. If we had only 15 cents in our pockets, it would be a dead sure thing, according to all the biographers I ever read. The only thing against us is that we have a little more, but it's not enough to spoil our luck, that I'll swear." He was not without reason in the statement. Few voyagers on the ocean of chance could have dared the journey with less than they had in their possession. "What we've got to do," he had said to Rupert, "is to take care of Shper. We two can rough it." They walked through the awakening city, finding it strange and bare with its broad avenues and streets ill-paved, bearing traces everywhere of the tragedy of war through which it had passed. The public buildings alone had dignity; for the rest, it wore a singularly provincial and uncompleted aspect. Its plan was simple and splendid in its vistas and noble spaces, but the houses were irregular and without beauty of form. Negro shanties huddled against some of the most respectable, and there were few whose windows or doors did not announce that board and lodging might be obtained within. There was no look of well-being or wealth anywhere. The few equipages in the streets had seen hard service. The people who walked were either plainly dressed or shabby genteel. About the doors of the principal hotels there were groups of men who wore, most of them, dispirited or anxious faces. 10 years later the whole aspect of the place was changing, but at this time it was passing through a period of natural fatigue and poverty, and was not an inspiring spectacle to penniless newcomers. "It reminds me a little of Delhi Level, after all," said Rupert. Beyond the more frequented quarters of the town, they found broad, unkempt, and as yet unlevelled avenues and streets, where modest houses straggled, perched on high banks with an air of having found themselves there quite by accident. The banks were usually grass-covered, and the white picket fences enclosed bits of ground where scant fruit trees and disorderly bushes grew. Almost every house possessed a porch, and almost every porch was scrambled over by an untidy honeysuckle or climbing rose which did its best to clothe with some grace the dilapidated woodwork and the peeled and blistered paint. Before one of these houses Tom stopped to look at a lopsided sign in the little garden, which announced that rooms were to be rented within. "Perhaps we can find something here," he said, "that may suit the first ventures of millionaires. It's the sort of thing that will appeal to the newspaper man who writes the thing up, first home of the de Willoughbys when they arrived in Washington to look up their claim. It'll make a good woodcut to contrast with the great de Willoughby mansion in Fifth Avenue. Cost $500,000. They mounted the wooden steps built into the bank and knocked at the door. Rupert and Shper exchanged glances with a little thrill. They were young enough to feel a sort of excitement even in taking this first modest step. A lady with a gentle, sallow face and a faded black cotton gown opened the door. Her hair hung in depressed but genteel ringlets on each side of her countenance. At the back it formed a scant coil upheld by a comb. Tom thought he observed a gleam of hope in her eye when she saw them. She spoke with the accent of Virginia. "Yes, sir, we have rooms disengaged." "Won't you come in?" she said. She led them into a neat but rather painful little parlor. The walls were decorated with photographs of deceased relatives in oval frames, and encased in glass there was a floral wreath made of hair of different shades and one of white, waxen-looking flowers, with a vaguely mortuary suggestion in their arrangement. There was a basket of wax fruit under a shade on the center table, a silver ice water pitcher on a salver, and 2 photograph albums whose binding had become loosened by much handling. There was also a book with a red and gold cover, bearing in ornate letters the title Life of General Robert Lee. "The rooms are not large," the lady said, "but they are furnished with the things I brought from my father's house in Virginia. My father was Judge Burford, of the Burford family of England. There's a Lord Burford in England, we always heard. It is a very old family." She looked as if she found a vague comfort in the statement, and Tom did not begrudge it to her. She looked very worn and anxious, and he felt it almost possible that during the last few months she might not always have had quite enough to eat. "I never thought in the days when I was Judge Burford's daughter of Burfordsville," she explained, "that I should come to Washington to take boarders. There was a time when it was thought in Virginia that Judge Burford might reach the White House if he would allow himself to be nominated. It's a great change of circumstances. Did you want board with the rooms?" "Well," began Tom. She interrupted him in some little hurry. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be convenient for me to board anyone," she said. "I've not been accustomed to providing for boarders, and I'm not conveniently situated." If you preferred to economize, we do," said Tom. "We have come to look up a claim, and people on that business are pretty safe to have to economize, I've been told." "Ah, a claim," she ejaculated, with combined interest and reverence. "Indeed, you are quite right about its being necessary to economize. Might I inquire if it is a large one?" "I believe it is," Tom answered, "and it's not likely to be put through in a month, and we have not money enough to keep us in luxury for much more. Probably we shall be able to make it last longer if we take rooms and buy our own food." "I'm sure you would," Sashi answered, with a little eager flush on her cheek. "When people provide for themselves, they can sometimes do without things." She added the last word hurriedly and gave a little cough which sounded nervous. It was finally agreed that they should take 3 little rooms she showed them, in one of which there was a tiny stove, upon which they could prepare such simple food as they could provide themselves with. The arrangement was not a luxurious one, but it proved to be peculiarly suitable to the owners of the great de Willoughby claim. As they had not broken fast, Tom went out to explore the neighborhood in search of food. He thought he remembered having seen in a side street a little store. When he returned, after some wanderings, a wood fire was crackling in the stove and Shpa had taken off her hat and put on a white apron. "Hello," exclaimed Tom. "I borrowed it from Miss Burford," she said. "I went down to see her. She let us have the wood, too." Rupert made the fire. She took the paper bags from Tom's hands and stood on tiptoe to kiss him, smiling sweetly at his rather troubled face. "All my life you have been doing things for me. Now it is my turn," she said. "I have watched morning ever since I was born. I am going to be your servant." In an hour from the time they had taken possession of their quarters, they were sitting at a little table before an open window, making a breakfast of coffee and eggs. Shpa was presiding, and both men were looking at her flushed cheeks adoringly. "Is the coffee good, Uncle Tom?" she said. "Just tell me it is good." "Well," said Tom, "for the first effort of a millionairess, I should say it was." Chapter XXV. The year before this, Judge Rutherford had been sent to Congress by the Republican Party of Hamlin County. His election had been a wildly exciting and triumphant one. Such fiery eloquence as his supporters displayed had rarely, if ever, been poured forth before. It was proved by each orator that the return of the Democratic candidate would plunge the whole country into the renewal of bloodshed and war. This catastrophe having been avoided by the judge's election, the nation, as represented by Hamlin County, had settled down with prospects of peace, prosperity, and the righting of all old grievances. The judge bought a new and shining valise, a new and shining suit of broadcloth, and a silk hat equally shining and new, and went triumphantly to Washington, the sole drawback to his exultation being that he was obliged to leave Jenny behind him with the piano, the parlor furniture, and the children. "But he'll have ye there in the White House, if ye give him time," said an ardent constituent who called to congratulate. There seemed no end to a political career begun under such auspices but the executive mansion itself. The confidence of the rural communities in their representatives was great and respectful. It was believed that upon their arrival at the capital, business in both houses was temporarily postponed until it had been supported by their expression of opinion and approval. It was believed also that the luxury and splendor of a congressman's life was such as ancient Rome itself might have paled before and envied. A man in Washington City with a congressman's wages has got to be a purty level-headed fella not to get into highfalutin ways of living and throw in money about. He's got to keep in his mind that this year's a republic and not a aristocratic, despotic monarchy. This was a sentiment often expressed, and Tom de Willoughby himself had had vaguely respectful views of the circumstances and possible surroundings of a representative of his country. But when he made his first visit to Judge Rutherford, he did not find him installed in a palatial hotel and surrounded by pampered menials. He was sitting in a back room in a boarding house, a room which contained a folding bedstead and a stove. He sat in a chair which was tilted on its hind legs, and his feet rested on the stove's ornamental iron top. He had just finished reading a newspaper which lay on the floor beside him, and his hands were thrust into his pockets. He looked somewhat depressed in spirits. When Tom was ushered into the room, the judge looked round at him, uttered a shout of joy, and sprang to his feet. "Tom," he cried out, falling upon him and shaking his hand rather as if he would not object to shaking it off and retaining it as an agreeable object forever. "Tom. Old Tom. Jupiter, Tom. I don't know how you got here or where you came from, but, Jupiter, I'm glad to see you." He went on shaking his hand as he dragged him across the room and pushed him into a dingy armchair by the window, and when he had got him there, he stood over him grasping his shoulder, shaking his hand still. Tom saw that his chin was actually twitching in a curious way which made his goatee move unsteadily. "The legislation of your country hasn't made you forget home folks, has it?" said Tom. "Forget 'em," exclaimed the judge, throwing himself into a seat opposite and leaning forward excitedly with his hands on his knees. "I never remembered anything in my life as I remember them. They're never out of my mind, night or day. I've got into a way of dreaming I'm back to Bairnesville, talking to the boys at the post office, or listening to Jenny playing Home, Sweet Home or The Maiden's Prayer. I was a bit down yesterday and couldn't eat, and in the night there I was in the little dining room, putting away fried chicken and hot biscuits as fast as the nigger girl could bring the dishes on the table. Good Lord! How good they were! There's nothing like them in Washington City," he added, and he heaved a big sigh. "Why, man," said Tom, "you're homesick." The judge heaved another sigh, thrusting his hands deeper into his pockets and looking out of the window. "Yes, by jingo," he said, "that's what I am." He withdrew his gaze from the world outside the window and returned to Tom. "You see," he said, "I've lived different. When a man has been born and brought up among the mountains and lived a country life among folks that are all neighbors and have neighborly ways, city life strikes him hard. Politics look different here, they are different. They're not of the neighborly kind. Politicians ain't joking each other and having a good time. They don't know anything about the other man, and they don't care a damn. What's Hamlin County to them? Why, they don't know anything about Hamlin County, and, as far as I've got, they don't want to. They've got their own precincts to attend to, and they're going to do it. When a new man comes in, if he ain't a pretty big fellow that knows how to engineer things and say things to make them listen to him, he's only another greenhorn. Now, I'm not a big fellow, Tom, I've found that out. And the first 2 months after I came, blamed if I wasn't so homesick and discouraged that if it hadn't been for seeming to go back on the boys, derned if I don't believe I should have gone home. Big Tom sat and regarded his honest face thoughtfully. Perhaps you're a bigger man than you know, he said. Perhaps you'll find that out in time, and perhaps other people will. The judge shook his head. I've not got education enough, he said. And I'm not an orator. All there is to me is that I'm not going back on the boys and Hamlin. I came here to do the square thing by them and the United States, and blamed if I ain't going to do it as well as I know how. Now, look here, said Big Tom, that's pretty good politics to start with. If every man that came here came to stand by his party, and the United States, and do the square thing by them, the Republic would be pretty safe, if they couldn't do another darned thing. The judge rubbed his already rather rough head and seemed to cheer up a little. Do you think so? He said. Big Tom stood up and gave him a slap on his shoulder. Think so, he exclaimed, in his great, cheerful voice. I'm a greenhorn myself, but, good Lord, I know it. Making laws for a few million people is a pretty big scheme, and it's the fellows who intend to do the square thing who are going to put it through. This isn't ancient Greece, or Sparta, but it's my impression that the men who planned and wrote the Constitution, and did the thinking and orating in those days, had a sort of idea of building up a thing just as ornamental and good to write history about as either one, and, what's more, they counted on just such fellows as you to go on carrying the stones and laying them plumb, long after they were gone. Jupiter, Tom, the judge said, with something actually like elation in his voice, it's good to hear you. It brings old Hamlin back and gives a man sand. You're an orator, yourself. Am I? Said Tom. No one ever called my attention to it before. If it's true, perhaps it'll come in useful. Now, just think of me sitting here gassing, exclaimed the judge, and never asking what you are here for. What's your errand, Tom? Perhaps I'm here to defraud the government, Tom answered, sitting down again, or perhaps I've got a fair claim against it. That's what I've come to Washington to find out, with the other claimant. A claim, cried the judge. And you've left the crossroads, and Shper and the other claimant are in some little rooms we've taken out near DuPont Circle. The other claimant is the only de Willoughby left beside myself, and he is a youngster of 23. He's my brother de Course's son. The judge glowed with interest. He heard the whole story, and his excitement grew as he listened. The elements of the picturesque in the situation appealed to him greatly. The curiously composite mind of the American contains a strong element of the romantic. In its most mercantile forms it is attracted by the dramatic. When it hails from the wilds, it is drawn by it as a child is drawn by color and light. "It's a big thing," the judge ejaculated at intervals. "When I see you sitting there, Tom, just as you used to sit in your chair on the store porch, it seems as if it could hardly be you that's talking. Why, man, it'll mean $1 million. If I get money enough to set the mines at work," said Tom, "it may mean more millions than one." The dingy square room, with its worn carpet, its turned-up bedstead, shabby chairs, and iron stove, temporarily assumed a new aspect. That its walls should contain this fairy tale of possible wealth and power and magnificence made it seem quite soberly respectable, and that Big Tom, sitting in the second-hand looking armchair, which creaked beneath his weight, should, in matter-of-fact tones, be relating such a story, made Judge Rutherford regard him with a kind of reverent trouble. "Shpa, now," he said, "Shpa may be one of the biggest heiresses in the States. Lord! What luck it was for her that fellow left her behind." "It was luck for me," said Tom. And a faint, contemplative grin showed itself on his countenance. He was thinking, as he often did, of the afternoon when he returned from Blair's Hollow and opened the door of the room behind the store to find the wooden cradle stranded like a small ark in the corner. Chapter XXVI. Naturally, Judge Rutherford gravitated towards the little house near DuPont Circle. The first night he mounted the stairs and found himself in the small room confronting the primitive supper he had been invited to share with Big Tom and his family. His honest countenance assumed a cheerfulness long a stranger to it. The room looked such a simple, homely place, with its Virginia-made carpet, its neat, scant furnishing, and its table set with the plain little meal. The judge's homesick heart expanded within him. He shook hands with Tom with fervor. Rupert he greeted with friendly affection. "Shpa," on her entering the room with a plate of hot biscuits which she had been baking in Miss Burford's stove, he almost kissed. "Now this is something like," he said. "I didn't know there was anything so like Barnesville in all Washington City. And there wasn't till you people brought it. I don't know what it is, but, by thunder, it does a man's heart good." He sat down with the unconventional air of ease he wore in Barnesville when he established himself in one of Jenny's parlor chairs for the evening. Lord," he said, "you're home folks, and you've got home ways, that's what it is. A month in one of these fashionable hotels would just about kill me. Having to order things written out on a card and eat 'em with 100 folks looking on, there's no comfort in it. Give me a place where you can all sit up together round the table and smell the good hot coffee and biscuit cooking and the ham and chicken being fried in the kitchen." Shpa had cooked the supper in Miss Burford's kitchen. Her hot biscuits and coffee were made after morning's most respected recipes, and her housewifely air was tenderly anxious. "If it is not very good, Judge Rutherford," she said, standing shyly at the head of the table before she took her place, "it is because I am only learning." "You have learned," Pshaw, said the judge, looking at the plate of light golden brown and cream white biscuit with the sensitive eye of a connoisseur. That plate of biscuit is Bairnesville and saffrony all over. Pshaw blushed with joy. Oh, Uncle Tom, she said, do you think it is? I should so like to remind him of Bairnesville. Good Lord, said the judge. Fact is, you've made me feel already as if Tom Scott might break out yelling in the backyard any minute. After the supper was over and the table clear, the party of four sat down to talk business and make plans. The entire inexperience of the claimants was an obstacle in their path, but Judge Rutherford, though not greatly wiser than themselves, had means of gaining information which would be of value. As he looked over the papers and learned the details of the story, the good fellow's interest mounted to excitement. He rubbed his head and grew flushed and bright of eye. By Jupiter, Tom, he exclaimed, I believe I can be of some use to you, I swear I believe I can. I haven't had much experience, but I've seen something of this claim business, and if I set my wits to work I can find out from other fellows who know more. After a moment's reflection, I'll have a talk with Farquhar tomorrow. That's what I'll do. Great Scott, in a beaming outburst, if I could push it through for you, how pleased Jenny would be. When he went away, Tom accompanied him downstairs. Pshaw and Rupert followed them, and all three found themselves lured out into the moonlit night to saunter with him a few yards down the light avenue, talking still about their fairy story. The judge himself was as fascinated by it as if he had been a child. Why, it's such a good story to tell, he expatiated, and there must be a great deal in that. I never heard a better story for gaining sympathy. That fine old Southern aristocrat standing by the Union in a red-hot secessionist town, actually persecuted on account of it. He was persecuted, wasn't he? He enquired of Rupert. Well, Rupert answered, everybody was furious at him, of course, all his friends. People who had known him all his life passed him in the street without speaking. He'd been very popular, and he felt it terribly. He never was the same man after it began. He was old, and his spirit gave way. Just so, exclaimed the judge, stopping upon the pavement, elated even to oratory by the picture presented. Fine old Southern aristocrat, on the brink of magnificent fortune, property turned into money that he may realize it, war breaks out, ruins him, Spartan patriotism, one patriot in a town of rebels hated and condemned by everybody, but faithful to his country. Friends, old friends, refuse to recognize him. Fortune gone, friends lost, heart broken. He snatched Tom's big hand and shook it enthusiastically. Tom, he said, I'd like to make a speech to the House about it myself. I believe they would listen to me. How set up Jenny would be, how set up she'd be. He left them all in a glow of enthusiasm. They could see him gesticulating a little to himself as he walked down the avenue in the moonlight. That's just like him, said Tom. He'd rather please Jenny than set the House of Representatives on fire. and he'd undertake the whole thing, work to give a man a fortune for mere neighborliness. We were a neighborly lot in Hamlin, after all. The judge went home to his boarding house and sat late in his shabby armchair, his legs stretched out, his hands clasped on the top of his rough head. He was thinking the thing out, and as he thought it out his excitement grew. Sometimes he unclasped his hands and rubbed his hair with restless sigh. More than once he unconsciously sprang to his feet, walked across the floor 2 or 3 times, and then sat down again. He was not a sharp schemer. He had not even reached the stage of sophistication which would have suggested to him that sharp scheming might be a necessary adjunct in the engineering of such matters as government claims. From any power or tendency to diplomatize he was as free as the illustrative bull in a china shop. His bucolic trust in the simple justice and honest disinterestedness of the political representatives of his native land, it being granted they were of the Republican Party, might have appeared a touching thing to a more astute and experienced person who had realized it to its limits. When he rubbed his hair excitedly or sprang up to walk about, these manifestations were indications, not of doubt or distrust, but of elated motion. It was the emotional aspect of the situation which delighted and disturbed him, the dramatic picturesqueness of it. Here was Tom, good old Tom, all Hamlin knew Tom and his virtues and witticisms, Lord. There wasn't a man in the county who didn't love him, yes, love him. And here was Shpa that Tom had been a father to. And what a handsome little creature she'd grown into, and, but for Tom, the Lord knew what would have become of her. And there was that story of the de Willoughbys of Delhi Level, handsome, aristocratic lot, among the biggest bugs in the state, the fine old judge with his thousands of acres lying uncultivated, and he paying his taxes on them through sheer patriarchal pleasure in being a big landowner. For years the government had benefited by his tax paying, while he had gained nothing. And then there was the accidental discovery of the splendid wealth hidden in the bowels of the earth, and the old aristocrat's energy and enterprise. Why, if the war had not brought ruin to him and he had carried out his plans, the whole state would have been the richer for his mines. Capital would have been drawn in, labor would have been in demand. Things would have developed, outsiders would have bought land, new discoveries would have been made, the wealth of the country's resources would have opened up, the government itself would have benefited by the thing. And then the war had ruined all. And yet the old judge, overwhelmed with disaster as he was, had stood by the government and had been scorned and deserted, and had died broken-hearted at the end, and here were his sole descendants, good old Tom and his little beauty of a protégé. No, Shpa wasn't a descendant, but somehow she counted, and this fine young de Willoughby, all of them penniless. Why, the justice of the thing stared a man in the face. A claim like that must go through. At this juncture of his thought Judge Rutherford was standing upright in the middle of his room. His hair was in high disorder and his countenance flushed. He struck his right fist hard against the palm of his left hand. Why, the whole thing's as straight as a string, he said. It's got to go through. I'll go and see Farquhar tomorrow. Farquhar was a cleverer man than the representative from Hamlin County. He had been returned several times by his constituents, and his life had been spent in localities more allied to effete civilization than was Barnesville. He knew his Washington and had an astute interest in the methods and characteristics of new members of Congress, particularly perhaps such as the rural districts loomed up behind as a background. Judge Rutherford he had observed at the outset of his brief career, in the days when he had first appeared in the House of Representatives in his new broadcloth with its new creases, and with the uneasy but conscientious expression in his eye. "There's a good fellow," I should say he had remarked to the member at the desk next to him. "Doesn't know what to do, exactly, isn't quite sure what he has come for, but means to accomplish it, whatsoever it may turn out to be, to the best of his ability. He'd be glad to make friends. He's used to neighbors and unceremonious intimacies. He made friends with him himself and found the acquaintance of interest at times." The faithfully reproduced atmosphere of Barnesville had almost a literary color. Occasionally, though not frequently, he encouraged delineation of Jenny and Tom Scott and Thacker and the boys. He had even inhaled at a distance vague whiffs of Sophronia's waffles. On the morning after the evening spent at DuPont Circle, Judge Rutherford frankly buttonholed him in the lobby. "Farquhar," he said, "I'm chock full of a story. It kept me awake half the night. I want to ask your advice about it. It's about a claim." "You shouldn't have let it keep you awake," replied Farquhar. "Claims are not novel enough. It's my opinion that Washington is more than half populated just now with people who have come to present claims." Judge Rutherford's countenance fell a little as the countenance of an enthusiast readily falls beneath the breath of non-enthusiasm. "Well," he said, "I guess there are plenty of them, but there are not many like this. You never heard such a story. It would be worth listening to, even if you were in the humor to walk 10 miles to kick a claim." Farquhar laughed. "I have been in them, Governor," he said. "The atmosphere is heavy with carpetbaggers who all have a reason for being paid for something by the government. There's one of them now, that little Hoosier hanging about the doorway. He's from North Carolina, and wants pay for a herd of cattle." In the hall outside the lobby a little man stood gazing with pale small eyes intent upon the enchanted space within. He wore a suit of blue jeans evidently made in the domestic circle. He scanned each member of Congress who went in or out, and his expression was a combination of furtive eagerness and tentative appeal. "I believe I've seen him before," remarked Judge Rutherford, "but I don't know him." "He's been hanging about the place for weeks," said Farquhar. "He's always in the strangers' gallery when claims come up for discussion. He looks as if he'd be likely to get what he has come for, Hoosier as he is." "I want to talk to you about the de Willoughbys," said Rutherford. "I can't rest until I've told someone about it. I want you to advise me what to do." Farquhar allowed himself to be led away into a more secluded spot. He was not, it must be confessed, greatly interested, but he was well disposed towards the member from Hamlin and would listen. They sat down together in one of the rooms where such talk might be carried on, and the judge forthwith plunged into his story. It was, as his own instincts had told him, a good story. He was at once simple and ornate in the telling, simple in his broad directness, and ornate in his dramatic and emotional touches. He began with the picture of the de Willoughbys of Delhi Level, the autocratic and aristocratic judge, the two picturesque sons, and the big, unpicturesque one who disappeared from his native town to reappear in the mountains of North Carolina and live his primitive life there as the object of general adulation. He unconsciously made Big Tom the most picturesque figure of the lot. Long before he had finished sketching him, Farquhar, who had been looking out of the window, turned his face towards him. He began to feel himself repaid for his amiable if somewhat casual attention. He did not look out of the window again. The history of Big Tom de Willoughby alone was worth hearing. Farquhar did not find it necessary to call Judge Rutherford's attention to the fact that Shpur and the mystery of Blair's Hollow were not to be regarded as evidence. He realized that they adorned the situation and seemed to prove things whether it was strictly true that they did so or not. The discovery of the coal, the fortunes and disasters of Judge de Willoughby, the obstinate loyalty abhorred and condemned of his neighbors, his loneliness and poverty and death, his wasted estates, the big, bare, empty house in which his sole-known heir lived alone, were material to hold any man's attention, and, enlarged upon by the member from Hamlin, were effective indeed. "Now," said the judge, wiping his forehead when he had finished, "what do you think of that? Don't you think these people have a pretty strong claim?" "That story sounds as if they had," answered Farquhar, "but the government isn't eager to settle claims, and you never know what will be unearthed. If Judge de Willoughby had not been such a blatantly open old opposer of his neighbors' political opinions, these people wouldn't have a shadow of a chance." "By Jupiter," exclaimed Rutherford, delightedly, "he was persecuted, persecuted." "It was a good thing for his relatives," said Farquhar. "Did you say the people had come to Washington?" "All three of them," answered the judge, and this time his tone was exultant, "Tom, and Shpur, and Rupert. They've rented some little rooms out near DuPont Circle." "I should like to be taken to see them," said Farquhar, reflectively. "I should like to have a look at Big Tom de Willoughby." "Would you?" cried the judge. "Why, nothing would suit me better, or them either, for that matter. I'll take you any day you say, any day." "It ain't the easiest thing in the world to put a claim through," said Farquhar. "It means plenty of hard knocks and hard work and anxiety." "Do you know that?" "I don't know anything about it," answered the judge. "But I'm going to get this one through if there's a way of doing it." "You'll be misunderstood and called names and slandered," said Farquhar, regarding his rugged, ingenuous face with some curiosity. "There may be people, even in Hamlin County, who won't believe you are not up to some big deal." "What are you doing it for?" "Why, for Tom and Shpur and Rupert," said the judge, in an outburst of neighborliness. "That's folks enough to do it for, ain't it? There's 3 of 'em, and I'd do it for one, as we say in Bairnisville in discreet correction of the colloquialism." Farquhar laughed a little, and put a hand on his shoulder as they moved away together. "I believe you would," he said. "Perhaps that sort of thing is commoner in Bairnisville than in Washington." "I believe you would." "Take me to see the claimants tomorrow." Chapter 6. When Judge Rutherford piloted him up the broad, unpaved avenue towards the small house near DuPont Circle, the first objects which caught Farquhar's gaze were 2 young people standing among the unkempt rose and syringa bushes in the little front garden. The slim grace and bloom of their youth would have caught any eye. They were laughing happily, and the girl held a branch of rosy blossoms in her hand. "Are they the claimants?" Farquhar enquired. "One of them is," answered Rutherford. "But Shpa counts somehow." Shpa looked at the stranger with the soft gaze of deer-like eyes when he was presented to her. There was no shyness in her woodland smile. "Judge Rutherford," she said, "Uncle Matt has come, Rupert's Matt, you know. We can't help laughing about it, but we can't help being happy." The boyish southern face at her side laughed and glowed. Matt represented to Rupert the laws and peanuts his emotional nature required and had been denied. "If he were not such a practical creature," he said, "I might not know what to do with him. But he worked his way here by engaging himself for the journey as a sort of nurse to an invalid young man who wanted to join his family in Washington and was too weak to travel alone. The further from romance the world drifts, the fairer it becomes in its fagged eyes. So few stories unfold themselves sweetly from beginning to end that a first chapter is always more or less alluring." And as he marked the youth and beauty of those 2 and saw how their young eyes and smiles met in question and response at every thought, to Farquhar, who still retained the fragments of an imagination not wholly blighted by the House of Representatives, it seemed rather as if he had wandered into a world where young Cupid and Psyche still moved and breathed in human guise. As central figures of a government claim, the pair were exquisitely incongruous. Their youth was so radiant and untried, their bright good looks so bloomed, that the man looking at them felt, with a realizing sense of humor as well as fanciful sentiment, as if a spring wind wafted through a wood close grown with wild daffodils had swept into a heated manufactory where machinery whirred and ill-clad workers bent over their toil. "Uncle Tom will be very glad to see you," said Shpa, as they went into the house. "Judge Rutherford says you will tell us what to do." An interesting feature of the situation to Farquhar was the entire frankness and simplicity of those concerned in it. It was so clear that they knew nothing of the complications they might be called upon to face, that their ignorance was of the order of charm. If he had been some sharper claimant come to fleece them, their visitor knew this young dryad's eyes would have smiled at him just as gratefully. As they mounted the stairs, a huge laugh broke forth above, and when they entered the small sitting room Uncle Matt stood before Big Tom, holding forth gravely, his grey wool bed, his decently shabby hat in his hand. "I'd come as lady's maid, Master Thomaster Willoughby, he was saying, if I couldn't got here no other way. Seemed like I jest got to honin att Master Rupert, and I couldn't stayed how. I gotta be who that boy is, I jest gotta. Big Tom, rising to his full height to shake hands with his visitor, appeared physically to cast such disparagement on the size of the room as was almost embarrassing. Farquhar saw all his values as he met his honest, humorous eye. I've been talking to my nephew's bodyguard, he said. All right, Uncle Matt. You just go to Miss Burford and ask her to find you a shakedown. There's always a place to be found for a fellow like you. Master Thomaster Willoughby, said Matt, dish your nigger man's not gwine to be in no one's way. I come here to work, that's what I come here for. And work's a thing that kin be hunted down, a man ain't needin' no gun to hunt it nedder, and he needn't be no mighty Nimrod. And he made his best bow to both men and shuffled out of the room. To Farquhar his visit was an interesting experience and a novel one. For months he had been feeling that he lived in the whirl of a maelstrom of schemes and jobberies, the inevitable result of the policy of a government which had promised to recoup those it had involuntarily wronged during a national convulsion. Upon every side there had sprung up claimants, many an honest one, and hordes of those not honest. There were obvious thieves and specious ones, brilliant tricksters and dull ones. Newspaper literature had been incited by the number and variety of claims, to a jocularity which spread over all the land. Farquhar had seen most of the types, the greenhorn, the astute planner, the man who had a wrong burning in his breast, the man who knew how to approach his subject and the man who did not, the man who buttonholed everybody and was diffuse and hopeful, and the man who was helpless before the task he had undertaken. He had never, however, seen anything like the de Willoughby claimants, Big Tom telling his straightforward story with his unsanguine air, the attractive youngster adding detail with simple directness, and the girl, her rose eyes dilated with eager interest hanging upon their every word. It is one of the best stories I've heard, he said to Rutherford, on their way back. But it's a big claim, it's a huge claim, and the government is beginning to get restive. But don't you think they'll get it through? Exclaimed Judge Rutherford. Ain't they bound to get it? It's the Lord's truth, every word they speak, the Lord's truth. Yes, answered Farquhar, that's how it struck me, but, as a rule, it isn't the Lord's truth that carries a big claim through. He broke into a short laugh, as if at an inward realization of the aspect of the situation. They are as straightforward as a lot of children, he said. They have nothing to hide, and they wouldn't know how to hide it if they had. It would be rather a joke if, and he laughed again. If what? Asked Rutherford. Ah, well, if that very fact was the thing which carried them through, his laugh ending in a shrewd smile. This carried the ingenuous mind of his companion beyond its depth. I don't see where the joke would come in, he said, rather ruefully. I should have thought nothing else would do it for them. Farquhar slapped him on the shoulder. So you would, he said. That's why you are the best advocate they could have. You are all woven out of the same cloth. You stand by them, and so will I." Judge Rutherford seized his hand and shook it with affectionately ardent pumpings. "That's what I wanted to make sure of," he said. "I'm going to work at this thing, and I want a man to help me who knows the ropes. Lord, how I should like to go back to Hamlin and tell Jenny and the boys that I'd put Tom through." And as they walked up the enclosed road to the Capitol, he devoted himself to describing anew Big Tom's virtue, popularity, and witticisms. For weeks Talbot's Crossroads found itself provided with a conversational topic of absorbing interest. Ethan Cronin, who had temporarily taken on the post office and store, had no cause to fear that the old headquarters was in danger of losing popularity. The truth was that Big Tom had so long presided over the daily gatherings that the new occupant of the premises was regarded merely as a sort of friendly representative. Being an amiable and unambitious soul, Ethan in fact regarded himself in the same light, and felt supported and indeed elevated by the fact that he stood in the shoes of a public character so universally popular and admired. "I ain't Tom, and I kind he never come a nigh him," he said, "but I kin do my best not to cast no disgrace on his place, an illustradin as fair as I know how. It's a kinder honor to set in his chairs and weigh sugar out in the scales he used, and it draws trade too." During the passage of the first few weeks, horses, wagons, and ox teams crowded about the hitching posts, while excitement ran high at mail time. The general opinion was that any post might bring the news that Congress was sitting on the great de Willoughby claim, and that Washington waited breathless for its decision. That all other national business should be suspended seemed inevitable. That any mail should come and go without bringing some news was not contemplated. The riders of the horses and owners of the wagons sat upon the stone porch and discussed probabilities. They told each other stories they had gathered of the bygone glories of the de Willoughbys, of the obstinate loyalty of the old judge and the bitter indignation of his neighbors, and enlarged upon the strength of the claim this gave him to the consideration of the government. "Tom won't have no trouble with his claim," was the general opinion. "He'll just waltz it through. There won't be a hitch." But after the first letter in which he announced his safe arrival in the capital city, Tom wrote no more for a week or so, which caused a disappointment only ameliorated by the belief that he was engaged in waltzing the claim through. Each man felt it necessary to visit the crossroads every day to talk over the possible methods employed, and to make valuable suggestions. Interest never flagged, but it was greatly added to when it was known that Judge Rutherford had ranged himself on Tom's side. "He's the popularest man in Hamlin County," it was said, "and he's bound to be a popular man in Congress, and have a pull." But when the summer had passed, and a touch of frost in the night air loosened the chestnuts in their burrs, and a stray morning breeze shook them in showers down upon the carpet of rustling yellowed leaves, Tom's letters had become few and far between, and none of them had contained any account of the intentions of the legislative body with regard to the claim. "There's nothing to tell, boys," he wrote. As far as I've gone, it seems a man gets a claim through Congress by waiting about Washington and telling his story to different people until he wears them out, or they wear him out. For some time after this they did not hear from him at all. The winter set in, and the habitués of the Crossroads post office gathered about the glowing stove. Under the influence of cold gray skies, biting air, leafless trees, and bare land, the claim seemed somehow to have receded into the distance. The sanguine confidence of the community had not subsided into doubt so much as into helpless mystification. Months had passed and nothing whatsoever had happened. "Seems somehow," said Jabe Doty one night, as he tilted his chair forward and stared at the fire in the stove, "seems somehow as if Tom was a right smart ways off, sf he got further as the winter closed in, most like Washington City had moved 1,000 miles or so out west somewheres, and took him with it." Chapter 8. To Tom himself it seemed that it was the old, easygoing mountain life which had receded. The days when he had sat upon the stone porch and watched the sun rise from behind one mountain and set behind another seemed to belong to a life lived centuries ago. But that he knew little of occult beliefs and mysteries, he would have said to himself that all these things must have happened in a long past incarnation. The matter of the de Willoughby claim was brought before the House. Judge Rutherford opened the subject one day with a good deal of nervous excitement. He had supplied himself with many notes, and found some little difficulty in managing them, being new to the work, and he grew hot and uncertain because he could not secure an audience. Claims had already become old and tiresome stories, and members who were unoccupied pursued their conversation unmovedly, giving the speaker only an occasional detached glance. The two representatives of their country sitting nearest to him were, not at all furtively, eating apples and casting their cores and parings into their particular waste paper baskets. This was discouraging and baffling. To quote the judge himself, no one knew anything about Hamlin County, and certainly no one was disturbed by any desire to be told about it. That night Rutherford went to the house near DuPont Circle. Big Tom was sitting in the porch with Rupert and Shpa. Uncle Matt was digging about the roots of a rose bush, and the judge caught a glimpse of Miss Burford looking out from behind the parlor curtains. The judge wore a wearied and vaguely bewildered look as he sat down and wiped his forehead with a large, clean white handkerchief. "It's all different from what I thought. It's all different," he said. "Things often are," remarked Tom, "oftener than not." Rupert and Shpa glanced at each other questioningly and listened with anxious eyes. "And it's different in a different way from what I expected," the judge went on. "They might have said and done a dozen things I should have been sort of ready for, but they didn't. Somehow it seemed as if the whole thing didn't matter." Tom got up and began to walk about. "That's not the way things begin that are going to rush through," he said. Shpa followed him and slipped her hand through his arm. "Do you think," she faltered, "that perhaps we shall not get the money at all, Uncle Tom?" Tom folded her hand in his, which was easily done. I'm afraid that if we do get it, he answered, it will not come to us before we want it pretty badly, the Lord knows how badly. For every day counts in the expenditure of a limited sum, and on days of discouragement Tom's calculation of their resources left him a troubled man. When Judge Rutherford had gone, Rupert sat with Shpa in the scented summer darkness. He drew his chair opposite to hers and took one of her hands in both of his own. "Suppose I have done a wrong thing," he said. "Suppose I have dragged you and Uncle Tom into trouble. I am glad you came," in a quick, soft voice. "I am glad you came." And the slight, warm fingers closed round his. He lifted them to his lips and kissed them over and over again. "Are you glad I came?" he murmured. "Oh, Shpa. Shpa." "Why do you say oh, Shpa?" she asked. "Because I love you so, and I am so young, and I don't know what to do. You know I love you, don't you?" She leaned forward so that he saw her lovely gazelle eyes lifted and most innocently tender. "I want you to love me," she said. "I could not bear you not to love me." He hesitated a second, and then suddenly pressed his glowing face upon her palm. "But I don't love you as Uncle Tom loves you, Shpa," he said. "I love you, young as I am, I love you, differently." Her swaying nearer to him was a sweetly unconscious and involuntary thing. Their young eyes drowned themselves in each other. "I want you," she said, the note of a young ring-dove answering her mate murmuring in her voice, "I want you to love me, as you love me. I love your way of loving me." "Darling," broke from him, his boy's heart beating fast and high. And their soft young lips were, through some mystery of power, drawn so near to each other that they met like flowers moved to touching by the summer wind. Later Rupert went to Tom, who sat by an open window in his room and looked out on the moonlit stretch of avenue. The boy's heart was still beating fast, and, as the white light struck his face, it showed his eyes more like Delia Van Newcomb's than they had ever been. Their darkness held just the look Tom remembered, but could never have described or explained to himself. "Uncle Tom," he began, in an unsteady voice, "I couldn't go to bed without telling you." Tom glanced up at him and learned a great deal. He put a big hand on his shoulder. "Sit down, boy," he said, his kind eyes warming. Rupert sat down. "Perhaps I ought not to have done it," he broke forth. "I did not know I was going to do it. I suppose I am too young. I did not mean to, but I could not help it." "Shpa?" Tom inquired, simply. Her eyes were so lovely, poured forth the boy. "She looked at me so like an angel. Whenever she is near me, it seems as if something were drawing us together." "Yes," was Tom's quiet answer. "I want to tell you all about it," impetuously. "I have been so lonely, Uncle Tom, since my mother died. You don't know how I loved her, how close we were to each other. She was so sweet and wonderful, and I had nothing else." Tom nodded gently. "I remember," he said. "I never forgot." He put the big hand on the boy's knee this time. I loved her too, he said, and I had nothing else. Then you know, cried Rupert. You remember what it was to sit quite near her and see her look at you in that innocent way, how you longed to cry out and take her in your arms. Tom stirred in his seat. Time rolled back 25 years. Oh, my God, yes, I remember, he answered. It was like that tonight, the young lover went on. And I could not stop myself. I told her I loved her, and she said she wanted me to love her, and we kissed each other. Big Tom got up and stood before the open window. His hands were thrust deep into his pockets and he stared out at the beauty of the night. Good Lord, he said. That's what ought to come to every man that lives, but it doesn't. Rupert poured forth his confession, restrained no more. From that first night when I rode through the mountains over the white road and stopped at your gate, since I looked up and saw her standing on the balcony with the narcissus in her hair, it has always been the same thing. It began that very moment, it was there when she leaned forward and spoke to me. I had never thought of a woman before, I was too poor and sad and lonely and young. And there she was, all white, and it seemed as if she was mine. Tom nodded his head as if to a white rose bush in the small garden. I am as poor as ever I was, said Rupert. I am a beggar if we lose our claim, but I am not sad, and I am not lonely, I can't be. I am happy, everything's happy, because she knows, and I have kissed her. What did you think I would say when you told me? Tom asked. I don't know, impetuously, but I knew I must come to you. It seems 1,000,000 years ago since that hot morning in the old garden at Delhi Level, when I had never seen her. One of the things I have thought about a good deal, said Tom, with quite a practical manner, has been love. I had lots of time to think over things at the crossroads, and I used to work them out as far as my mind would carry me. Love's as much an element as the rest of them. There's earth, air, fire, water, and love. It has to be calculated for. What I've reasoned out is that it has not been calculated for enough. It's going to come to all of us, and it will either come and stay, and make the old earth bloom with flowers, or it will come and go, and leave it like a plain swept by fire. It's not a trivial thing that only boys and girls play with, it's better, and worse. It ought to be prepared for and treated well. It's not often treated well. People have got into the way of expecting trouble and tragedy to come out of it. We are always hearing of its unhappiness in books. Poets write about it that way. I suppose it is often unhappy, said Rupert, but just now it seems as if it could not be. What I've been wanting to see, said Tom, is young love come up like a flower and be given its dew and sun and rain, and bloom its best. He drew a big sigh. That poor child who lies on the hillside under the pines, he went on, Shba's mother, hers was young love, and it brought tragedy and death. Delia, his voice was unsteady, your mother's was young love, and her heart was broken. No, it's not often well treated. And when you and Shpa came to me that night with your boy and girl eyes shining with gladness just because you had met each other, I said to myself, by the Lord, here is what it springs from. Perhaps it may come to them, I wonder if it will. You thought it might, even then Rupert cried. Yes, I did was Tom's answer. You were young, you were drawn together, it seemed natural. I used to watch you, and think it over, making a kind of picture to myself of how it would be if two young things could meet each other and join hands and wander on among roses until they reached the gate of life, and it swung open for them and they passed through and found another paradise. He stopped a second and turned to look at Rupert's dreamy face with a smile not all humorous. I'm a sentimental chap for my size, he added. That's what I wanted for Shpa and you, that's what I want. That sort of thing was left out of my life, but I should like to see it before I'm done with. Good God! Why can't people be happy? I want people to be happy. The boy was trembling. Uncle Tom, he said, Shpa and I are happy tonight. Then God have mercy on the soul of the man who would spoil it for you, said Big Tom, with actual solemnity. I'm not that man. You two just go on being happy, try and make up for what your two mothers had to bear. Rupert got up from his chair and caught the big hand in his. It was a boy's action, and he looked particularly like a boy as he did it. It is just like you, he broke forth. I did not know what you would say when I told you, but I ought to have known you would say something like this. It's as big as you are, Uncle Tom ingenuously. That was his good night. When he went away, Big Tom settled into his chair again and looked out for some time longer at the bright night. He was going back to two other nights which lay in the years behind. One was the night he turned his back on Delhi Level and rode towards the mountain with a weight on his kindly heart which he had grimly told himself seemed to weigh a ton. The other was the night he had been wakened from his sleep by the knock on the door of the bedroom behind the Crossroads post office and had ridden out under the whiteness of the moon to find in the bare cabin at Blair's Hollow the little fair girl who had sobbed and died as she clung to his warm hand. Chapter 6. The